Chapter 1, Who is a Yao? After a passionate embrace, Su Xiang was drenched in sweat. Gu Beixian didn't go to the bathroom like he used to, but instead held her from behind, holding her very tightly, very hard, as if he wanted to press her into his body. Su Xiang was almost melted by his embrace, and she felt inexplicably happy, nervous, excited, and a little sad. It had been 3 years since they got married, and this was the first time he had held her like this. She felt deeply loved. Her heart was pounding, as if a deer was running wild. She slowly turned around, hugged him tightly, and her face was filled with a sweet smile, as if she was hugging the whole world. They held each other like this for a long time. Gu Beixian let her go, got dressed, sat up, took out a box of cigarettes from the drawer, expertly shook out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep breath. The white smoke swirled around, and his handsome and heroic face was blurred by the smoke, making it difficult to see his expression or what he was thinking. He didn't even notice that the smoke between his fingers was burning his fingers. Su Gu coughed lightly. "Didn't you quit smoking a long time ago?" Gu Beixian put out the cigarette, looked deeply into her eyes, and said in silence for a few seconds, "Su Gu, let's separate." It was like a bolt of thunder on a sunny day. Su Gu was stunned, her burning heart cooled down and instantly froze. She looked at him blankly with a pale face, and asked in a slightly trembling voice, "Did I do something wrong?" "No." "Then why separate?" "Sua Sua is back, I'm sorry." Shu Sua Sua, his ex-girlfriend. Su Gu's heart was cut by a knife. It had been 3 years, 3 years of living together, helping each other out, but it was no match for the return of that woman. He doesn't love her, and that's her biggest mistake. She was overwhelmed by a sense of loss, frustration, and sadness. She clenched her lips and her whole body went numb. Gu Beixian pressed her shoulder and asked softly, "Where are you going?" Su Gu tried her best to hold back her tears and went to make breakfast. "You used to make it for me, but today I'll do it for you." He sounded low and gentle. Su Gu nodded, lay down, and pulled the quilt over her damp eyes. After he left, she got out of bed, ran into the bathroom, and couldn't hold back any longer, crying bitterly. The tears were like beads that had broken their strings, and they wouldn't stop. She had never known that loving someone could hurt so much, to the point that he was a lump of flesh ripped out of her heart. She was in so much pain that she couldn't stand, leaning against the wall, crying until she was shaking. After an unknown amount of time, Gu Beixian called her downstairs to eat. Su Gu answered, and she repeatedly washed her eyes with cold water. However, no matter how much she washed them, her eyes were still red and bloodshot. When she went downstairs, Gu Beixian was waiting for her in the dining room. He was wearing a well-tailored suit, with long, straight legs and dark trousers. He had a gentle and refined air about him, and just standing there was already dazzling. Su Hua walked silently to the table and sat down. Gu Beixian leaned forward slightly, looked at her red eyes, and his gaze was particularly gentle. Su Hua raised her face and smiled at him reluctantly. When she washed her face, she accidentally got some facial cleanser in her eyes. "Be careful next time." Gu Beixian sat down next to her and handed her the chopsticks. Su Hua reached out and took them, lowering her eyes and watching his good-looking fingers rest on the chopsticks. The rich breakfast had a tempting aroma, but neither of them touched their chopsticks. Never in her life had she eaten a meal so sorrowfully. Half an hour later, the food was still untouched. Su Hua put down her chopsticks, stood up and said softly, "I'm going to pack my things." Gu Beixian's hand holding the chopsticks tightened slightly. Su Hua smiled bitterly. "It's like this, why don't you leave quickly? Do you want to wait to be driven away?" She turned and went upstairs, throwing her things into her suitcase one by one. After a long time, she finally zipped up the suitcase and carried it downstairs. Gu Beixian came up to meet her, reaching out to take the suitcase. "No need." Su Hua pulled up the suitcase and straightened her back as she walked out. As she walked through the courtyard and looked at the familiar flowers and trees, she couldn't help feeling sad. 3 years had passed, and the so-called love grows with time was only a matter of her own. She loved him so much, with all her heart, with passion and affection, but what was the use? Let go, let go. The two of them walked to the front door, and the car was waiting outside. Gu Beixian handed over a check, thanking her for her company over the past 3 years. Su Gu stubbornly stood there, not knowing whether to accept it or not. Gu Beixian shoved the check into her suitcase. "Take it. You'll need money for a lot of things in the future." Su Gu answered dryly, looked up, and greedily looked at his good-looking lips, high nose, and handsome eyebrows. Recalling that in bed, he covered her eyes with his eyes, and since then the sky was full of stars, her heart was in pain, and she couldn't speak. She thought to herself that one day in her life, she would be able to finally stop loving him. 3 years? 10 years? Maybe it would take a lifetime. It seemed easy to fall in love with someone, but it was hard to forget him. Gu Baixian looked at her for a moment, then suddenly pulled her into his arms. His face was calm, but his eyes were surging with emotion. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she swallowed them down. I was sick and had a bad temper the last 2 years, and I'm sorry for putting you through all that. It's okay. Take care of yourself. You too. Sugu slowly raised her hand and hugged him, as if they were saying goodbye for the last time. Suddenly, she let go of him. She pushed him away, wiped her face quickly, picked up her suitcase and turned around and left. After walking a few steps, she suddenly heard Gu Baixian ask, "Who is a Yao?" Her heart trembled slightly, and Su Gu's raised foot slowly fell. The past, which had been buried, came crashing down. She was so sad that she couldn't speak. She heard Gu Baixian say, "He must be very important to you, right? I'm sorry for taking up your time for 3 years. I wish you happiness." Chapter 2, A Stunning Debut. Su Hua had mixed feelings in her heart and didn't know how to answer. She slowly turned her head and looked at Gu Baixian. He didn't smile often, but when he did, he really looked good, like a gentle spring breeze, with his eyes as dark and clear as the sea of stars. He must be very happy to be with his lover soon. Su Hua also smiled, a smile of heartbreak. "I wish you happiness too." After that, she turned and got into the car. As soon as the door closed, tears flowed down her face. The pain of the new wound and the old wound combined made her want to curl up in a ball. The driver lifted the suitcase and put it in the trunk, got into the car, and started the car. As the car sped away, the smile on Gu Baixian's lips froze in place, and the light in his eyes dimmed a little. Back at the Su family home, Su Hua dragged the suitcase into the door. Su Peilan saw her red eyes and looked at the suitcase in her hand. She was shocked. "What happened to you, my daughter?" Su Hua lowered her head to change her shoes and said with a forced calm, "Mom, I'm moving back in." Su Peilan suddenly stood up from the sofa. "You want to separate from Gu Baixian?" "Yes, his ex-girlfriend is back." Su Peilan was furious when she heard this. 3 years ago, Gu Baixian had a car accident and the doctor said that he would be in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. His ex-girlfriend left him and ran away. You were the one who accompanied him to seek medical treatment at home and abroad, massaged his legs, helped him with rehabilitation, and took care of him like a nanny day and night. Good guy, look at him running and jumping, and that woman is back. Gu Baixian also, for such a heartless woman, actually did not want you. Are you blind? Su Hua bent down and took a check from the suitcase and slipped it into her hand. This is his compensation. Su Peilan stared at the long string of zeros on the check and her eyes suddenly widened. After counting, there were 8 zeros behind one. Her face softened a little. This is not a matter of money. Can you bully people like this with money? Sugu lowered her eyelids and said softly, "How many couples have divorced, with the man not giving the woman a penny and even calculating against her? Some men even kill their wives in order to not share the property. Compared to this, Gu Baixian is still okay. But can you swallow this?" Sugu smiled bitterly. "What else can you do? Crying, making a fuss, and then hanging yourself? Is it useful to make such a scene? It's useless. His heart is not with me, so it's pointless to force him to stay, and he won't stay anyway. Mom, I'm sleepy. I want to go to bed." "Go ahead." Su Peilan looked at her with concern inside. This child is too easygoing, and it's sad to see her so easygoing. Su Peilan turned and went to the bedroom. She slept for 2 days and 2 nights. Su Peilan was so scared that she came in from time to check her breathing. In fact, Su Peilan didn't sleep much. She just didn't want to move, didn't feel hungry, and felt weak and tired all over. It was as if the sky had fallen. On the 3rd day, Su Xian managed to get up. After freshening up, she called Gu Baixian, "Is the divorce agreement ready? When will we go through the formalities?" Gu Baixian said in silence for a moment, "I'm on a business trip. Let's talk when I get back." "Okay, I'm going to work now. Call me in advance when you leave." "You found a job so quickly? Where is it?" he asked in a concerned tone. "It's at an antique shop." They've been calling me to come over. Don't work too hard. If you need money, just let me know. His voice was low and gentle, like moonlight, making people greedy. Sugu felt a pain in her heart and said distantly, "No, thank you." After breakfast, Sugu took a taxi to the antique shop. She was greeted by the young master of the shop, Shin Huai. He was tall and slender, with a clean temperament and a gentle demeanor. After introducing Su to the people downstairs, Shin took her upstairs to meet the senior appraiser of the store, Cui Shoxing. "Mr. Cui, this is the successor of the restorer Su, who is good at restoring ancient paintings and calligraphy. In the future, she will be our store's cultural relics restorer. If you have any doubts, you can consult her." Cui Shoxing, who was nearly 60, looked at Su Hua through his reading glasses. What kind of cultural relic restorer could a 20-something girl be? At her age, he was still an apprentice. The young master praised her so highly, and even asked him to consult her on matters. He agreed to it nicely on the surface, but he was very dissatisfied in his heart. As soon as Shin Huai left, he asked Sugu, "Su, you're so young, how long have you been in the business?" Sugu smiled lightly, "More than 10 years. Cui Shoxing couldn't believe it. "How old are you?" 23. Cui Shoxing thought to himself, this little girl is quite capable, but she's still young. In this business, you need real skills, not just a big mouth. Just then, the staff downstairs came to invite someone in. Sugu and Cui Shoxing went downstairs. They saw a man in his 30s holding an old, dirty painting in his hand and asked if it could be restored. Cui Shoxing glanced at it. It was hardly a painting, it was dark, tattered, crumpled, and full of holes. Unless it was a top-notch restorer in China, there was little chance of restoring it. He looked at Sugu with glee, saying, "Su, everyone is looking at you, don't disappoint them." Sugu walked over, picked up the painting and looked at it carefully. She said to the customer, "It can be repaired." The customer was overjoyed. "Who will repair it? How long will it take?" "I can do it in 3 days." "You?" The customer looked at Sugu, who was in her early 20s and looked fresh and plump, with a full belly of doubt. "This is a genuine work by Wang Jian, one of the 4 Wangs of the late Ming and early Qing dynasties. The auction price starts at millions of dollars, so don't ruin it for me." Everyone looked at Suyu with doubt in their eyes. 3 days? That's too arrogant. Cui Shoxing smacked his lips and twirled his beard, saying, "Su, it's good that young people like you are not afraid of tigers, but you have to do what you can. If you damage it for the customer, it will ruin the reputation of our Gu Bao Zhai. For damage of this degree, even the top restorers would not dare to say that it can be repaired in 3 days. It takes them months or even years to repair an ancient painting. The implication is, don't be overconfident." Sugu's tone was firm, "It can be repaired in 3 days. If it is damaged, I will compensate double the market price." The client, who wanted the painting restored for auction, immediately agreed to the offer. "Fine." After the price was estimated and the contract signed, Sugu took the painting upstairs to the restoration room. She opened the door. Inside were 2 large, half-man-tall, solid redwood tables. The tools for restoration were all there: a brush, a sheep's hoof knife, a sheep's stomach towel, a sheep's hair brush, rice paper, etc. There are 4 main steps in restoring ancient paintings: washing, uncovering, mending, and completing. Sugu asked someone to boil a pot of water and then used a brush dipped in the water to start washing the painting. She was very careful with each stroke. She had to wash away the stains, but at the same time, she had to be careful not to damage the fragile paper fibers of the painting with too much water. It was easier said than done. Fortunately, she had been restoring ancient paintings with her grandfather since she was a child, so she was already very skilled at it. Gu Baixian's grandparents also love collecting antiques, and in the past 2 years she has almost taken over the restoration of their family's ancient paintings and calligraphy. Not to mention this level of ancient painting, she has repaired even older and more damaged ones. Time is pressing, and Sugu is busy for the next few days. It's good to be busy. When you're busy, you can temporarily forget about Gu Baixian. Even sadness is diluted. 3 days later, the customer came to pick up the painting. Sugu took the restored antique painting to the first floor. The customer was stunned when he saw the painting, which was completely different from before. "Is this the painting I brought? Did you switch it with another one?" Cui Shoxing, the manager and the staff came over and were also shocked. The ancient painting had undulating mountains, steep and dangerous peaks, and the trees in the mountains were green and lifelike. Is this the same old painting that was so worn and torn that you couldn't even see the picture? Sue said calmly, you can use an instrument to test the authenticity. After the test, the customer gave Sue a thumbs up, paid the bill, and left with the painting. From then on, the news spread like wildfire. The entire antique street knew that there was a new young and beautiful restorer at the antique gallery. She was only in her early 20s, but her craftsmanship was comparable to that of a national-level restoration master. In the evening, Gu Beixian called, my car is parked in front of your shop. Hearing the familiar voice, Su Wu's heart suddenly started pounding. She looked at her watch and said softly, it's getting dark. It's too late to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau now. Can we go in the morning? Gu Beixian was silent for a moment. It was Grandma who wanted to see us. She said there was something very important. Chapter 3, Shocked. Su Gu went out. She got into the car, sat down, and fastened her seatbelt. Gu Beixian seemed to have lost a little weight in the few days since they last saw each other. His already deep features were even more angular, and his handsome eyebrows and eyes were so beautiful that she couldn't take her eyes off him. Su Gu realized that she still loved him very much, and she simply couldn't forget him. Here, a gift for starting work. Gu Beixian handed her a beautiful dark blue velvet jewelry box. Su took it and opened it. It was a white jade carving of a man. The man is a famous jade carving from ancient times. The jade carving is standing with a robe, and the facial features and clothing are only depicted with simple lines. The knife technique is concise, rough, and powerful. The jade is warm and elegant, crystal clear, and is the best of jade. Su Gu held the jewelry box and looked at him with a slight smile. How could you give me such a valuable gift? Gu Beixian smiled faintly and stared into her eyes. You restore ancient paintings and calligraphy, so you inevitably come into contact with things from ancient tombs. It's good to wear something to ward off evil spirits. Come, I'll help you put it on. He picked up the jade carving and put it around Su Gu's neck. When he gathered her hair with his fingertips inadvertently brushed against her neck. The touch was cool and refreshing, and Su Wu's skin shivered slightly, and her heart followed suit. She was always sensitive to his touch. Thinking about their current relationship, Su Wu's heart grew sour, and she smiled weakly and said, don't give me things in the future. It would be easy for her to misunderstand that he still had feelings for her. She would be unable to resist her wild thoughts, and even long for more. With his long fingers resting on the steering wheel, Gu Beixian said lightly, it's just a small jade carving. Don't worry about it. He started the car. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Gu family mansion. As soon as they entered the house, the old lady, with her white hair, came forward to meet them. She hugged Su Hua and said, oh, my dear granddaughter, I've missed you so much since I haven't seen you for a few days. Su Hua always felt that her grandmother was a bit over the top today. Usually she was dignified and reserved. Su Hua asked with a smile, Grandma, what is so important that you wanted to see me? The old lady took her hand, glanced at Gu Beixian, and said, let's eat first, and then we'll talk. The meal was very sumptuous, with a table full of delicacies. The old lady kept on serving Su Hua. She looked at her with a smile and said, 3 years ago, I went around the city looking for a wife for Beixian. I saw your photo among the many others and I liked you right away. You have beautiful eyes, a bright look, and dangling earrings. You are a lucky woman. Sure enough, Beixian married you, and after 2 years his leg got better and his company did better and better. Suddenly, the old lady covered her mouth and coughed violently. Su Hua hurriedly patted her back. After the old lady had finished coughing, she grabbed her hand and said, you are really a good girl. You are gentle and quiet, hardworking, and loyal. During those 2 years when Beixian's legs wouldn't stand up, he was very short-tempered, and many of the nurses and maids couldn't stand it and left, but you never left him. If it weren't for you, he might have been disabled for life. She then burst into tears. Su Gu quickly gave her a tissue to wipe her tears. Gu Beixian tightened his grip on his chopsticks and looked deep in thought. The old lady glanced at him and said breathlessly, Grandma only has one wish now. I hope you and Beixian will be fine and give me a big, fat grandson soon. Su Gu looked at Gu Beixian awkwardly. It seemed that he had not told Grandma that the two of them were getting a divorce. The old lady's voice grew weaker. I'm getting old, and I might die any day. I'll die happy if I can see the birth of your child before I die. Su Gu's nose grew a little bit sour, and she hurriedly said, Grandma, you will definitely live to be 100 years old. I know my own body best. I'm 80 years old. The old lady covered her chest and stood up with difficulty. I don't feel well. I'm going to lie down for a while. Su-gu hurriedly helped her to the bedroom. When they were almost at the bedroom door, the old lady suddenly turned around and said to Gu Beixian, "From tonight, you can stay here. When Su'er gets pregnant, you can move back." Gu Beixian was about to speak up. The old lady hunched her back and moved into the bedroom with a shiver. Su'er carefully helped her, afraid that she would hurt her if she used too much strength. After she lay down on the bed, the old lady took her hand and said softly, "I know about your moving back to your parents' house. Don't worry, I'm here, and this marriage won't be broken up. Beixian is filial, and he listens to me. But there's nothing to but. That Chu Suasua can only share happiness, but not hardship. Such a heartless person doesn't deserve to enter our Gu family." Su-gu paused and said, "Grandma, do you want to call the doctor to come and take a look?" "No need. She's old and sick. It's useless to call a doctor. Go and eat. Close the door behind you." "Okay, then. Get some rest." As soon as Su-gu left, the old lady sat up in bed, looking refreshed and energetic, a far cry from her previous frail appearance. Su-gu returned to the dining table. Grandpa Gu took a fork and put a piece of roast lamb on her plate. "Thank you, Grandpa." Su-hua put on a disposable glove and slowly started to eat. Gu Beixian looked up at the old man and said, "Grandpa, last time I saw Grandma, she was still quite healthy. How come she's so weak now?" The old man sighed heavily. "This is what happens when you get old. You might be full of life one second, and the next you're dead. You too have to be careful. Don't upset her." Gu Beixian's handsome face grew serious. After dinner, the two of them returned to the guest bedroom. As soon as the door closed, Su-gu asked, "What should we do? Do we really have to live here forever?" Gu Beixian frowned, loosened his tie, and said, "Grandma's body is in such a condition that she can't stand any more excitement. Let's just stay here for a few days and talk about it later." Su-gu looked back at the bed behind her and said, "How can we sleep in just one bed?" Gu Beixian's lips curled slightly and he closed his eyes and went to sleep. Su-gu was a little anxious. "I'm not joking with you. I'm serious." Gu Beixian slowly took off his watch and threw it on the bedside table, saying, "You go take a shower first, I'll take mine after you." "Okay." Su-hua went to the bathroom to wash her face and brush her teeth, and then took a quick shower. When she came back, she let Gu Beixian take his shower. Lying in bed, she couldn't sleep, her thoughts racing. They were getting a divorce, and yet they were still sleeping in the same bed. Suddenly, the phone on the bedside table that Gu Beixian had left ringing. Su-hua did not like to touch his privacy, so she let it ring. It rang twice and then stopped. Not long after, her phone also rang. Su-hua glanced at the caller ID and saw a strange number. After connecting, a sweet female voice came from the other end. "Sister Su-hua, is Brother Beixian with you?" "Who is this?" The woman paused for a second and said, "I am one of his sisters." Su-hua thought it was one of Gu Beixian's cousins, so she said, "He's in the shower. I'll have him call you back when he's out." "Okay, thank you." When he came out of the shower, Gu Beixian was naked, except for a towel around his waist, and he was drying his hair with a towel in his hand. He had broad shoulders and long legs, and his body was extremely well proportioned. His abdominal muscles were clearly defined, strong and powerful, and his muscle lines were beautiful. Under the orange light, he exuded a thrilling charm. Su-gu's heart was pounding, and her ears felt as if they were being singed by flames, instantly turning red. She turned her head away, avoiding eye contact, and said softly, "A sister of yours just called you." Gu Beixian nodded lightly, walked over to the bedside table, picked up the phone, and glanced at it. He walked out. When he came back, his handsome face was so gloomy that it could wring out water, and he asked coldly, "Did you do it on purpose?" Su-gu was stunned. "What? Suasua committed suicide. What did you say to her?" My head exploded. After a few seconds, Su-gu regained her voice. "I didn't know she was Suasua. She said she was your sister, and I thought she was your cousin, so I said you were taking a bath." Gu Beixian's face was cold and he didn't say a word. He opened the cabinet door, took out some clothes from inside, and started to put them on. After he was dressed, he took a long step and walked out. When Grandpa Gu heard the commotion, he came out and asked, "It's the middle of the night. Where are you going?" Gu Beixian said in a low voice, "I have to go out for something." What is it? Suwa is in the hospital. I'm going to see her. The old man raised his voice and said to Suwa in the guest room, Suwa, you go with him. The old man was resolute and unyielding. Suwa didn't want to disobey him, so she said, okay, Grandpa. She got dressed and left with Gu Beixian. The car drove past an intersection. Suhua said, just drop me off at any hotel you like. Gu Beixian held the steering wheel and didn't look away. Suhua felt a lump in her chest. Although she was calm and unassuming, she had her own bottom line. It wasn't her fault, so what was there to explain? Gu Beixian noticed her displeasure and offered to explain. He took her hand and rubbed her hair, saying gently, Lok has severe depression. An hour later, the two arrived at Chu Suwasua's ward. She had just had her stomach pumped and was lying on the bed. She was pale and her hair was messy. When she saw her face, Suwu was shocked. Chapter 4, Too Intimate. Chu Suwasua's small, pale face looked so much like her own. She couldn't say exactly where they were similar, but they looked alike at first glance. She had to look at them a few more times to be able to tell the difference. After careful scrutiny, Chu Suwasua was the delicate version, with curved eyebrows, a slightly twisted brow, small nose, small mouth, and a fragile look to her facial features. Sugu has a little more tranquility and indifference than her, as well as a resilience that radiates from her bones. It was only at this moment that Sugu realized that in Gu Beixian's heart, she was a stand-in. She smiled self-deprecatingly. No wonder 3 years ago, he agreed to get married after just one glance at her. Beixian, you're here. Chu Suwasua's mother, Hua Kiru, greeted him with a forced smile. When her eyes swept over Su Gu, they were not very friendly. Gu Beixian nodded slightly in response. Hua Kiru walked over to the bed and gently patted Chu Suwasua on the shoulder. Chu Suwasua slowly opened her eyes and her gaze swept over Su Gu's face, not surprised. It was as if she had known that the two looked similar. She looked at Gu Beixian, tears welling up in her eyes, and said softly, Brother Beixian, I didn't commit suicide. I just couldn't sleep, so I took a few more sleeping pills. My mother was so worried that she insisted on sending me to the hospital to have my stomach pumped. I'm so sorry to trouble you and Sister Suwu to come all this way at this late hour. Hua Kiro said with red eyes, How many pills did you take? You took half a bottle. If I hadn't found you in time, you would have. She covered her mouth and began to sob. Gu Beixian walked over to the bed and sat down. He looked down at Chu Suwasua, his tone affectionate and a little reproachful, and said, Don't do this kind of stupid thing again, understand? Chu Suwasua pouted, nodded with teary eyes, and looked like a cute and pitiful little girl. Gu Beixian took out a handkerchief and carefully wiped away the tears from the corner of her eyes, as if he were wiping the most precious porcelain. His eyes were tender and full of pity. Sugu looked at Gu Beixian in a daze. In the 3 years they had been married, he had never shown her such pity. This was probably the difference between love and not love. Even though Chu Suwasua had abandoned him in his darkest hour, he still loved her. Perhaps for some men, the only woman in the world who could hurt him was the one who abandoned him, and no other woman could be as deep in love as her. It felt like a fishbone was stuck in her throat. Sugu couldn't stay any longer. You guys chat slowly, I'm leaving. Upon hearing this, Gu Beixian looked back at her, his expression extremely indifferent, and explained to Suwasua before leaving. Sugu took a deep breath and said, Miss Chu, Beixian, and I didn't want to upset Grandma, so. Her throat choked, and she couldn't continue. She turned around and left. This was the first time she had disobeyed Gu Beixian. It was also the first time she had behaved so badly in front of him. After the door closed, Chu Suwasua said to Gu Beixian, Brother Beixian, you should go after Sister Su, she seems angry. Gu Beixian was silent for a moment, but it was fine, she wouldn't be angry. Then she has a really good temper. Chu Suwasua said with a sigh, I didn't expect Sister Su to have such a good temperament, gentle and graceful, unassuming and generous, not at all like someone from a small village. I originally thought she wasn't good enough for you. Gu Beixian felt a little uncomfortable listening to her. Although she grew up in a small village, her mother and grandmother were both teachers, and her grandfather was a restorer of ancient calligraphy and painting in a museum before he retired. No wonder. The two of them suddenly had nothing to say. They were quiet for a while. Chu Suwasua cautiously tested, Sister Suwa is beautiful and has such a good temper. You must love her very much, right? Gu Beixian was looking down at his phone, slightly distracted, and when he heard the voice, he looked up and asked, What did you just say? A hint of disappointment flashed in Chu Suwasuwa's eyes. Beixian, you should go and see off Sister Su. It's late at night, and it's not safe for her to be out alone. Gu Beixian stood up and said, I'll take her back and come back to see you. Chu Suwasuwa said softly, go quickly. Gu Beixian got up and left. Looking at his back, Chu Suwasuwa's eyes darkened. After he had gone far away, Hua Kiro said reproachfully, you child, it was so hard to lure him here, how could you let him go? Chu Suwasuwa frowned. Didn't you see that Beixian was distracted? He's here, but he's worried about Su Gu. It's better to give in to his wishes. If something happens to that woman on the way, he'll blame himself, and maybe even blame me. Hua Kiru pursed her lips. You're not very big, but you have more heart than your mother. When Gu Beixian found Su Wu, she was almost at the hospital entrance. Her slender, straight figure, in the chilly spring wind, was shadowy and indistinct, looking like a bamboo branch in an ink painting. Gu Beixian quickly walked a few steps to catch up with her. Neither of them spoke, just walking side by side in silence like the dark night. They were outside the hospital gate. Su Wu turned a corner and was about to wait for a taxi by the roadside. Gu Beixian grabbed her wrist and pulled her towards the parking lot. Get in the car. Gu Beixian opened his bag and took out a card, which he slipped into Su Wu's coat pocket. I was in a bad mood tonight, so this is a little compensation. The password is your birthday. Su Hua felt a little insulted. In his eyes, she was someone who could be easily bought off with money. He didn't even bother to coax her. He would only coax Chu Suwasuwa. Reaching into his pocket, Su Hua tried to take the card out. Gu Beixian held her hand down, his tone was deep and unyielding, take it. I can't give you anything else besides money. Su Hua felt like she had a handful of sand in her heart, it was uncomfortable. What she wanted was never his money. Halfway there. Gu Beixian received a call from Mrs. Gu, have you taken my words to heart? Come back immediately. We're almost home. Gu Beixian hung up after saying this in a calm voice. Back at the Gu family mansion. As soon as they entered the door, they saw Mrs. Gu sitting on the sofa, pale, but with a pair of bright eyes staring at the two of them. She reached out her hand and said, give me your phone. Gu Beixian took out his phone and handed it to her. The old lady found Chu Suwasuwa's number and dialed it. After the call was connected, she said sternly, Miss Chu, our Beixian is a family man. Please be careful and don't call him for no reason. Since you broke up 3 years ago, don't look back, and don't have any delusions about Beixian. Without waiting for Chu Suwasuwa to answer, she hung up the phone and threw the phone on the coffee table. Gu Beixian frowned. Luo Luo had severe depression and couldn't stand being provoked. The old lady sneered, even if I get cancer, it's none of your business. What you should be most concerned about is your wife by your side. Gu Beixian's eyes turned cold. Grandma, you. The old lady covered her mouth and coughed violently. Su Gu hurried over to help her up. She helped the old lady lie down on the bed, comforted her, and then returned to the guest bedroom. She saw Gu Beixian had just finished a phone call and was putting his phone on the bedside table. He must have been comforting Chu Suwasuwa. Su Hua silently went to the sofa in the living room, took a long pillow and put it in the middle of the bed. She also took a quilt from the closet and gave one to each of them. She took off her coat and lay down under the quilt. It was already 3 a.m. She was so sleepy that her mind was like glue. She didn't want to think about anything, just wanted to sleep. As soon as her head touched the pillow, she fell asleep. She slept until the sun was high in the sky. When she opened her eyes, she was taken by surprise to see a handsome face, carved like a sculpture, staring at her with heavy eyes. The two of them were so close together that they could smell each other's breath. His hot breath brushed her forehead, and his deep eyes were restrained and confused. She was in his arms, her hands tightly wrapped around his waist, and her calves entwined around his legs in an indescribably intimate position. The air was growing hot and humid. The grass was growing long and wild. Su Gu was shocked and hurriedly let go of his waist, crawling out of his arms. She said, half annoyed and half resentful, how did I end up in your arms? Chapter 5, Thrilling. Seeing Su Gu's gentle and quiet appearance, it was the first time he saw her panic, just like a frightened kitten. Gu Beixian found it fresh. He raised the corner of his mouth and teased her with a smile, you got yourself into this, and you can't push it away. Su Gu's ears turned red. It's impossible. He laughed even more, and next time I'll record it with my phone so you won't be able to deny it. Sugu was so embarrassed that she could not help it. She quickly turned her back and grabbed a shirt from the bedside table and put it on. In her panic, she did not realize that she had put on the wrong buttons. As she dressed, her slender figure rustled. Gu Baixian's mind was filled with the image of her sleeping last night. She was curled up in a small ball, shivering, as if she had seen something terrible in her dream. He hugged her and patted her, but she kept muttering the name Brother Yao with her eyes closed. He couldn't remember how many times this had happened. How much did he love her that he couldn't forget her? He had sent people to investigate Brother Yao for a long time, but they had found nothing. The last time he asked her, she avoided answering. Not answering was an insult to him, answering was even more of an insult. The smile on her face disappeared completely. Gu Baixian took his watch and put it on his wrist, and said casually, "I may not be back until late tonight. Can you find an excuse for Grandma?" Su Gu's hand stopped buttoning her blouse. She knew that he was coming home late because he was going to the hospital to accompany Chu Suasua. She was so humiliated that she was about to cry. It was a long time before she said, "I will persuade Grandma about the divorce." Gu Baixian looked at her meaningfully and said, "You're also wronged." After breakfast, the driver of the old mansion took Su Hua to the antique shop. It was a busy day. When it was time to go home, Su Hua received a call from the driver. "Young lady, my car was hit by a drunk driver. I have to wait for the traffic police to handle it. Can you take a taxi home?" "Okay." Sugu left the antique street with her bag. As she turned a corner, two men chased after her and blocked her way. One of them, a tall and thin man, said, "Sugu, right? Please come with us." Sugu looked at the two men warily. They were in their late 20s or early 30s, wearing sunglasses late at night, acting suspiciously, and their bodies vaguely exuded a smell of earth. She panicked and asked, "Where are you going?" The tall man said, "We need your help to restore an ancient painting. Don't worry, we have no bad intentions, and we will pay you according to market price." Su Hua let out a sigh of relief and said, "Take the painting to the shop where I work." The other bald man said, "Why waste time talking to her?" Su Hua heard this and ran. She didn't get far before the bald man grabbed her arm and dragged her into a black car parked on the side of the road. The car started. The tall man took out a cell phone from her bag and said, "Call your family and tell them you're going out with friends for a few days." Su Hua instinctively wanted to call Gu Baixian, but then she thought he had to go to the hospital to accompany Chu Suasua, so he wouldn't have time to take care of her. She decided to call her mother. She asked the tall man to find her mother's number. After the call was connected, Su Hua said, "Mom, I'm going out with friends for a few days. You have diabetes, remember to take your medicine on time." Before she could finish, the tall man took the phone away and turned it off. He took out a black cloth and covered Su Hua's eyes. The car seemed to have been driving for a long time, and finally stopped. Su Hua was taken to an old building. She climbed the stairs to the third floor. When she opened the door, there was a big red table in the middle, with a safe on it. The tall man went up to the safe and opened it, taking out the painting. The painting was about 1.5 meters long, very old, and the picture was badly damaged. Sugu stared at the painting carefully. The style of the painting was deep and profound, and the colors were rich and mellow. The peaks on the painting were towering, magnificent and beautiful, the mountains were undulating, the mountains were winding, the mountains were densely forested, and in the depths of the mountain valleys, several thatched cottages could be faintly seen. She recognized it as a painting of a hermit by Wang Meng of the Yuan dynasty. Wang Meng's most valuable painting was once sold for a record-breaking price of 400 million yuan. If this painting is restored, it will start at least tens of millions of yuan. No wonder these two people took such a risk and brought her here. If they didn't take it to the store for restoration, but instead had her come to them, it means that the painting is not from a legitimate source, either stolen or dug up from an ancient tomb. The tall man asked, "Miss Su, how long will it take to restore this painting?" "The painting is large, badly damaged, and the artistic conception is severely lacking. It will take at least half a month." "Okay, what tools and materials do you need?" "Write them down and we'll go get them." Sugu picked up a pen and wrote the materials on a piece of paper and handed it to them. The tall and thin man took it and said, "We'll go get them. You rest up." Sugu nodded. The two of them left the house and locked the door from the outside with a click. Sugu looked around. The room had a toilet, a bed, a desk, a chair, and food, which was obviously prepared long ago. Not far from the window were endless mountains, the scenery was desolate and unfamiliar, and scattered lights could be seen faintly. She was hungry. Sugu picked up a pack of instant noodles, opened it and ate a few bites, and drank some water. After washing up, she went to bed. It was strangely quiet, but she couldn't sleep. She had disappeared. Would Gu Baixian be worried? Probably not. He only had Chu Suashio in his eyes. He was probably still at the hospital with her. Thinking of how he rushed to the hospital in a panic when he heard that Chu Suashio had committed suicide, Suwu felt like her heart was filled with stones, and it hurt. She tossed and turned, and she didn't feel sleepy until the middle of the night. She got up and went to the bathroom. Suddenly she heard a faint noise outside. She put her ear to the crack in the door and heard the tall, thin man shout, "Baldy, what are you doing?" Baldy whispered, "I can't sleep. Come and see if the girl is being honest. You said she's just a little girl. Can she fix our painting? Don't ruin the tens of millions of goods. The boss will blame us." The boss sent someone to find out that her grandfather was the restorer of the century, Su Wenmai, who taught her from a young age. There are rumors that most of the paintings he restored in his later years were done by this girl. Then I'm relieved. Baldy laughed and said, "The little girl is so fresh and pretty, don't you have any thoughts?" The tall and thin man snapped, "Put away your naughty thoughts, the most important thing is to restore the painting. Once the painting is sold and the money is divided, you can find as many women as you want. The women you pay for have been slept with by thousands of men. Can you compare with her? Can I start after she finishes the painting? She is too damn beautiful, white and tender, with big watery eyes." The tall and thin man said after a moment of silence, "Okay. But don't touch her before the painting is finished." "I know." Su Gu was disgusted. They really are a bunch of riffraff. When she heard the two of them walking away, she pulled the doorknob. The door was locked and she didn't have a tool to pick the lock. She looked out the window again. She was on the third floor and there was a concrete floor below. She couldn't jump out the window and escape. Besides, there was a big dog in the yard and it would bark if she ran. She could only hope for help from the outside. On the way here, when the tall skinny guy asked her to call her mother, she reminded her mother to take her diabetes medicine on time. She was reminding her that she was in danger because her mother was not diabetic. I wonder if she could tell. The next day, Sugu began to wash the painting, and after washing it, she revealed the painting. She was busy like this for 3 days. As the day of the repaired painting drew closer and closer, she began to be anxious. She couldn't sleep at night, and several times she heard the footsteps of Baldy outside her door in the middle of the night. That night, she was just getting a little sleepy. Suddenly she heard a dog barking outside and the sound of footsteps. Sugua rolled over and started to get dressed. The door creaked open and the tall man rushed in, grabbed her wrist and dragged her out of the house. Baldy went to collect the painting. Just as they reached the door, a group of people rushed up the stairs. The man at the head of the group was tall and handsome, with deep eyebrows and eyes. He was followed by a group of well-equipped police officers. The surprise in Sugu's heart was like a tsunami. She couldn't believe her eyes. She stared at the man and asked in a trembling voice, "Is it really you?" "Baixian. It's me." Gu Baixian took a few steps forward, and the tall man pulled her towards the window. Before Sugu could react, she suddenly felt a knife at her neck. The tall man held the knife against her neck and shouted at the police, "Put down your guns." The blade pierced her flesh, and Sugu felt dizzy and deaf from the pain. Gu Baixian clenched his fists in an instant, staring at her with red eyes and holding back his anger. "Put down your guns." The police exchanged glances with him and bent down to put their guns on the ground and stepped back. The bald man kicked the gun into the corner with his foot. The tall man pushed Su Hua to the windowsill and said, "Jump." Su Hua clung to the window frame with both hands, afraid to jump. This was the third floor, and she would be crippled if she jumped. "Jump. You won't die." The tall man lost his patience and grabbed her arm and jumped down. In the blink of an eye, there was a gunshot and a scream that echoed through the night sky. Chapter 6, A Plan Comes to Mind. The tall, thin man fell to the concrete floor with a thud, his body convulsing like a broken bag. The dog in the yard barked furiously. The bald man took advantage of the chaos to escape, but the police pounced on him, threw him to the ground, took the painting, and handcuffed him. Sugu still had her hands on the window frame, staring at Gu Beixian, who had just fired the gun. She had been married to him for 3 years, but she had no idea that he could shoot so well. At that critical moment, if the gun had been fired a little faster, a little slower, or a little more to the side, it would have been fatal for her. Gu Beixian threw down his gun, took a long stride, and strode towards her, picking her up from the windowsill. He carefully tended to the wound on her neck. He took her in his arms and held her tightly. His cool fingertips rubbed her pale, frightened face and he asked softly, "Were you scared?" Sugu nodded dumbly. She thought she was dead, but she was still alive. Her heart was pounding, her ears were ringing, and the gun with the silencer was still loud. The whole process was like a movie, thrilling. She was scared out of her wits. The ancient painting was carefully packed by the police, put into a protective bag, and then put into a safe. Sugu mechanically cooperated with the police to complete the record, and then got into Gu Beixian's car. Until now, her legs were still weak, and her head was still confused. The night was dark, and the country road was narrow. The driver started the car and drove towards the city. Sugu was in Gu Beixian's arms. He stroked her thin back over and over again, comforting her, it's okay, don't be afraid." His embrace was warm, and Su Hua instinctively hugged him, feeling a mixture of bitterness, astringency, and sweetness. He still had feelings for her as a husband and wife. Feeling her response, Gu Beixian hugged her even tighter, and his gentle voice fell into her ear, with a hint of reproach, "Why didn't you call me when something happened? My mother-in-law is so careless that she only realized something was wrong yesterday, and only then did she call to tell me." His throat was dry, and he buried his chin in her hair, holding her clothes in his hand and whispering, "What if something happened to you?" Sugu was slightly stunned. At this moment, she felt that he cared about her, more than she had imagined. She raised her arm and slowly hugged him tightly, burying her face in his neck. He exuded a reliable aroma, and that aroma made her heart feel at ease. A warm current surged in her heart, and her eyes gradually turned red. Halfway through the walk, Gu Beixian's phone rang. He glanced down at it and hung up. Sugu intuitively knew that it was Chu Suwasuwa calling. Not long after, the assistant sitting in the passenger seat's phone also rang. After he answered, he said a few words and handed the phone over, saying, "Mr. Gu, it's Miss Chu's phone." Gu Beixian took the phone and asked, "Is there anything wrong?" Chu Suwasuwa's sweet voice was full of anxiety. "Brother Beixian, have you found Sister Su?" "I found her." "She must be scared, right? You should spend some time with her. Don't come to the hospital to keep me company these days." Gu Beixian nodded lightly. Sugu heard clearly because they were close together, and her warm heart grew cold. If they hadn't divorced, he would still be her husband, and now she had to rely on a third party to keep him company. What kind of humiliation was this? She gently pushed Gu Beixian's arm away and sat down in the seat. She looked out the window and smiled at her own reflection in the car window. The beauty she had just experienced was all an illusion. Yes, it was all her illusion. The car drove into the city. Sugu said to Gu Beixian, "Take me to my mother's house. You can make up an excuse for grandma." Gu Beixian was silent for a moment, and then said, "Okay." When they got home, Su Peilan hugged Sugu into her arms as soon as she entered the door, crying and asking, "Are you okay, my daughter?" "I'm fine. I'm so glad you're okay. I was so worried. I was so careless that I didn't realize you wanted me to take my diabetes medicine. I was so worried. I was so careless that I didn't realize you wanted me to take my diabetes medicine. I was so worried. I was so careless that I didn't realize you wanted me to take my diabetes medicine. I was so worried. I was so careless that I didn't realize you wanted me to take my diabetes medicine. I was so worried. I was so careless that I didn't realize you wanted me to take my diabetes medicine. I was so worried. I was so careless that I didn't realize you wanted me to take my diabetes medicine. I was so worried. I was so careless that I didn't realize you wanted me to take my diabetes medicine. I was so worried. I was so careless that I didn't realize you wanted me to take my diabetes medicine. I was so worried. Sugu raised her hand to wipe her tears and cooed softly, "Don't cry, Mom. I'm back safe and sound, aren't I?" 1 week later, at night. Gu Beixian had drunk too much at a business dinner. The driver helped him home and settled him on the sofa. He got up to get a towel and heard Gu Beixian mumbling with his eyes closed, Sugu, get me a glass of water." The driver hesitated for 2 seconds, took out his mobile phone and called Sugu, saying, "Madam, Mr. Gu has drunk too much and kept calling your name." Sugu pursed her lips and said nothing. Su Peilan heard this and said, "Go take care of him. You are still husband and wife even though you haven't divorced yet." Sugu nodded and said to the driver, "I'll be right there." "Thank you, madam." The driver hung up the phone. He poured a glass of water and offered it to Gu Beixian. He had just taken a sip when the doorbell suddenly rang. The driver put the glass on the coffee table and got up to open the door. He saw Chu Suasuwa standing outside in a white dress, carrying a fruit basket. The driver apologized, saying, "Miss Chu, Mr. Gu has had too much to drink. I'm afraid he can't entertain you." Chu Suasuwa smiled and said, "That's good. I'll take care of him." She slipped in, put the fruit basket on the shoe cabinet, and said to the driver, "You can go back, I will take care of him." The driver looked embarrassed. "I just called the young lady, she will be here soon." Chu Suasuwa smiled, "It's fine, I know Sugu, she is very nice, she won't mind." The driver hesitated for a moment, then said, "Okay." He took the car keys and left. After passing the entrance, Chu Suasuwa walked to the sofa and sat down. She picked up the teacup and offered Gu Beixian some water. Gu Beixian slowly opened his eyes and smelled a familiar perfume. Seeing it was Chu Suasuwa, he was slightly surprised and asked, "Why are you here?" Chu Suasuwa fluttered her eyelashes and smiled flirtatiously. "I missed you so much that I couldn't help coming." "You won't blame me, will you, Beixian?" Gu Beixian frowned slightly. "I drank too much and can't entertain you. Go back." Chu Suasuwa was stunned. Her eyes turned red and she said with a grievance, "Beixian, you still haven't really forgiven me. I already said that the breakup message 3 years ago was sent by my mother using my phone. She sent me abroad and had someone watch me 24 hours a day, not letting me contact you. Do you know how painful it was for me these past 3 years? I thought of you every day, but I couldn't see you. I was tortured into a severe depression." She covered her face and cried. "I've already forgiven you, really." Gu Beixian's eyes were a little agitated, but his voice was warm, "Don't cry." Chu Suasuwa looked at him with teary eyes, pitiful, like a grudge, "So why are you still driving me away? I haven't divorced yet, and it's not appropriate for you to be here in the middle of the night." He squeezed his leg with his hand, trying to use the pain to wake up. Chu Suasuwa caught this detail and slowly leaned towards him. Her soft arms climbed up his shoulders like vines, and she stared at him with a spring in her cheeks. Gu Beixian moved to the side to avoid it. "I do mind." A hint of disappointment flashed in Chu Suasuwa's eyes, and her outstretched hand froze in midair before she withdrew it after a long pause. Suddenly, the two of them had nothing to say. The dark silence filled the entire room. Chu Suasuwa couldn't stand the silence, so she looked around, finally settling on the painting on the wall. "No, it's a copy by Sugu." "Really? It's so well done, I thought it was a real work." Chu Suasuwa said softly, "I didn't expect Sugu to be so outstanding." Gu Beixian's dark eyes softened. "Indeed, she is outstanding. Brother Beixian is even more outstanding. In my eyes, you will always be the most outstanding man." Chu Suasuwa stared at him with shining eyes, and the admiration in her eyes was obvious. Gu Beixian's thick eyelashes drooped slightly, and a layer of frost covered his eyes. In Sugu's heart, the best man must be her brother, Ayao. Suddenly, Chu Suasuwa heard very light footsteps outside the door, and thought of what the driver had told her, that Sugu was coming. She turned her eyes and thought of a plan. She stood up and went to take Gu Beixian's arm, her voice flirtatious and provocative. "Brother Beixian, let me help you take a shower. After you take a shower and fall asleep, I'll leave." "No need." Gu Beixian pushed her away with his hand. "It's fine, I'm not a stranger." "Really, you can go." His tone became irritated. Hearing the sound of the lock being opened at the door, Chu Suasuwa made up her mind. She let out a cry of pain and pretended to fall onto him, wrapping her arms around his waist and pressing her mouth against his. Gu Beixian grabbed her neck and tried to move her head away. But Chu Suasuwa was like a snake, tightly wrapped around him. He had drunk too much and his muscles were weak, so he couldn't push her away. As soon as Sugu entered the room, she saw Chu Suasuwa and Gu Beixian cuddling and kissing. The hands that had once caressed her waist were now holding Chu Suasuwa's neck intimately. Sugu was struck by lightning, and half of her body went cold. Chapter 7, Su Hua Strikes Back. It was like a dream. Su Hua stood there with cold hands and feet, her mind a blank. Seeing Su Hua, Gu Beixian suddenly sobered up a little, pushed Chu Suasua away, and stood up holding onto the sofa. Chu Suasua turned around and looked behind him, pretending to be surprised and shouting, "Su Hua, you're here?" Only then did Su Hua feel like someone being woken up from a dream, her heart pounding. She turned and left, forgetting to close the door. Sometimes things are too big and unexpected, and people don't have time to react. She didn't cry or make a fuss, but she felt her feet faltering and the scenery blurred. The cold spring wind blew on her face, as cold as ice. Su Hua was gradually sobered by the cold wind, and the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Did Gu Beixian ask the driver to call her over just to see him and Chu Suasua making out? The day he proposed to break up, she had already happily agreed, so why did he have to humiliate her in this way? Because you don't love someone, does that mean you can hurt them at will? Anger surged through every pore. Su Gu walked more and more upright, until she finally walked with a strong backbone. She walked out of the villa gate. The driver was waiting at the door, opened the car door and said, "Madam, Mr. Gu asked me to take you back." Su Gu was silent for a long time, then bent down and sat in. The driver closed the car door and called Gu Beixian on the phone. "Mr. Gu, I found Madam, I will take her back right away, don't worry." "Okay." Gu Beixian put down the phone, looked at Chu Suasua with a cold expression. "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" Chu Suasua lowered her eyebrows and said in a dejected tone, "I didn't know that Sister Su Gu would come so coincidentally. I just slipped and accidentally fell on you. I was drunk, not stupid." Chu Suasua pouted her lips and tears flowed down. "It's my fault. I'll call Sister Su Gu to explain." She reached into her pocket to get her phone. Gu Beixian raised his hand to stop her, his tone a little impatient. "No need, the more you wipe the blacker it gets, you should go home first. Then You're just drunk, you won't die." Gu Beixian bent over and sat heavily on the sofa, pinching his brow with his hand. He looked like he was in a lot of trouble. Chu Suasua didn't move, standing there with her head bowed, looking like a little wife who was being bullied. Because she was suppressing her sobs, her shoulders were shaking. Gu Beixian looked at her and felt sorry for her. He said, "I don't blame you. Su Gu didn't do anything wrong. I shouldn't have hurt her like this. But you already hurt her by asking for a divorce. Then I'll try to minimize the damage, instead of humiliating her in this way. A short pain is better than a long one. You're hurting her even more." Chu Suasua whispered, "It also hurts me. The marriage can't be separated for the time being. Grandma doesn't agree." Gu Beixian looked at her indifferently, and said, "I'm not divorcing her because of you." Chu Suasua was stunned. She was pale and trembling, and asked, "Beixian, are you angry or are you just drunk?" Gu Beixian raised his hand to his forehead and said, "I've had too much to drink, and my words will hurt you." Afraid that he would say something even crueler, and even more afraid that things would get to the point of no return, Chu Suasua left reluctantly with tears in her eyes. As soon as she left, Gu Beixian called her father and asked him to keep an eye on his daughter and not to commit suicide again. The next day at noon. Gu Biozai. Su Gu received a bank card sent by Gu Beixian. The person who sent the card said, "Madam, this is a little compensation from Mr. Gu. The password is your birthday." Su Gu looked at the card and smiled self-deprecatingly. Money is a good thing, but sometimes giving money is a disguised form of humiliation. She pushed the card back and said, "Tell him I don't need money. Mr. Gu asks you to accept it. He asked me to give you a message. Seeing is not always believing. Whatever decision you make, he agrees with it." "I understand." After the man left, she sat silently for a while, then got up and packed her things to go to a nearby restaurant for dinner. As soon as she stepped out of the door, she ran into the pitiful Chu Suasua, dressed in white. She was holding a bouquet of white roses in her hands and said softly, "Su Gu, can we chat for a while?" Su Gu restrained her emotions, looked at her indifferently for a few seconds, and said, "Okay." The two of them went to a nearby Western restaurant. After they were seated, Chu Suasua put the flowers on the table. She gently stroked the velvety rose petals and said with a happy look on her face, "I never thought that Beixian would be so romantic as to send me flowers so early in the morning. After 3 years, he still remembered that I like white roses the best. 20 roses represent eternal love." Su Gu felt a mixture of emotions. For the past 3 years, on every holiday, Gu Beixian had only ever given her cards, never flowers, not even one. It turns out that he is not a romantic, but he is just unwilling to be romantic with her. 20 roses, undying love, their love will never change, so touching. The waiter brought the coffee. Chusuasua picked up the spoon and stirred the coffee slowly, saying sweetly, I and Bei Xian have been childhood sweethearts, he has loved me since I was a child. Sugu took a sip of coffee and said in a low voice, Miss Chu, please get to the point. I'm busy, I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Chusuasua shrugged, so Sugu is not without temper, she just doesn't show it in front of Bei Xian, she's so good at pretending. Sugu sneered, I'm still Gu Bei Xian's wife. You barged into my house at night, holding my husband and kissing him, I didn't splash coffee in your face, it's because I'm a good person. Please don't be so rude, Miss Chu. Wow. Chusuasua stuck out her tongue and made a surprised expression. Sister Sual looks like a tigress. Suo's hand holding the coffee cup trembled slightly. She really wanted to splash her in the face. Chusuasua waited for a while, but she didn't wait for her to splash her with coffee, and she was a little disappointed. She set a trap for her to get into, but she didn't, so she had to use the next move. She stared at Suwu's face and said, Suwu is a smart person. You should be able to guess that you are a stand-in for Bei Xian, seeing how I look. Now that the main character has arrived, shouldn't you leave? The main character? Suwu wanted to laugh. Miss Chu has never been to school, or is she ignorant of the law? Gu Bei Xian and I are a legal couple, protected by the law. I am the main character. Chusuasua made a sound of disgust and said, You're getting a divorce, so why are you so arrogant? Sugu straightened her back and said, As long as we're together, you won't be able to be arrogant. Chusuasua snorted and pulled out her trump card. 3 years ago, you married Bei Xian for 10 million, and I'll give you double that. She took out a check from her purse and slapped it on the table. This is 20 million. Please take the money and leave him immediately. Sugu looked at the check lightly and said, I didn't marry Gu Bei Xian just for the money. Chusuasua laughed loudly, You're so fake, you're both a man and a woman. Sugu pursed her lips and looked at her coldly. She really wanted to slap her. Chusuasua said with contempt, 3 years ago, your grandmother had kidney failure and needed a kidney transplant. Your family sold their house to pay for her treatment, and they were so poor that they were almost penniless. You've only been with Bei Xian for a few years, and you've already forgotten your own origins? You're just a wild girl who came from a poor mountain village. No matter how high you climb, you can't change your poor appearance. She pushed the check forward, raised her chin proudly, and said condescendingly, Take it, don't pretend to be noble. Sugu was surprisingly calm. She glanced at the seal on the check and said lightly, Did you ask your father for the check? When you needed money, you didn't spare any words, did you? Does your whole family support you being a mistress? What a strange family. What use is it for your family to be rich? It still can't hide your ugly hearts. Chusuasua's face turned red and then white. You're talking nonsense. Sugwa stood up and looked down at her condescendingly. I restore ancient calligraphy and painting. If I wanted to make money in this field, it wouldn't be difficult. 3 years ago, if I hadn't married Gu Bei Xian, I could have made 10 million with my own hands. She grabbed the check and threw it in Chusuasua's face. Take your money and go wherever you want. Don't come out and disgust people. The check hit her in the face, and Chusuasua was furious. She suddenly pounced in front of Sugu, reaching out to grab her face. It was so fast that suddenly a figure appeared from the side, grabbed Chusuasua, and slapped her in the face. Chapter 8, Help! She was caught off guard and slapped several times, and Chusuasua was stunned. Her face was burning hot, her ears were ringing, and stars were dancing before her eyes. No one had ever dared to lay a finger on her in her entire life. She was furious, and grabbed the other girl's arm and scratched her furiously. The two of them struggled together. The Chu family driver, who had been hiding in the corner, hurried over and pulled the two of them apart. Chusuasua then saw that the one who had hit her was Gu Beixian's younger sister, Gu Nanin, and she was stunned. Sugu was also very surprised to see Gu Nanin. She was afraid that she would be bullied, so she hurried over and protected her behind her back. She glanced at her wrist and saw that it was bleeding from the scratches. Sugu took a band-aid out of her bag and carefully applied it to her wrist, asking softly, Does it hurt? Gu Nanin gasped in pain and said, It's okay, sister-in-law. She didn't scratch your face, did she? Sugu shook her head, No. Gu Nanin glared at Chusuasua angrily and said, You don't need to be polite to that kind of person. What's the point of reasoning with her? Reasoning is for people to hear, and she's not one of them. Chusuasua was furious when she heard this. She suppressed her anger and forced two tears to come out, saying in a wronged voice, Nanine, we grew up together since we were little, and I always treated you like a younger sister. Gu Nanine gave her a look and said, come on, I don't have a sister like you. My brother was so good to you, and our whole family was so good to you, but when my brother had an accident, you ran away faster than a rabbit. Now that my brother's leg is better and everything is normal, you're back to poaching my husband and bullying my sister-in-law. Are you shameless? Chu Suasua's face turned white and then red. I have my reasons. My brother believes you, but I don't. As soon as Gu Nanine finished speaking, Su Gu's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID and saw that it was Gu Beixian. Su Gu hesitated for a second, then pressed the call button. Gu Beixian asked, where are you? I'm at the Western restaurant south of the main entrance to the Antique Street. I'm passing by, I'll be there in 3 minutes. He hung up the phone. The image of him and Chu Suasua cuddling together last night flashed through his mind, and Su Gu felt a pang in her heart. She saw the white roses he had given to Chu Suasua on the table, and her heart felt even more blocked, like a huge stone had been placed on it, suffocating her. A few minutes later, Gu Beixian walked into the restaurant with his men. He was tall and straight, with pale skin and handsome features. Under his black trousers, his long legs moved with the wind, and his every gesture exuded a noble and refined air. The people in the restaurant were originally attracted by the fight between Chu Suasua and Gu Nanine. When Gu Beixian appeared, all eyes fell on him. Seeing him, Chu Suasua's eyes lit up, and she ran over to him, choking and shouting, Brother Beixian. Gu Beixian's eyebrows tightened. How did you end up here? Chu Suasua had red eyes and said pitifully, I was looking for Sister Su Gua to explain what happened last night, but before we could talk for long, she scolded me and Nanine hit me. She pointed to her swollen cheeks and pouted coquettishly, it hurts. Gu Beixian glanced at Su Gua. Was what she said true? Su Gua smiled. I never thought that the white moonlight he thought so much of was such a person. Not only is she heartless and unprincipled, she also speaks without thinking and accuses the wrong person first. It is true that the favored ones are always fearless. Su Gu was about to speak, but Gu Nanine spoke first. Brother, don't you think about it? My sister-in-law is such a good-natured person. If it wasn't for Chu Suasua provoking her, would she scold her? In those 2 years when you were not in good health and your temper was so bad, did she ever scold you? I hit Chu Suasua because she was going to slap my sister-in-law's face, and I thought I had gone too easy on her. Gu Beixian looked at Chu Suasua and asked, why did you provoke Su Gu? Why did you slap her face? Chu Suasua's face turned white, and tears flowed down her face. She said, I didn't do it. Su Gu and Nanine misunderstood me. Beixian, you have to believe me. She reached out to grab Gu Beixian's hand and fell into his arms. Gu Nanine stepped forward, grabbed her arm, and yanked her aside, scolding her, do you have no bones or something wrong with you? My brother is a married man, and you still crawl into his arms? You spineless coward. Shameless. Chu Suasua painfully covered her chest and tears fell like beads from a broken string. Gu Beixian frowned slightly and said to Gu Nanine, you should say less. Suasua has severe depression. Don't provoke her. Gu Nanine snorted and said, don't use depression as an excuse to be a bitch. I've seen many people with depression. They are self-respecting, self-loving, kind and beautiful. Unlike her, she is a good person who doesn't want to be a shit stirrer. Suasua cried out in pain, covering her mouth and stumbling out of the room. Her driver quickly picked up her bag and the check and ran after her. Gu Beixian turned around and told the bodyguard, go after her and keep an eye on her. Don't let her kill herself again. Yes, Mr. Gu. The bodyguard followed her out. Gu Nanine snorted. If she really wanted to die, she should find a place where no one was around and just do it. Why was she crying and scaring people? Gu Beixian's eyes turned cold and he scolded, Nanine, you've gone too far. Su Gu took Gu Nanine behind her and said, if you want to blame someone, blame me. Nanine is taking revenge for me. Looking at Su Gu, Gu Beixian's eyes softened and he took out a tube of imported ointment from his bag and handed it to her. This is scar-removing medicine that someone sent from abroad. You can apply it according to the instructions and the wound on your neck won't leave a scar. Su Gu stared at the tube of ointment with mixed feelings. She knew he didn't love her, but sometimes she felt like he cared about her. Soon, she smiled at herself. If he really cared, how could something like last night happen? Last night was too painful. It was so painful that she lost the courage to ask questions. Gu Nanyin reached out and took it, and stuffed it into Su's hand, glaring at Gu Beixian and saying, "Brother, if you dare to let my sister-in-law down, I won't recognize you as my brother." Gu Beixian said indifferently, "It's an adult matter, don't get involved, kid. I'm only a year younger than your sister-in-law, I'm not a kid." Gu Beixian ignored her and took Su's hand, saying gently, "Have you eaten yet? If not, I'll take you out to eat." Su was shocked and pulled her hand back from his. Gu Beixian looked at her with a particularly gentle gaze. "I said that last night was a misunderstanding. Do you believe me?" Su Hua straightened her neck, her usually gentle voice a little sharp. "It was unfortunate that I came at that time, and I disturbed you." Gu Beixian smiled deeply, with a hint of helplessness. "Forget it, I'll take you back." Su Hua picked up her bag and walked out. Gu Beixian took long strides, followed by his assistant. After leaving the restaurant, they passed a flower shop. Sugu pushed open the door and walked in. After looking around, she pointed to a bunch of white roses and said, "Give me a bunch." The clerk asked, "How many would you like?" Thinking of the 20 white roses that Gu Beixian had given to Chusuasua, Sugu said in a huff, 200. The clerk paused for a moment and said with a smile, "Please wait a moment." After waiting for a long time, the flowers were finally wrapped, and Su Hua realized why the clerk had paused. 200 roses, packaged, almost a meter in diameter. It was very large and heavy. She was struggling to hold it, but she was very satisfied. Why wait for someone to give it to you when you can buy it yourself? It's not like you can't afford it. Gu Beixian took out his card to pay, and Su Hua handed it over and said, "I have my own money." She said it very firmly. She earned the money to buy the flowers. Gu Beixian smiled faintly, knowing that she was being stubborn. After paying the bill, Sugu walked out with a huge bouquet of white roses. The bouquet was so big that it made her look even slimmer, like a slender, straight bamboo, delicate yet strong. Gu Beixian reached out to take the flowers. Sugu flashed to the side to avoid his hand. Gu Beixian's hand froze in midair, and it was only after a second that he slowly withdrew it. The two walked side by side. Looking at the dense roses in her arms, Gu Beixian asked, "Do you like white roses too?" "No." "Then why did you buy so many?" Gu Beixian's eyes crinkled with a smile. "I didn't think you liked flowers. I thought you only liked to paint. I'm a woman too." Seeing her good-natured appearance, and seeing her angry for the first time, Gu Beixian found it fresh. "What kind of flowers do you like? I'll get you some next time." Sugu didn't say anything. She had lived with her grandparents at the foot of the mountain since she was a child, and she liked the marigolds and dandelions in the mountains, as well as the irises, pink beans and sunflowers planted under the window. She has affection for these simple and hardy flowers, but she doesn't have any feelings for the expensive and delicate imported roses in her arms. "I bought so many of them purely out of pique." When they were about to reach the antique shop, Sugu suddenly stopped and said, "You don't have to give me any more." Gu Beixian's eyebrows twitched slightly. "Are you afraid that your colleagues will see me? You're going to divorce sooner or later, aren't you?" Her voice trembled slightly, and her heart was shaking. "It's like a dull knife cutting flesh, and it hurts." Gu Beixian was silent for a moment, stopped, and watched her figure gradually recede in silence, her eyes as deep as the calm sea. Sugu walked to the door of the antique shop and met the young master of the shop, Xin Huai. He smiled and said, "Such a big bunch of flowers, from your boyfriend?" "No, I bought them myself." Xin Huai's smile deepened. "It must be heavy. Let me hold it for you." Sugu handed him the flowers and said with a smile, "Thank you." Xin Huai half-jokingly said, "You are the leader of our store. What's the big deal about holding a bouquet of flowers for you?" Xin Huai was joking. The two of them laughed and walked into the store side by side. Gu Beixian stood there tall and straight, looking far away with a cold and indifferent gaze. He couldn't tell what he was feeling. It was like a small cabbage that had been carefully cultivated in his own home for 3 years, and suddenly a pig barged in and wanted to hump it. He almost instinctively wanted to drive the pig away. Only then did he realize that he was not as generous as he had imagined. With a light swipe of his tongue on his lower jaw, Gu Beixian ordered the assistant behind him, "Send someone to check on that man." "Okay, Mr. Gu." The two got into the car and headed back to the company. Half an hour later, the assistant took a call and reported to Gu Beixian, "Mr. Gu, the man's name is Xin Huai, he is a doctor, and the Gubaozhai is his grandfather's shop." 3 years ago, he and the young lady had a phone conversation. Gu Beixian raised his eyes were cold and fierce, and he looked up Shen Huai's nickname to see if it was called a Yao. Chapter 9, Urgent. Back at the company, it was busy until the evening. Gu Beixian raised his hand and loosened his tie, looking at the assistant with cold eyes and asking, "Did you find out what I asked you to find out?" The assistant replied, "Mr. Gu, Shen Huai doesn't have a nickname. His family calls him Shen Huai or Xiao Huai." Gu Beixian's coldness in his eyes faded a little, as if he was expecting it. Aya was the man that Su Wei has buried deep in her heart. Before she gets divorced, she won't easily go out with him. She is not old, but she always acts with discretion. Gu Beixian pushed his chair back, stood up, buttoned his suit with one hand, and said, "I'll send someone else to entertain Mr. Hua tonight. I still have things to do." "Okay, Mr. Gu." The assistant helped him tidy up the papers on his desk. After leaving the Gu building, Gu Beixian drove to the antique street. The sun was setting and the sky was getting dark. He sat in the car and called Su Yu. "I'm outside your store. Come out." Su Yu's voice came out of the phone, slightly surprised. "We're eating outside. It's a colleague dinner." "Who's there?" "All the colleagues in the store." "Is Shen Huai there too?" "Yes, he's the youngest boss of our store." Thinking of the two of them laughing and chatting together at noon, Gu Beixian's displeasure rose up in his heart, but his voice was completely calm. "After we finish eating, I'll pick you up." "Thank you." Her tone was restrained and distant, as if she was deliberately keeping her distance from him. Gu Beixian felt a little uncomfortable listening to her, and his hand holding the phone tightened slightly. He hung up the phone, dialed Xiao Yi's number, and said, "Come out, let's drink." "My brother, it's only a few o'clock and you're already drinking?" Xiao Yi's voice was lazy, as if he hadn't even gotten out of bed yet. Gu Beixian's voice was sharp and deep, "Bring the official seal and the land sale contract, and be at Jinjiao Zui within half an hour." Xiao Yi shook off his drowsiness and said, "Okay. Brother, I'll be there soon." Half an hour later, Jinjiao Zui Shanga. The room was packed with people, busy signing contracts, going through the formalities, and transferring money. After everyone had left, only Gu Beixian and Xiao Yi were left. The fair-skinned and handsome man sat lazily, his arm loosely resting on the back of the chair, his beautiful peach-colored eyes slanted, sizing up Gu Beixian. Gu Beixian took a sip of wine and said lightly, "Not at all." The hand holding the wine glass was cold and long, and it was beautiful beyond words. "TSK, you're out drinking alone, and you say it's nothing? When others are in a bad mood, they go out to find women to have fun with, but you're good, you just buy a piece of land, that's a big move. Remember to come to me next time you're in a bad mood, my father-in-law still has several pieces of land in his hands." Xiao Yi teased. "Don't take me for a fool. I was going to sign this contract anyway, but it's been moved up a week." Gu Beixian put down his wine glass. Xiao Yi picked up the white porcelain wine bottle and poured him some wine. "I heard that Chu Suasua has returned to China. Have you two been getting along well lately?" Gu Beixian raised his eyelid and wanted to say something, but he just said it. "Su Gu is a good girl, don't let her down." Xiao Yi stared at him, rarely being serious. Gu Beixian tapped his fingers on the table and smiled faintly. "Back then, when I wanted to marry her, who was it that hated her so much, saying that she was not good enough for me? At the time, I thought she was vain and would marry anyone for money, but later I realized that she was truly good to you. Any gold-digging woman would have made a quick fortune and run away, she wouldn't have worked so hard to take care of you for so long." Gu Beixian's deep eyes were dark and gloomy. "She is very good. Then why are you still?" Gu Beixian lowered his eyes and stared at the clear white wine in the glass. He spoke in a very light tone. "She was a very good little girl. 3 years ago, she was forced to marry me because her family was short of money. She didn't say anything, but she must have been very upset. I've wronged her for 3 years, and I don't want to continue to wrong her." Xiao Yi was surprised. "Is that why you want to divorce her? More or less?" Xiao Yi felt sorry. "Such a good girl, how can you let her go? What else?" Gu Beixian's expression was calm and unruffled, but a dark shadow had gathered in the corner of his eyes. He couldn't keep her trapped by his side, watching her suffer nightmares in which she cried out for her brother Yao. He couldn't bear to see her suffer. He couldn't bear the humiliation either. He was a man, and a man who couldn't stand to see a speck of dust in his eye. But if he really had to let her go, he didn't want to. It was a dilemma. Gu Baixian held the wine glass to his lips and drained the rest of the wine. The white wine was spicy, and it felt like a knife cutting down his throat. It was stuck in his chest and burning. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Xiaoyi shouted, "Come in." The person pushed the door open. She had a small face with delicate features, a white blouse with puff sleeves and a tulle skirt, a full set of Cartier jewelry, a Chanel jacket draped over her arm, and a Hermes ostrich skin handbag. It was Chu Suasua. When she saw her, Gu Baixian's eyes grew cold. Chu Suasua twisted her waist and walked gracefully behind him, putting her arm on the back of his chair, leaning forward, and her red lips brushing against his ear. Gu Baixian's ears itched from the hot breath she exhaled, and he moved aside to avoid it. Seeing that she had no intention of leaving, he said in a neutral tone, "Sit down." "Thank you, Brother Baixian." Chu Suasua pulled out a chair and sat down, draping her coat over the back of the chair. The waiter immediately brought her a set of utensils. Gu Baixian pushed the menu in front of her, and she could order whatever she wanted. Chu Suasua looked at the table full of dishes, pushed the menu away, and smiled sweetly. Xiaoyi raised his hand and wiped the goosebumps on his arm. Chu Suasua turned a plate of Arctic sweet shrimp to her side, looked at Gu Baixian with big, watery eyes, and said, "Baixian, I want to eat shrimp." Xiaoyi rolled his eyes and said, "Don't you have hands of your own?" Chu Suasua puffed up her cheeks and said in a pouty voice, "I've never peeled shrimp on my own since I was a child. My parents peeled them for me at home. When I went out to eat with Baixian in the past, he always peeled them for me." She reached out and caressed his arm, her voice as soft as water. "Brother Baixian, I want to eat the shrimp you peel." Gu Baixian glanced at her briefly, withdrew his arm, put on a disposable glove, and picked up a shrimp from the plate to peel it. Somehow, the image of Su Gu peeling shrimp for him appeared in his mind. Her hands were very dexterous, and the shrimp meat was peeled off, but the shell was still intact. He had tried several times but failed. After peeling one, he held the shrimp meat in his hand and placed it in the plate in front of Chu Suasua. Suddenly, Chu Suasua lowered her body and caught the shrimp in her mouth, deliberately including his finger as well. Her tongue gently circled his fingertip, sucking and kissing it. Her eyes looked at him with wet eyes, and her eyebrows and eyes were full of love, wanting to get on top. She quickly took his finger out of her mouth, smiled seductively, nibbled on the shrimp meat with her teeth, and said softly, "The shrimp that Baixian personally peeled is really delicious." Gu Baixian's expression paused slightly, and he couldn't tell what he was feeling. He removed the disposable gloves on his hands and threw them aside. He then picked up the disinfected towel on the table and wiped the finger she had just sucked on. Xiaoyi's body was covered in goosebumps, and he really wanted to slap her. She was so shameless. She was flirting in front of him, treating him like air. Xiaoyi picked up his phone and sent a text message to Su Hua, "Sister-in-law, your husband is drunk and acting crazy. We're drunk today, on the third floor of the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion." Su Gu was having dinner with her colleagues at the Capital Hotel when she received the message. She called Xiaoyi to ask for clarification. Because Gu Baixian had always been a good drinker, she had never seen him drunk before. The phone rang once, and then Xiaoyi hung up. Su Gu dialed Gu Baixian's phone number, just about to dial. Suddenly, a text message from Xiaoyi popped up on her phone, "Sister-in-law, come quickly. Hurry. It's urgent." Su Gu's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 10. Hello, cousin. Thinking that something had happened to Gu Baixian, Su Gu grabbed her jacket and stood up, heading out without saying a word. Shen Huai was having dinner with her at the same table. Seeing that she looked upset, he picked up his car keys and chased after her, asking, "What's wrong?" Su Gu smiled weakly and said, "I'm going to the bar. You guys eat slowly." Shen Huai shook the car keys in his hand and said, "I'll drive you there." Su Hua was anxious and no longer refused. She said thank you softly. 20 minutes later, the car stopped in front of the hotel. Su Hua got out of the car and walked quickly towards the hotel entrance. The wind lifted the hem of her trench coat, revealing her beautiful slender legs. She took the elevator and hurried to the third floor of the hotel. Su Hua pushed the door open and went in. She saw Chu Suasua holding a soup spoon and feeding it to Gu Baixian. Their shoulders were touching, her cheeks flushed, her eyes full of spring water, and she was feeding him soup. Su Hua froze. Her fingers gripping the doorknob were white, and her heart felt like a thorn had been stuck in it. It was bloody and painful. Her eyes were unfocused, and she looked over at Gu Baixian. Although he was holding a wineglass in his hand, his eyebrows and eyes were clear and bright, and he looked like a man in his prime, not even half drunk. When Chu Suasua saw her coming, She leaned over to Gu Beixian in a provocative manner, and her smile on her face was not at all pleased. Su Gu smiled at herself in a self-deprecating manner. "Excuse me." After saying this, she turned her head and left. Xiaoyi quickly pushed his chair back and chased after her, grabbed her arm, pulled her to Gu Beixian's side, and sat her down. "Sister-in-law, you should be sitting next to Shanga." He gently patted her shoulder, hinting that she should not be impulsive. Gu Beixian stared at Su Gu's shoulder that Xiaoyi had patted, paused for a second, picked up a disinfectant towel, and wiped her shoulder. Su Gu smiled. Her shoulder was slapped by Xiaoyi, and he felt dirty. What about him? He and Shu Suasuwa hugged and kissed, feeding each other lovingly. Who was dirtier? Su Guan pursed her lips tightly, afraid that if she opened her mouth, all kinds of unpleasant things would come out. In the 3 years of their marriage, she had never had a single argument with him, never had a red face, and even when he couldn't stand up 2 years ago, when he was depressed and irritable, and threw things and lost his temper, she didn't say anything. Now that they were about to divorce, there was no need to break the rules. She only blamed herself. When she heard about his accident, she shouldn't have panicked and rushed here, humiliating herself. The two of them were at a standstill for a moment. Gu Beixian turned his head and said to Chu Suasuwa, "Suasuwa, you can go home first." Chu Suasuwa's lips were slightly pursed, a little unwilling, but she still stood up and said to Su Gu, "Don't be angry." Xiaoyi sat on the side, his eyes rolling up to the sky. They can make a love scene out of eating a shrimp, and they are feeding water and soup. How can this be called just having a meal? If it weren't for him staring at them with hungry eyes, these two would have turned into a fire sooner or later. Seeing that no one was going to stop her, Chu Suasuwa picked up her coat from the back of the chair and was about to leave. With a crash, the corner of her coat knocked the teacup off the table and broke it into several pieces. Chu Suasuwa bent down to pick it up, but her index finger brushed against a sharp piece of porcelain, instantly cutting her hand. She let out a scream, holding her finger, tears welling up in her eyes, her fingertips trembling. She held onto the edge of the table, trembling her lips, and said to Gu Beixian, "It hurts, my hand hurts so much." Xiaoyi shrugged, "I'll take you. Your sister-in-law is here, so don't be rude to her." Chu Suasuwa's eyes hardened, and she held onto Gu Beixian's sleeve tightly with her bloodied hand, staring at him with red eyes like a rabbit. Gu Beixian stood up and said to Su Gu, "Let Xiaoyi take you home, and I'll take Suasuwa to the hospital and come find you." After saying this, he picked up Chu Suasuwa's bag and walked out with her on his arm. Su Gu was surprisingly calm. She called the waiter without any haste and signed the bill. After signing the bill, she also packed the dishes that had not been touched. After packing, she politely thanked the waiter and gave him a 100 yuan tip. She walked out with Xiaoyi carrying the packed dishes. She did this to avoid Gu Beixian and Chu Suasuwa. She didn't want to see them cuddling up to each other and looking so affectionate. It was too heartbreaking. While waiting for the elevator, Xiaoyi looked at Su Wu, who was calm and collected, and sighed. "Sister-in-law, you are a good woman." "Thank you." Su Wu stood very straight and elegant, with a smile on her face that was like the eternal smile on a portrait. A good woman is good at everything, but if she is too good, she will be a bit boring. Men like women to be dignified and generous outside, but at home, you'd better be a bit more wild and a bit more slutty, be more flexible, be more coquettish when you should, be more weak when you should, be more thick-skinned when you should, and be more cunning when you should. Sister-in-law, put in more effort, otherwise you won't be able to compete with Chu Suasuwa. Xiao Yi's words were from the bottom of his heart. Is Chu Suasuwa a slut? Su Gu asked softly. Damn, she's a slut. Xiao Yi was angry when he mentioned this. If I hadn't been sitting next to him, these two would have probably fallen in love. Sister-in-law, you must find a way to keep Xian Ji's heart. Su Gu pinched the strap of the bag tightly with her fingers, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She thought that if you love someone, you just have to be sincere and good to him, but she never imagined that it was not enough. But she could not be a flirt. She grew up with her grandparents. Her grandfather was serious and her grandmother was dignified. She did not have the nature of a flirt. The two went downstairs. Gu Beixian did not leave, standing by the car smoking and waiting for her. When he saw them coming out, he put out his cigarette, came up to her, gently took her by the shoulders, and looked down at her. His whole demeanor was exceptionally gentle. I'll be back soon. Don't think too much. Su Gu was so sad that she laughed. He might as well have hurt her once and for all, so that she could find a reason to hate him. But he was so gentle and polite, so gentle and affectionate, that she couldn't even hate him. She could only say half kindly and half pettishly, "Take her to the hospital quickly." Okay. Seeing that she didn't care, Gu Beisan turned around and got into the car. The driver started the car and drove towards the hospital. Sugu said to Xiaoyi, "I came with my colleagues. The dinner is not over yet. You don't need to send me off. You go and do your work. Okay, don't forget what I said. We only recognize you as our sister-in-law." "Thank you." Sugu walked up to Shenhuai's car and got in. Shenhuai started the car and asked while backing up, "Who is that man to you?" "Which one?" "The second son of the Gu family, Gu Beisan." Sugu didn't know how to answer. If she said ex-husband, they were still married. If she said husband, he had already filed for divorce, paid the settlement, and his heart was already with Chu Suasuo. Su Hua was silent for a moment, then said, "A relative." "Your surname is Su, his surname is Gu, is he your cousin?" Su Hua nodded absent-mindedly. 3 years ago, because Gu Beisan had a leg injury and could only use a wheelchair, it was inconvenient to hold a wedding, so the two of them only got a certificate. Now that they are about to divorce, there is no need to make a big fuss and go around telling people, so let's just call him my cousin. Seeing her in a low mood, Shenhuai asked, "Are you alright?" "I'm fine." "Nonsense, you're obviously troubled." "Shin, what kind of women do you men like?" Sugu had a knot in her stomach. Shenhuai smiled and said, "Different people have different tastes. Some like plump women, some like thin women, and as for me." He glanced at her profile. Her face was oval, fair and well-proportioned, with big watery eyes and long eyelashes like a pair of butterflies. The light from the street lamp shone on her face in a delicate way, making her look a little distorted. She was as beautiful as a painting. His heart skipped a beat, and he said, "I admire Miss Su for being gentle and calm, beautiful but unaware of it, and obviously talented but not arrogant or impetuous." Sugu smiled faintly. It turns out that there are still men who admire her. It turns out that being liked by someone is not necessary to be so tired. She didn't have to be wild, or flirty, or change, or be brazen, or use tricks, and still people liked her. But she was just a restorer of cultural relics, how could she be so good? Sugu's mood improved a little. It's no exaggeration to say that your level of restoration of ancient calligraphy and painting has reached the top of the industry. Many so-called experts will never reach your level in their entire lives. You're too kind. I've been learning from my grandfather since I was a child. He taught me one-on-one, and I was young and quick to learn, so I had a lot of practice. If I still can't do it well, I'd be letting him down. Talent and hard work are important, as well as personality. Restoring ancient calligraphy and painting is very frustrating. Not many young people want to learn it now, and it's almost lost. That's true. As the car turned a corner, Su said, "Will you take me home? I don't want to go back to the hotel." "Okay." They arrived at the apartment complex where Su lived. Su got out of the car with the packed food. Shenhuai followed her out of the car. "It's too late. I'll take you upstairs." "Thank you." Shenhuai smiled as he took the packed food from Su. He had always been surrounded by rich girls and boys, but this was the first time he had seen someone who packed their own food. Restoring ancient paintings and calligraphy is a niche but popular profession, and there is a shortage of talent. He offered her a very high salary, so she shouldn't be so frugal. After dropping Su Hua off downstairs, Shenhuai didn't want to leave. He held her hand and talked to her for a while, mostly about work. The moonlight was so beautiful that even just talking to her made him feel inexplicably good. Suddenly, Su Hua's eyes froze. She saw a tall, straight figure approaching them from afar. The man was extremely tall, with a tall and straight figure, walking with the wind, quite charming. Even though they were so far apart, Sugu still recognized him at a glance. She wondered to herself, didn't he take Chu Suasua to the hospital? How could he be back so soon? Realizing her unusual behavior, Shenhuai turned his head to look and said with a smile, "Your cousin is here." Su Hua paused and nodded lightly. When Gu Baixian approached, Shenhuai extended his right hand to him and said politely, "You are Su Hua's cousin, right?" "Hello, cousin. I am her colleague, Shenhuai." Gu Baixian looked down at Su Hua with cold, icy eyes. "I am your cousin?" Chapter 11, very provocative. Sugu looked up at him with a very calm expression on her face. "Yes, I am your cousin." Her eyes were clear and resolute. People who are used to being gentle are even quieter when they resist. Gu Beixian had originally wanted to scold her, but suddenly he felt sorry for her. He lifted his hand and pulled her into his arms. Su Gu was unprepared and fell into his arms. She could smell the pleasant male fragrance on his body mixed with the smell of alcohol and tobacco, as well as a strange sweet fragrance. That was the fragrance on Chu Suasua's body. Su Gu felt disgusted and shook her shoulders, trying to pull away from his embrace. Gu Beixian used his arm to hold her tightly, with a domineering and possessive air. He said politely and distantly to Shenhui, "Thank you for bringing her back." Shenhui said, "You're welcome." But his eyes were fixed on the arm that was resting on Su's shoulder, wondering if the two cousins were too close, more than just relatives. Gu Beixian gave him a cold look, then hooked Su's shoulder and led her to the elevator. While waiting for the elevator, he stared at the changing numbers and asked casually, "Is he chasing you?" "Not really. I just admire her." When a man says he admires a woman, it's never for pure reasons. He changed the subject. "You've been in touch for 3 years?" Su Hua's face changed slightly. She broke free from his embrace and said, "Are you investigating me?" Gu Beixian rubbed her head with his hand and said in a gentle tone, "Don't put it so bluntly. I'm just concerned." Su Hua backed away and avoided him. "His grandfather knew my grandfather. 3 years ago, he offered me a high salary to work for him." "Oh, so our Su Su is so outstanding." His tone was intimate and a little teasing, with a faint smile on his lips. Su Su's ears tingled. They had been married for 3 years, and they had always respected each other as guests, but it was the first time she had heard Su Su called so intimately by him. She was a little uncomfortable and a little sad. With a ding, the elevator door opened. The two walked in one after the other. There was no one in the elevator. Gu Beixian pressed the button for the 21st floor and turned to look at Su Hua. His eyes were deep and his gaze slightly sharp, as if he was about to release some pent-up emotion. The usually reserved and ascetic man suddenly had a bit more of a wolfish nature. Su Hua felt a bit oppressed and instinctively moved to the corner. She looked at him with her big, dark eyes and asked, "What's wrong?" Gu Beixian's back blocked the surveillance camera, and he looked down at her condescendingly. "You told him I was your cousin on purpose to give him a chance?" Su Hua understood. This was to settle the score with her. She was about to speak when he suddenly covered her lips. He was a very good kisser, whether it was a light kiss or a deep kiss, he could always make her heart flutter. Su Hua's heart was pounding, as if it was boiling. Worried that someone would come in and see them, she pushed him away with her hand, and she was also annoyed with him. She was so thin and small, how could she push a tall and strong man away? It was in vain. Instead, it gave the impression of being reluctant to resist, tantalizing in an intangible way. Gu Beixian held her flailing hand, pinched her chin with the other hand, and kissed her harder and harder, biting her lightly. It looked like he was taking out his anger in some way. Su Gu was panting from his kisses, and nearly couldn't breathe. Gu Beixian let go of her, straightened her messy hair and collar, and deliberately threatened her, "Daring to call me cousin again?" Su Hua's ears turned red, and she gave him a glance without saying a word. Gu Beixian smiled sullenly and looked at her with lowered eyes. Her moist lips were slightly open, and her big eyes were as wet as a deer's, very provocative. Just now, in front of Shenhui, she stubbornly called him her cousin, so he really wanted to teach her a lesson and see if she would dare to call him her cousin in front of other people in the future. Usually, people who are used to being docile occasionally show a little edge, which easily arouses his desire to conquer. The elevator was speeding upwards. Gu Beixian suddenly asked without thinking, "Do you regret marrying me 3 years ago?" Su Gu was slightly taken aback, looked up, and looked at his overly handsome eyebrows and eyes. Her gaze was a little dazed, as if she was looking at him, but not really. Her voice was low, but firm, "No regrets. 3 years ago, I was a useless person who couldn't walk, and I had a terrible temper. Even the nurses and maids hated me. You're a beautiful young woman with a bright future, and you've never regretted marrying me?" He stood there with one hand in his pocket, his eyes clear and his posture straight as a pine tree. The air of dignity that radiated from him was truly charming in the cold white light. You can no longer see the decadent look of 3 years ago. Su Gu said seriously, "You sent someone to help my grandmother find a kidney donor, saving her life. You bought a house for our family and gave us a huge dowry, saving our whole family from disaster. I can't thank you enough. Since I was a child, my grandfather has taught me to repay kindness." Gu Beixian listened without emotion. After hearing the last word, he raised his eyelid and asked with no emotion, is that all you have for me? Su Hua was silent. If this had happened in the past, she would have said without hesitation that in addition to gratitude, there was also love that grew over time. But now that he had filed for divorce and was so close to Chu Suasua, she would appear to be cheap if she put her heart in front of him again. She pursed her lips slightly and said nothing. The elevator door opened. The two walked out. Su Hua took the key out of her bag and opened the door. They entered the house. Gu Beixian silently watched her change her shoes. When she straightened up, he suddenly put one hand on the wall, circled her in his arms, looked down at her, and stubbornly asked again, "Is that all you have for me, gratitude?" Su Gu looked up at him. His face was calm as water, and his dark, deep eyes seemed to contain the Milky Way. Unfortunately, in his heart, she was just a replacement. Su Gu was a little heartbroken, lowered her eyes, and said softly, "Yes, it's just gratitude." There was a bit of pique in her voice. Gu Beixian smiled wryly. Yes, all her love was given to her beloved brother Yao, and when she came to him, all she had left was gratitude. What's the point of a marriage that's held together by gratitude? Gu Beixian suddenly felt bored. The spark that she had kindled in the elevator had completely died out. He withdrew his hand, put it in his pocket, looked around the living room, and asked absent-mindedly, "Is your mother not at home?" "The caregiver who took care of my grandmother is on leave, and my mother is covering for her these days." "You sit down, I'll go wash my hands and make you some tea." She was about to leave when Gu Beixian's phone suddenly rang. He took it out of his trouser pocket and looked at it. It was from Chu Suasua. Su Gu was close by and saw the word Suasua on the screen. It was like swallowing a fly. She turned around and walked towards the bathroom. Gu Beixian looked at her back as she hurriedly left. After a moment of silence, he answered the call, walked to the window and asked, "Is your finger wrapped up?" Chu Suasua's voice was a little wet, like she was holding a grievance. "It's wrapped up. I just got on the bus and am about to go home." "Is Su Gua not angry?" "No, she has a good temper and doesn't get angry easily." Chu Suasua pouted, but her voice was very gentle. "Did she say anything about me?" She was afraid that Su Gua would reveal the 20 million shekel. Gu Beixian looked indifferent and didn't say anything. "She doesn't say much." Chu Suasua let out a sigh of relief and said, pretending to be surprised, "She talks a lot. In the coffee shop at noon, she talked to me with sharp words and said a lot of things in one breath." Gu Beixian was a little annoyed by this. Suasua has never said anything bad about you in front of me. In the future, I don't want to hear this kind of thing from you." Chu Suasua was taken aback and quickly corrected herself, saying, "I was wrong. Brother Beixian, I just don't want you to be deceived by Sister Su Gu." Gu Beixian frowned and said, "Nothing else. I'm hanging up." "Don't hang up yet. I'll be there tomorrow." Bang! A loud noise suddenly came from the bathroom. Gu Beixian grabbed his phone, took a long step, and walked over like the wind, asking in a hurry, "What happened to Su Gu?" Chapter 12, More Important Than Life. "It's nothing, I accidentally knocked over the vase." Su Gu bent down to pick up the broken pieces of porcelain. "I'll do it, don't touch it, you'll hurt yourself." Gu Beixian quickly walked into the bathroom, pulled her aside, and casually put the phone on the countertop of the sink, then leaned over to pick it up. He forgot to hang up the phone. Su Gu found a trash can and handed it to him, telling him to be careful. "I have thick skin, it won't cut through." Gu Beixian picked up a few large pieces of broken porcelain and threw them into the trash can. "Nonsense, how can you have skin that won't cut through?" Su Gua squatted down next to him and picked up the pieces with him. Gu Beixian stopped her from touching them, saying, "I had a terrible temper those 2 years, and I would break things all the time." Thinking about the suffering of those 2 years, Su Gu's nose became a little bit moist and her tears almost fell. She quickly lowered her eyelids and said gently, "I didn't feel crushed, really." Gu Beixian stared at her long eyelashes and looked at them for a while, saying, You have a temper that's not like a real person." Thinking of Xiaoyi's words, Su Gu asked softly, "Is my personality kind of boring?" Gu Beixian smiled faintly and said, "Yes, a little." "Hit you." Su Gu gently pushed his leg. Gu Beixian smiled and held her hand. Listening to the two people flirting on the phone, Chu Suasua hung up in a huff. With a bang, she threw the phone on the car seat. She was so angry that she didn't speak the whole way. Back at the Chu family, Hua Qiru saw her fingers wrapped and her face pale, and asked anxiously, "What happened to your hand? Why are you so angry?" My hand is fine, just a little injury. Then why are you so angry? Chu Suasuwa was indignant. She was just a country girl who had been Beishian's nanny for 3 years, and he was so protective of her. I said a few words to her, and he got upset and wanted to hang up on me. She picked up a broken vase, and he was afraid she would cut her hand. He was supposed to take me to the hospital tonight, but he got a call from Xiaoyi halfway there, saying that Suyu had gotten into her colleague's car. He immediately got out of the car, hailed a taxi, and went to find her. Hua Kiro couldn't figure it out either. He cared so much about her, why did he want to divorce her? Shu Suasuwa kicked off her high heels. Who knows? Last time, Bei Xian said that he was divorcing her not because of me, and that mentioning me was just a pretext. I don't know if he was telling the truth or just angry. I think it was angry. Shu Suasuwa slipped on her slippers and walked to the sofa, sat down, and thought about what had happened today. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Hua Kiro comforted her. Bei Xian married Sugu after seeing your appearance, which means he can't let you go. You are a genuine product, what is there to compare with a fake? Don't worry, take it slowly, give him a chance to accept you again. Chu Suasuwa frowned, seeing how good their relationship was, how could I not be anxious? It's useless to be anxious, this kind of thing can't be rushed, think of a good way to get him back. Hua Kiro handed her a glass of water. Chu Suasuwa took the cup and pouted at her, blaming her, it's all your fault. A year ago, Bei Xiangya was able to stand up. I said I would take a year off to go back to China to find him, but you wouldn't let me, insisting that I observe him for a year. Now that they have feelings for each other, I'm almost out of the picture. Hua Kiro gave her a look and said, even car accidents have after effects. If you don't observe him carefully, what if he has a relapse and ends up in a wheelchair? Chu Suasuwa was silent and drank water in silence. After a few seconds of silence, Hua Kiro asked, did Sugu accept the check you gave her? No. Hua Kiro was surprised. She didn't even care about 20 million, so why did she have such a big appetite? 3 years ago, she was willing to marry a man who was paralyzed from the waist down for 10 million. When she mentioned this, Chu Suasuwa was furious. Do you know how arrogant she is? She threw the check in my face and said that if she hadn't married Gu Beisan 3 years ago, she could have earned 10 million on her own. On her own? Hua Kiro sneered. Is a restorer of ancient paintings that good? I had someone look into it. Her grandfather, Su Wenmai, was very famous in the industry when he was alive, and she has inherited his true legacy. So what? Hua Kiro sneered. If her hands were crippled, I don't think she could be so arrogant. Chu Suasuwa suddenly opened her eyes wide and glared at her. Mom, don't do anything rash. 1 week later, noon. Gubo Zhai. Su Suasuwa locked the door to the restoration room and went downstairs to eat at a nearby restaurant. She came to a Hong Kong-style restaurant, ordered a shrimp rice bowl, found a seat by the wall, and quietly ate. She was gentle and quiet, with porcelain-white skin and delicate features. Her fingers, as white as spring onions, held ebony chopsticks as she slowly and carefully chewed her food. Her elegant manner of eating stood out in the noisy restaurant. After she finished eating, Sugu picked up her bag and walked to the door in a graceful manner. She raised her right hand to push the glass door. The glass door was a bit difficult to push, so she pushed it open with her left hand and pushed it out with both hands. Suddenly, a figure came running in from outside and slammed the door open. Sugu tried to pull her hand back, but it was too late. A sharp pain ripped through her fingers. She was in so much pain that she almost fainted. Her legs were shaking so much that she could hardly stand, so she squatted down on the floor, holding her left hand, tears streaming down her face. The 4 fingers on her left hand were visibly swollen, and the bones seemed to have broken, with blood oozing out and dripping onto the ground, bright red and chilling. In a daze, she heard someone apologize to her. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. The woman's voice was hard, and she was wearing a yellow takeaway uniform and a motorcycle helmet. She took out a wad of money from her bag and put it at Sue's feet. This money is for your medical expenses. I have an emergency. Can I contact you later? Sugu was in so much pain that she could not speak. She looked at her hand through tear-filled eyes. Her hand, the hand that she had worked so hard for nearly 20 years, the hand that had inherited all the skills of her grandfather and his ancestors for 5 generations. The hand that she had valued more than her own life since she was a child. It was ruined. She trembled all over, her face was pale, her eyes were sad, and she was so desperate. By the time the restaurant owner heard the commotion and came over, the person who hurt Su Hua had already run away without a trace. The owner drove her to the hospital. After stopping the bleeding and taking an X-ray, Gu Beixian arrived. He was wearing a suit and tie, and had been in the middle of a meeting for a third of the time when he received a call saying that Su Hua had hurt her hand. Su Hua was being supported by the owner as she walked out of the radiology department. She was thin and fragile, unable to stand steadily, her eyes red and teary, her soul lost. Anyone who saw her would feel sorry for her. Gu Beixian looked unhappy, walked up to Su Hua, and asked the restaurant owner, with a strong sense of anger, who had hurt her. "Where is he?" The owner was a woman in her 40s, a little scared, and her voice trembled as she said, "According to the customers in the restaurant, it was a delivery person, and he has already run away." Gu Beixian gritted his teeth and ordered the assistant behind him, "Go find him. Dig up the ground 3 feet and dig him out for me." "Okay, Mr. Gu." The assistant could feel that his emotions had reached a critical point and were about to erupt. He dared not be negligent and immediately took someone to investigate. The restaurant owner also dared not delay and hurriedly followed the assistant back to the restaurant to coordinate the monitoring. It would be a while before the X-ray results came out, so Gu Beixian helped Su Gu find a chair to sit down in, and he held her in his arms, carefully, as if she were a baby. Su Gu was still trembling, and her hands and feet were cold. Gu Beixian unbuttoned his suit with one hand, took it off, put it on her, held her close, and pressed his chin against her head, his expression grim. The X-ray results came out, and they were shown to the doctor. The doctor said that Su Wu's middle and ring fingers were broken and needed to be cut open and reset surgically. Gu Beixian sent someone to find Su Wu the best orthopedic surgeon, Dr. Bai, to operate. After more than an hour, the operation was completed. After the observation time, Su Wu was transferred to the ward. Her fingers were swollen like carrots, and the broken fingers were fixed with splints and needed to be infused. She was in a very bad condition, silent and lying like a wooden man, with a desperate look in her eyes as if the sky had collapsed. Gu Beixian looked at her silently for a while, then took a towel and dipped it in warm water to wipe her face. After that, he fed her kanji and medicine. Su Wu was very obediently drinking kanji and taking medicine, but she wouldn't speak. At around 8 p.m., the person who hurt Su Wu was caught. The assistant walked over to Gu Beixian and whispered a few words in his ear. Gu Beixian's expression grew colder and colder as he listened, and at the end, his jaw tightened for a moment, and his eyebrows twitched several times in anger. He took a few deep breaths before calming down. He leaned over and said to Su Wu, "I'm going out for a while, I'll be back soon." Chapter 13, Avenge Her. Su Wu stared at the ceiling with a blank expression, as if she hadn't heard. Gu Beixian sighed, patted her shoulder lightly, and turned and left. When he left, he told the bodyguard at the door, "Protect Su Gu, and call me immediately if anything happens." The bodyguard replied, "Yes, Mr. Gu." After getting into the car, the assistant reported to Gu Beixian, "I brought someone to check all the surveillance cameras along the way, and used the power of several parties to find Huang Quebec. When we caught her, she was in a black taxi, fleeing to the countryside to hide." Gu Beixian's eyes were cold. What was this person's background? Huang Ke was Huang Guang's sister. Huang Guang was the bald guy who had kidnapped the young mistress to restore the ancient painting. After that incident, he was found to have participated in a gang tomb robbery and was sentenced to 7 years in prison. The surveillance showed that Huang Ke had been disguised as a delivery person in the past few days, wandering around the antique city, waiting for an opportunity to take revenge on the young mistress. Gu Beixian clenched his hand, which hung at his side, and his knuckles turned white. He came to the small building where Huang Ke was being held. Huang Ke had short hair, a sallow complexion, red eyes, and dry, chapped lips. Gu Beixian walked over to the sofa and sat down. He looked up and gave her a cold, indifferent glance. "Why did you break Su Hua's finger?" Huang Ke glared at him with hatred in her eyes and said with gritted teeth, "She got my brother into jail." Gu Beixian sneered. "Your brother was a grave robber and kidnapped Su Hua. He should have gone to jail." Huang Ke glared at him with a sideways glance and didn't say a word. Gu Beixian raised his lips halfway, smiling and frowning at the same time, and said slowly, "I never hit women, but you are so hateful." As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed the ashtray on the coffee table and smashed it on Huang Ke's head. Huang Ke dodged, but her assistant held her down and she couldn't escape. Bang! The ashtray, made of glass, grazed her head and fell to the ground, breaking into pieces. The assistant kicked Huang Ke in the leg. She fell to her knees on the broken glass, trembling with pain and whimpering like a wounded wild dog. Gu Beixian stood up from the sofa and looked down at her with cold eyes. The assistant understood and stepped on Huang Kei's hand, crushing it several times. The sharp pieces of broken glass stabbed into her fingertips. Huang Kei begged for mercy in pain. My hand, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, please spare me. Gu Beixian laughed. You know it hurts. When you broke Su Gu's fingers with the door, did you think about whether she would be in pain? Those were the hands she valued more than her life. Those hands had tirelessly massaged his legs for the past 2 years, soothing his body and mind gently. Such a good girl, gentle and kind, and unconcerned with the world, but this scum has cut off her most precious finger. Gu Beixian suppressed his anger, put his hand in his pocket, and said lightly, Your hand is too cheap. The assistant hurriedly replied, I understand, Mr. Gu. Gu Beixian turned and left. After he left, the assistant grabbed Huang Kei's hand. Ka! A flash of cold light appeared before his eyes, and Huang Kei let out a scream that was devoid of human emotion. Plop! She fell hard to the ground, her limbs twitching, her eyes rolling, and she fainted. Back at the hospital, Gu Beixian sat down at Su Gu's bedside. Looking at her blank and dazed expression, Gu Beixian felt a tug in his heart. He was about to tell her that her revenge had been avenged when she suddenly grabbed his sleeve. She is gentle on the outside, but tough on the inside, and she doesn't easily show her vulnerable side. At this moment, she is vulnerable and helpless, and she is full of dependence on him. Gu Beixian's heart softened, and he felt that he was needed. He coaxed her gently, Don't be afraid, I'm not leaving, I'll stay with you for a few days. Su Gu slowly let go of his sleeve. Gu Beixian carefully brushed her hanging hair behind her ear and said, Close your eyes and sleep for a while, I'll watch you sleep. Su Gu, however, could not sleep. Her 4 fingers were swollen and puffy, and the tips of her fingers were connected to her heart. Every time her heart beat, it hurt her fingers. Her fingernails had turned black and purple, which was very frightening. She closed her eyes and waited, feeling very sad. If her fingers did not heal properly after breaking, she would be ashamed of her grandfather's decades of careful cultivation. Bang bang, someone knocked on the door. Gu Beixian got up to open the door. Standing outside was Xin Huai, tall and wearing a white coat, holding a bouquet of white roses. He called out to his cousin, I just got off the operating table. I heard that Su Gu's hand was injured, so I came to see her. Gu Beixian's expression did not change, but his tone was quite cold. Xin Xiao has many professions. Xin Huai smiled and said, My main job is a doctor, and the Gubaozhai is my grandfather's shop. Gu Beixian ignored him and walked over to Su Hua and sat down next to her. Xin Huai put the flowers on the bedside table and looked at Su Hua's hand, asking gently, Does your finger still hurt? Su Hua nodded. Don't worry too much. I heard that Dr. Bai performed the surgery on you. His medical skills are quite high, and you are so young, so your finger will definitely heal. Thank you. Su Hua said softly. Xin Huai stared at her black and purple fingernails and said, Your fingers are bruised. You need to let the blood out. Once the blood is released, the pain will be relieved a little. He called the nurse to send the needle over. Gu Beixian looked at him with raised eyebrows. Can you do it? Xin Huai flashed his work ID. He is the attending physician. He has been on the operating table before. It is not difficult to let the blood out. Soon, the nurse brought the needle and disinfected cotton. Xin Huai disinfected the needle and inserted it along Su Wu's fingernail, squeezing out a lot of blood. After the blood was released, Su Wu felt that her finger hurt a little less. Xin Huai packed up and patted her arm lightly. It's getting late, you should get some rest. I'll come see you tomorrow. Gu Beixian stood up and said lightly, I'll walk you out. The two walked out one after the other. Gu Beixian closed the door, glanced at him coolly, and said indifferently, Su Hua doesn't like your type, so don't think about her in the future. Xin Huai's expression changed slightly, and he smiled. Which type does Su Hua like? Gu Beixian imagined what a Yao looked like, but he really couldn't imagine which type he was, so he said, She likes my type. Xin Huai's smile deepened, but unfortunately you are her cousin. Gu Beixian's eyes turned cold and ice cold. I am her. Ding-ling-ling, Xin Huai's cell phone rang. He took out his cell phone from his white coat and waved it at Gu Beixian. Cousin, I have to take this call. After the call was connected, he walked away while talking on the phone. Gu Beixian was angry and his face was gloomy and ugly. He returned to the ward and saw Su Wu suffering so much that his anger disappeared. He looked at his watch and saw that it was getting late. Gu Beixian called the maid, Mrs. Lu, to bring 3 basins of hot water. He took a towel to wipe Su Wu's face, then lifted the corner of the quilt and picked up her feet to wipe them. Su Wu pulled her feet back and wouldn't let him wipe them. Gu Beixian said in a gentle tone, "For 2 years, I couldn't stand up, and you took care of me for 2 whole years. Now it's my turn to take care of you." Su Hua stopped moving, and her eyes turned slightly red. After wiping her feet, Gu Beixian was about to take off her pants. Su Hua suddenly realized what he was going to do, and tightly closed her legs to prevent him from taking them off. Gu Beixian smiled lightly. "We are husband and wife. You are so clean, you must be uncomfortable without a wash. I'll help you wipe it." Su Gu looked at him with a slightly resentful look in her eyes. The mention of divorce, Chu Suasua stirred things up again. Even if they didn't get a divorce certificate, the relationship was ultimately a little different from before. Seeing that she was reluctant, Gu Beixian was quiet for a moment and said, "Let Sister Lu wipe it for you?" After a few seconds of silence, Su Gu's tightly closed legs slowly loosened. Compared to Sister Lu, Gu Beixian was obviously a little closer. Sister Lu was very perceptive and quickly avoided the situation. Gu Beixian wiped very carefully. Su Gu's face turned red like a piece of burning charcoal. After wiping, Gu Beixian wiped her legs and upper body. Sister Lu came over and removed the basin. Towards the middle of the night, Su Gu finally fell asleep. Gu Beixian lay next to her, not daring to sleep, worried that she would move her hands when she fell asleep, causing her fingers to dislocate, so he kept holding her hand. After a long time, Su Hua had another nightmare, trembling and curling up into a ball. Gu Beixian held her in his arms and patted her gently, like he was patting a child. Su Hua felt safe and subconsciously leaned into his arms, mumbling "ah" with her eyes closed. Gu Beixian raised his hand and pressed her lips, blocking the last 2 words. After a while, he saw that she had calmed down, so he moved his hand away from her mouth and whispered, "Little ungrateful." Su Wu, who was sleeping, turned over gently. She naturally couldn't hear him, and she didn't know that she had shouted "Brother Yao" countless times in her nightmare. Chapter 14, She Only Has Me. The next day, late at night. Su Gu's fingers still hurt, and she tossed and turned in bed, finally falling asleep. Gu Beixian lay next to her, holding her. The phone suddenly vibrated. Afraid of waking Su Gu, Gu Beixian pressed the mute button and gently pulled his arm out from under her neck to go outside to answer it. But before he could finish, Su Gu woke up. She slowly opened her eyes and looked at him, sleepy-eyed, and asked, "What's wrong?" Gu Beixian pointed to the phone and said, "I'm going to take a call." "Why don't you take it here? It's cold outside," she said thoughtfully. Gu Beixian nodded and said, "Emotion, what's up?" Chu Emotion, the brother of Chu Suasua, said politely, "Sorry to bother you so late." Suasua's hand was smashed by a hammer, with 4 fingers on her left hand fractured. "She's in a very bad condition and has been crying for you. Is it convenient for you to come and see her now?" Gu Beixian's face changed, and he sat up straight and asked, "When did it happen?" "More than 2 hours ago." Gu Beixian's eyebrows tightened, and he said, "I'll be right there." "Thank you, I'll send you the room number to your phone later." "Okay." Putting down the phone, Gu Beixian began to unbutton his pajamas, and he did it quickly. Seeing his anxious look, Su Gu had a hunch that he probably wouldn't be back tonight after he left. He will probably go to take care of Chu Suasua, hugging and kissing her, and cooing to her, trying to comfort her. Su Gu felt a stab of pain in her heart. She remembered what Xiaowei had said, that she should be coquettish when she should be, and weak when she should be, otherwise she would not be able to compete with Chu Suasua. At a time like this, Su Gu could not be coquettish, but she could be weak. After all, weakness was a woman's nature. She suddenly wrapped her arms around Gu Beixian's waist and buried her head in his arms. The meaning was clear, she didn't want him to leave. Gu Beixian paused, unbuttoned his shirt, and touched her head. Su Wu refused to let go, still vigor and spirit. But when Su Gu was with Gu Beixian, it was the most difficult and desperate time for him. As the saying goes, true feelings are revealed in times of trouble. Your 10 years naturally cannot compare to his 3 years. Chu Suasua's emotions suddenly got out of control, and she yelled at him, "How can you even side with her? Are you my real brother or hers? I'm not judging you, I'm just trying to help you think rationally." Chu Machin said calmly. Chu Suasua burst into tears. Chu's father stood by and said in a low voice, "Machin, please don't say too much. Your sister's hand is all bruised up. Gu Beixian returned to Su Wu's ward, pushed the door, but it didn't budge. The door was locked from the inside. He knocked on the door for a long time, but Su Mo refused to open it, and she didn't answer the phone. He raised his hand and pinched his eyebrows, and then called the bodyguard to find a way to unlock the door. After a few minutes, the lock was opened. Gu Beixian walked into the room. Su Mo was lying on the bed, facing the inside, ignoring him. Gu Beixian changed into pajamas and lay down next to her, holding her in his arms. Su Hua struggled, but she couldn't move. Her eyes were red, but her voice was cold. She said, "Please have someone prepare the divorce agreement tomorrow." Gu Beixian held her hand tightly, and after a long silence, his Adam's apple moved slightly. He said, "I'm sleepy. Go to sleep." After dawn, Gu Beixian accompanied Su Hua to a breakfast. He reached out to touch her face. His eyes were gentle. "I have a meeting in the morning. I'll be back for lunch." Su Yu turned her head away and said lightly, "No need. Don't forget about the divorce agreement." Gu Beixian's face darkened. "Grandma's health has been poor lately, and your hand is injured." He stood up, changed his clothes, and left. After the doctor came to change the medicine, Su Yu took a book and sat quietly on the bed reading it. At noon, the bodyguard knocked on the door and said, "Young madam, Miss Chu's mother is outside the door and wants to visit you." Su Gu was silent for a few seconds and said, "Let her in." The door was pushed open and Hua Qiru walked in with swollen eyes, glaring at Su Gu and grinding her teeth. Su Gu was taken aback. "What? Did you have someone hit Suo's hand with a hammer?" Su Gu's expression changed slightly, but she quickly said calmly, "It wasn't me." Hua Qiru stepped forward and grabbed her by the collar. "You vicious little girl, you have a heart of ice. You stole the love of Lolo's life and smashed her hand." I only have one daughter. I hold her in my hands for fear of her getting sunburned, and I hold her in my mouth for fear of her melting, and you smashed her hand. I'm going to fight you today." Mrs. Lu heard the commotion and hurriedly ran out of the bathroom, pulling Hua Qiru away from Su Gu. Hua Qiru was pulled by Mrs. Lu, and she kept jumping forward, cursing and reaching out to hit Su Gu. "Bitch, you little country girl," all kinds of dirty words kept coming out of her mouth. She was a real shrew. Su Gu listened quietly for 7 or 8 minutes, and then said to Mrs. Lu, "Mrs. Lu, please move aside." Sister Lu froze for a moment, slowly released Hua Qiru, and stepped aside. Su Gu grabbed the cup on the bedside table and smashed it into Hua Qiru's face. Bang! A loud noise. The stainless steel thermos cup smashed into her nose. Suddenly, blood gushed out. Su Gu pointed at the door and shouted, "Get out!" Chapter 15. Is it a Yao? Hua Qiru was almost knocked unconscious by the blow. She instinctively covered her nose, and her mind went blank. She didn't expect that Su Xian, who looked gentle and easy to bully, would suddenly hit her so hard. She looked down and saw that her finger was bright red. She was in pain and anger, and in a fit of anger, she screamed and rushed at Su Xian. Sister Lu hurriedly stepped forward and hugged her from the waist. The bodyguard heard the commotion and pushed the door open to rush in and pull Hua Qiru away. Gu Beixian walked in with his assistant, his face dark and gloomy. He gave Hua Qiru a cold glance and then looked at Su Gu. Seeing that she was fine, his face looked a little better. Hua Qiru covered her bloody nose and complained to Gu Beixian, "Look, this is the good woman in your eyes. She looks gentle and virtuous, but she really is ruthless. A cup was thrown at me and almost killed me." Gu Beixian said in a calm voice, "Su Wu has always been gentle and quiet, indifferent and uncompetitive. She must have provoked you to hit her." He looked at Su Wu and asked in a gentle voice, "How did she provoke you?" Su Wu was surprised. She didn't expect Gu Beixian to take her side at this time. After all, Hua Qiru is the mother of his beloved. She slightly pursed her lips and looked at Sister Lu, indicating that she should come over. Mrs. Lu hurriedly said, "The young mistress is sitting on the bed reading a book." Mrs. Chu suddenly barged in and scolded her, and even tried to hit her. I stopped her. She kept on scolding the young mistress, and it was so unpleasant that I, as a stranger, couldn't bear to listen. The young mistress is very patient, and she listened quietly for a long time. Finally, she couldn't stand it anymore and started to hit her. Gu Beixian's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he said to Hua Qiru, "Apologize to Su Xian." Hua Qiru was shocked, thinking she had heard wrong. "Beixian, it was me who was injured, so she should apologize to me. You see how she attacked me, she must have had someone smash Locke's hand." Gu Beixian looked cold. You are distressed by Locke's hand injury, and you are out of control, I can understand. But without evidence, you cannot casually slander Su Gu. Physical injury is injury, and mental injury is also injury. You insulted Su Hua first, so you must apologize. His voice was not loud, and there was no emotional ups and downs, but the listener felt inexplicably oppressed. Hua Qiru was a little scared, but with this apology, her face was gone. She straightened her neck and said with a stiff head, Beixian, the Gu and Chu families have been doing business together for so many years, I hope you will consider the overall situation and reconsider who should apologize. Her words were full of threats. Gu Beixian looked at her for a second, slightly raised his lips, smiled, picked up his phone and dialed a number. He said to the person on the phone, Emotion, your stepmother is making a fuss in Su Gu's ward. Please send someone to deal with it. Chu Emotion paused for a moment and replied, I'm in Su's ward. I'll be right there. Gu Beixian nodded lightly and hung up the phone. Hua Qiru covered her nose, which was bleeding profusely, and trembled with anger. Beixian, you are not the kind of person who would protect your own, you are helping the devil. Gu Beixian didn't even bother to look at her, but walked over to Su Gu's bed and sat down. He straightened her crumpled collar and asked in a soft voice, Are you hurt? Su Gu shook her head. He went to touch her hand. Does it still hurt? It's okay. He put his arm around her shoulders, looked into her eyes and asked in a low voice, Are you still angry? Yes. You did the right thing today. Whoever bullied you, you should fight back. Su Gu raised her eyelids and her big, watery eyes stared at him quietly, wanting to say, You bullied me too. How should I fight back? However, because there were other people present, she didn't ask him in the end. At times like this, we should be united against the enemy. Watching the two of them exchange glances and look at each other lovingly, Hua Qiru couldn't stand it for a moment and really wanted to turn around and leave. But if she left like that, she wouldn't be satisfied, and if she didn't leave, she would be angry. Before long, Shu Machin arrived with his men. After greeting Gu Beixian, he looked at Hua Qiru, whose face was covered in blood, and then looked at Su Gu, lingering his gaze on her face for a moment. He said politely, Mrs. Gu, my stepmother is very upset because of Locke's injury, and she is in a state of panic and her emotions are out of control. I apologize for her many offenses. He leaned forward slightly, lowered his head, and said sincerely, I'm sorry. Su Hua is a reasonable person, and seeing that Chu Machin was so sincere in his apology, she said indifferently, Forget it. Hua Qiru angrily said, You can forget it, but I can't. My nose hurts so much from you hitting it, I'm going to get a disability evaluation. And Chu Machin frowned, impatiently waving his hand at his subordinates, Take her to get her wound treated. The subordinates hurriedly stepped forward and took Hua Qiru away, one on each side. Chu Machin politely said to Su Gu, When you are discharged from the hospital, I will invite you and Beixian to dinner to apologize to you on behalf of my stepmother. Su Gu couldn't help but look at him twice and said, You're welcome. She resented Chu Sua, but somehow she couldn't resent this Chu Machin. She felt that he was a person with a clear sense of right and wrong and a lot of self-control. Gu Beixian asked Chu Machin, Has the person who hurt Sua been caught? Chu Machin's face sank slightly, No. That person had a strong ability to counter surveillance, avoiding almost all surveillance along the way, and no fingerprints were left at the scene. Because it was an underground parking lot, there were too many footprints, and it was difficult for the police to collect them. The only clue was a blurry backshot captured from the surveillance, which happened to match the time of the incident. Gu Beixian raised his eyebrows, Did you bring the photo? Let me see it. Chu Machin took out an envelope from his trench coat pocket and handed over a 7-inch photo. Gu Beixian took it and looked at it carefully in his hand. The photo was indeed quite blurry. In the dim light, the outline of the man's back could be faintly seen. The man was tall and had long legs. He was wearing a black combat jacket, a black baseball cap, black gloves on his hands, and a hammer in his hand. He had a strong figure and a very large walking pace. Even a vague silhouette can show that this person is not ordinary, and that he has a kind of aura that ordinary people don't have. Gu Beixian thought of someone, and his fingers holding the photo tightened. He said to Chu Machin, Please give me this photo. I will send someone to help look for it. Thank you for your trouble. It's nothing. After Chu Machin left, Gu Beixian asked Mrs. Liu to leave first. The door closed and the room quieted down. Gu Beixian said to Su Gu, Do you remember the bald guy who took you away to restore the ancient painting? Su Gu nodded and said she remembered. It was his sister who broke your finger. She hated you for sending her brother to prison and was waiting for an opportunity to take revenge on you. I have already taken revenge for you and crippled her left hand. Su-gu was shocked. She looked down at her left hand with a splint and was still very sad. What's the use of revenge? Her finger was already broken, and she didn't know what would happen in the future. Gu Beixian said with a hint of meaning, this has nothing to do with Suasua, and you have taken revenge on the wrong person. Suasua's heart skipped a beat. She suddenly looked up at Gu Beixian, her voice trembling. Do you suspect that I had someone smash Suasua's hand? Gu Beixian's eyes deepened, staring at her for a while, holding her shoulders. Don't be angry, I believe it's not you. What I mean is that someone is helping you in secret, but he's looking for the wrong person. It's not Suasua who hurt you, she's innocent. Su-gu restrained her emotions. So who do you think is helping me in secret? Gu Beixian handed over the photo. It's this person. Su-gu reached out and took the photo, staring at the figure in the back. But it was hard to tell who it was just from the back. Gu Beixian looked at her with a deep meaning. Is the person in the photo a Yao? Su-gu's nose became a little bit sore, and her eyes suddenly turned red. She pinched the photo tightly in her fingers and said very emotionally, it's not him. It can't be him. Chapter 16, Blacklisted. Seeing Su Hua so protective of that Yao, Gu Beixian felt very uncomfortable. His face showed no change, but his eyes were restrained. I'm going out for a smoke, he said coldly and walked out. When closing the door, he had to use more force than usual. But Su Hua didn't notice. Her mind was filled with the night 13 years ago, the nightmare-like night, the howling wind, the raging fire, the endless pain, the desperate cries. A Yao was the key to that nightmare. Whenever she thought of it, her heart would be pierced by a thorn, and the waves of emotions would rise up, making it difficult to calm down. A tear silently slipped from the corner of her eye and fell onto the blurred photo. It was a long time before Su-gu calmed down. She wiped her wet eyes with the back of her hand and looked back at the photo. She thought, who was helping her in secret? She didn't even tell her own mother about her injured hand, for fear of worrying her. Only a few people knew about it, including Gu Beixian. Gu Beixian was ruled out, for he would not harm his beloved. Could it be Shin Huai? Su-gu picked up her phone and called Shin Huai, asking, Mr. Shin, do you know Chu Suasua? Shin Huai paused for a moment and said, I think I've heard that name somewhere. Why? Someone smashed her hand with a hammer last night. Shin Huai let out a sigh and asked if I could help her find a doctor. No, it's nothing. Su-gu hung up the phone. Obviously, it wasn't Shin Huai either. Su-gu picked up the photo again and looked at it carefully. Since marrying Gu Beixian, she has been living a secluded life, and she is quiet and reserved. She doesn't have many friends, and even fewer friends of the opposite sex. She racked her brains, but couldn't recognize whose back it was. Gu Beixian smoked a whole pack of cigarettes outside before he could calm down. He pushed open the door and entered the room. He saw Su-wu sitting on the bed, holding the photo in her hand, her brows furrowed, looking worried. He paused, walked over to the bed and sat down, then gently ran his hand along the fine lines that had formed between her eyebrows. He stared into her eyes for a long time, then held her in his arms. He held her for a long time, longer than a normal hug. Su-gu could smell the strong smell of smoke on him, so she asked softly, have you smoked a lot? Yes. It was hard to quit. Don't smoke. It's not good for your health. Okay. After a while, he said, I'm sorry. I upset you just now. Su Hua wanted to say something, but she couldn't think of anything to say, so she said, I'm hungry. Let's eat. Gu Beixian let her go and called the bodyguard to bring in the food. After eating, Gu Beixian went to the company. In the evening, Gu Nanin came to see Su Hua with a big bouquet of flowers. As soon as she sat down, she began to complain, Sister-in-law, why didn't you tell me you were injured? If it weren't for Brother Emotion mentioning it by accident, I wouldn't have known you were in the hospital. Su Hua smiled and said, you have to go to school. You're about to graduate, and I don't need to find a job. I don't want to take the postgraduate entrance exam either. I'm bored out of my mind every day. If you had told me, I would have come over to keep you company and chat with you, so you wouldn't have been bored. Su Hua said softly, no, you wouldn't. Gu Nanin looked at her hand, which was swollen and red from the splint, and said angrily, which bastard did this to you? A few days ago, she got into trouble with a group of grave robbers. Su-gu briefly told her the whole story. Gu Nanin was furious after hearing it. The two of them chatted for a while, and it got dark. Gu Nanin looked at her watch and picked up her phone to call Gu Beixian. Brother, I'm here to see your sister-in-law at the hospital. I want some milk tea. Can you bring me one on your way back? You remember what I like to drink, right? Don't forget to bring one for your sister-in-law too. Gu Beixian's voice came from the phone. I'm at the hospital. I want to drink milk tea. Tell the bodyguard to go buy some. I'm in your sister-in-law's room. I don't see you. I came to see Sua, and I'll be back in half an hour. Gu Nanin couldn't sit still, and suddenly stood up from her chair and walked to the window, saying, Brother, you're really disappointing me. My sister-in-law is injured, and she's already in a bad mood, and you're still upsetting her like this. Don't you know that the biggest taboo for women is for a man to get too close to his ex-girlfriend? Gu Beixian was silent for a moment, and said, I'll be back in a while. You come back now, hurry. Gu Beixian hung up the phone. Gu Nanin walked angrily to Su Gu's bed and sat down, looking at her as if she wanted to say something but couldn't. In the end, she couldn't help but say, Sister-in-law, has my brother been getting along with Chu Sua lately? Su Gu nodded. Gu Nanin sighed, Sister-in-law, you're too honest, you can't beat her. She's always been a scheming person, especially crafty and especially sly. Even I can't beat her. Su Gu listened absent-mindedly and said casually, Really? Yes, she has always liked to fight me for my brother since she was a child. Our families have business dealings, and we often get together for dinner during the holidays. She sticks to my brother, saying, Oh, Brother Beixian on the left and oh, Brother Beixian on the right. She makes my brother pick her food and peel her shrimp, and she is so cute and spoiled. My brother was like possessed, treating her so well, indulging her in everything. Su Gu listened with a throbbing pain in her heart, but her face showed no emotion. Gu Nanin said, Later, I was so angry that I went to grab her brother. I also called him Emo Shingo, and made him run around, infuriating her. Su Gu had a good impression of Chu Emotion, so she said, I feel that the two of them don't really seem like a family, and their personalities are quite different. They are half-siblings. Chu Sua's mother is Emotion's younger sister-in-law, and she is very cunning. Gu Nanin rolled her eyes. Su Gu listened quietly. To be honest, Emotion is quite pitiful. Gu Nanin suddenly became depressed inside. His younger sister died in an accident shortly after she was born, and his mother was so shocked that she went crazy. His younger sister was originally engaged to my brother, and if she were alive, she would be about your age. Su Hua didn't know what to say, so she curved her lips. Not long after, Gu Beixian returned. He was carrying 2 cups of milk tea and dessert, 1 cup of mango pomelo sago dessert, which Su was fond of, and 1 cup of strawberry milkshake, which Gu loved. Gu inserted the straw into the milk tea and handed it to Su. Su took it and smelled the faint sweet fragrance on the sleeve of his suit. It was the same perfume that Chu Sua usually wore. As she looked down, she saw a nail-sized red patch on the collar of his shirt. It was the same cherry red lipstick that Chu Sua had worn the last time she saw him. Sua felt as if she had been bitten by a cat, and her heart skipped a few beats. It wasn't the first time she had experienced this, but it was always so painful, like being tortured in hell. Su Gu squeezed the cup tightly and smiled self-deprecatingly, saying, You've worked hard, buying milk tea for us even though you're so busy. Gu Beixian said casually, I had the driver go buy it. Gu Nanin took the milk tea from him and gave him a look, saying, Brother, you're just making things up. A woman as good as your sister-in-law is 1 in a million. If you lose her, it'll be hard to find another. Gu Beixian glanced at Su Gu, and saw her slowly drinking milk tea with a straw in her mouth. Her long eyelashes were hanging down, and she didn't seem to have any expression. He said nonchalantly, Don't get involved in adults' business, kiddo. Gu Nanin looked like she was disappointed in him. I'm doing this for your own good. If you don't listen to me, you'll regret it later. 10 days later, at noon. Gu Beixian rushed back to the hospital after inspecting a subordinate company. The 2 bodyguards who were supposed to be standing guard at the door were gone, and Gu Beixian looked slightly displeased. He pushed open the door to the ward and saw a strange face lying on the bed. Gu Beixian was shocked and asked the nurse who was walking over, Where is the patient named Su Gu who was staying here before? The nurse thought for a moment and said, She was discharged from the hospital and left early this morning. Gu Beixian's face fell and said that he had agreed to wait for him to come and pick her up from the hospital. But she left without even saying goodbye. He picked up his phone and dialed Su's number. A mechanical female voice came from the phone, The user you have dialed has turned off their phone. He opened WeChat and sent Sue a message, but it didn't go through. She had blocked him. Chapter 17, A Night-Long Search. Gu Baixian's face grew even more gloomy. He picked up his phone and called the bodyguard who was supposed to protect Su Hua. I told you to keep an eye on Su Hua, where is she? The bodyguard said respectfully, the young mistress said that we were tired of guarding her for so many days, and gave us 2 days off to rest, and she said that this was your idea. Gu Baixian raised the corner of his lips, not quite smiling. A woman who was always obedient and well-behaved could actually fake an order. He asked coldly, where did she go? He could tell that she was displeased, so the bodyguard replied cautiously, the young mistress didn't say. Gu Baixian hung up the phone and dialed the number of Mrs. Liu. She had also turned off her phone. Frowning, Gu Baixian instructed his assistant, go check the surveillance cameras. Yes, Mr. Gu. The assistant immediately took someone to the hospital surveillance room. 10 minutes later. The assistant called and said, Mr. Gu, all the surveillance cameras that could have seen the young mistress have been deleted by someone. Gu Baixian's hand holding the phone gradually tightened, almost deforming the phone. After a moment of contemplation, he stood up and walked towards the nephrology department. He came to Su Gu's grandmother's ward, knocked on the door, and entered the room. Su Peilan was pulling the quilt to cover the old lady. When she saw Gu Baixian, she raised her eyelids and asked with no expression, is there anything wrong? Gu Baixian said in a low voice, Mom, Su Mo has been discharged from the hospital. Do you know where she went? Su Peilan laughed. You are her husband. If you don't know where she went, how would I know? She has a misunderstanding with me and is angry with me. She doesn't know where she went. A young girl with a wound on her hand is very dangerous if she runs around. Please tell me where she went. I will go find her. He spoke very politely, but his tone carried a hint of command. That kind of condescending attitude is innate. Su Peilan is thick-skinned and discerning, and she heard it. She pulled a chair and sat down, crossed her legs, and looked at him with disdain. You were sick and grumpy those 2 years, and my daughter didn't run away. She worked day and night for you, serving you wholeheartedly. Now she's run away. She must have been so wrong that she ran away. Gu Baixian looked deep into her eyes and said nothing. Su Peilan smiled self-deprecatingly. Yes, my daughter is just a nanny in your eyes. Now that your leg is better, you don't need a nanny, so you naturally don't want her. Gu Baixian curved his lips. I never thought of her as a nanny. Su Peilan gave him a look and said, don't just say nice things. If you want to, be more attentive to her, if not, just get a divorce. My daughter is beautiful, has a good temper, is smart, and has a good skill. She's only 23 years old, so what kind of guy can't find her? There are many divorces now, it's not a big deal at all. Gu Baixian's mouth was raised, but his smile didn't reach his eyes. He said coldly and lightly, you're busy, I'll look for it again. He turned and left. The door slammed shut with a loud noise. Su Peilan sighed and said to the old lady lying on the bed, who was half asleep, Mom, look at his temper. I just scolded him a little and he got angry and slammed the door and left. Xiao Wan followed him and I don't know how much she suffered behind his back. The old lady moved her eyelids but didn't say anything. When she got married, all the relatives behind her back laughed at me, selling my daughter to a cripple for money. After he finally got up, I thought Xiao Wan's good days were coming, but I didn't expect him to be restless again. A marriage between two people of different social status is looked down upon, and people can bully and belittle you as they please. Su Peilan turned her back and secretly wiped her eyes. The old lady sighed and said slowly, I'm the one who dragged her down. Mom, please don't say that. It's all my fault. Su Peilan's throat felt dry. Next. Gu Baixian and his men searched everywhere for Su Sun, but they didn't find her until late at night. In the middle of the night, he was lying on the big bed in the bedroom. He tossed and turned, unable to sleep. After thinking about it, he suddenly thought of a place. He quickly got dressed and took his men with him, traveling all night to Su Village. Su Village is located at the foot of Su Mountain, and it is the hometown of Su's grandfather. Su grew up there. The group traveled a long distance. When they arrived in Su Village, it was already 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. Gu Baixian got out of the car, pushed the gate, but it didn't budge. Su should be sleeping at this time, and he didn't want to wake her up. He opened the car door, put the seat down, lay down in the car, closed his eyes, and tried to take a nap. After all that, he was exhausted and fell asleep as soon as he closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, it was already bright. Gu Beixian pushed open the car door and got out. The bodyguard hurried over and said, "Mr. Gu, someone is talking in the courtyard." "It sounds like the young mistress." Gu Beixian nodded slightly and walked to the front of the courtyard, pushing the door open. This time, the door opened. At a glance, the courtyard was very large. No one had lived there for a long time, and weeds had grown in the corners. In the east corner, there was a pear tree with blossoming flowers. Under the tree sat a gentle and quiet woman. A long white sweater covered her slender and delicate figure. Her black hair was graceful, her skin was white, her facial features were delicate, and a faint smile was on the corner of her lips. When the wind blew, the snow-white petals of the pear blossoms fell onto the woman's hair. It was as beautiful as a painting. A tall man in a light blue shirt was bending over to help her apply medicine to her hands. The two of them were laughing and chatting softly, not even noticing someone had entered. The woman was Su Gu, whom he had found from day to night. The man was the doctor and heir to the Gu Bao Zhai, Xin Huai. Gu Beixian's eyes changed, a kind of coldness that was indescribable. His lips were raised, with a hint of self-deprecation, looking at the two of them with a cool and indifferent gaze. For a long time, he suppressed his anger and said, "Su Gu, why didn't you tell me you were coming to my house?" Su Gu seemed to have just noticed him, looking over from afar. Her voice was flat, "You're too busy, so I won't bother you." She replaced you with you, distancing herself from him. Xin Huai turned and looked over, his eyes showing a hint of surprise, and he smiled, "Cousin, you're here? Come in." Gu Beixian looked at him indifferently and walked towards Su Gu. He came to her. He looked down at her, curled his lips, but there was no smile in his eyes. "I've been looking for you since noon yesterday, and I still haven't found you. You don't have to go to so much trouble." Su Gu smiled coldly and distantly. Her big dark eyes were full of stubbornness. The other day, when Suasua got up from bed to go to the bathroom, she almost fell when she got out of bed. I helped her up. The lipstick on her lips rubbed against my shirt, and I didn't notice it at the time. I only noticed it when I took off my clothes at night. You don't need to explain to me. Suasua's tone was a little perfunctory. She was disgusted by these details and subconsciously resisted. This time, she left without saying goodbye because her emotions had accumulated to a certain extent. It wasn't just because of the lipstick. They had been married for 3 years and had been respectful of each other. She didn't want to argue with him, but she was really annoyed and had to leave. Out of sight, out of mind. Gu Beixian paused and said, "Luo Luo's hand was smashed by that guy Yao with a hammer." She was already severely depressed, and this injury made things worse. I was worried that she would commit suicide again, so I visited her more often. Su Gu was silent for a long time, then slowly stood up and said, "Please come with me." Gu Beixian nodded and followed. The two of them walked out of the gate, one in front of the other, and headed towards the back of the village. The road was a country dirt road, and in the spring the wind was strong and the dust was flying. After walking for about 10 minutes, they came to a willow forest. The willows were thick and dense, and the slender branches danced in the wind. Under the trees were dense mounds of graves. Even in broad daylight, the place was eerie, and the temperature was significantly lower than elsewhere. From time to time, a crow or two would fly past overhead, emitting a mournful cry. Su Gu was not at all afraid, and walked around to a small old grave, standing still, staring at the grave, her eyes gradually becoming sad and watery. After a long time, she said softly, "A Yao is here." Chapter 18, Open Your Mouth Obediently. He died long ago. A dead person can't possibly hurt anyone. Someone else smashed Chu Suo's fingers. As for who that person was and why they wanted to take revenge on her, I really don't know. Su Gu's voice was very calm, but a layer of tears slowly formed on her lower eyelashes. Gu Beixian looked down at the grave. It was an ordinary grave. It looked like it had been there for a long time. There was a bunch of wilted wildflowers in front of the grave, and there were ashes on the ground. The grave was extremely simple, made of only yellow soil, and there was not even a tombstone. It was impossible to tell whose it was. Gu Beixian lightly raised the corner of his lips. When he asked her who a Yao was, she avoided answering. After the surveillance camera showed a photo of a Yao's back, she casually found a small grave to appease him. She didn't know that when she called out to him for the first time in her dream. He had already sent someone to this small village to secretly investigate him. All 98 households in the village, regardless of age or gender, all said that there was no such person as a Yao in the village. Therefore, the person buried in this grave could not possibly be a Yao. She had always been sincere and honest, but now she lied in order to protect her brother A Yao. Gu Beixian felt very uncomfortable, and a wave of anger rose up. He was about to expose her lie. But then he saw her eyes, which were wet with tears, staring at the grave, her expression sad. The wind blew, and her thin body swayed, making me feel sorry for her. This immediately aroused his desire to protect her. His heart softened, and his anger subsided. He lifted her into his arms and said gently, "It's okay, I won't pursue it anymore. Don't cry." Su Gu's face was pressed against his collar, silently weeping. Soon a small patch was soaked, and her thin shoulders trembled slightly. Gu Beixian stroked her thin back, his tone slightly reproachful and a bit spoiled, saying, "Next time you come out, tell me in advance. Remember?" Su Hua didn't say a word. Suddenly, a gurgling sound came from somewhere, which was particularly clear in this silent wilderness. Gu Beixian smiled very lightly, and it was only now that he felt hungry. Su Hua reacted slowly. She wiped her eyes with her hand, got out of his arms, looked up at him, and asked, "Is it your stomach that's making that noise? Are you hungry?" "Yes, I haven't eaten a thing since noon yesterday. Can you blame me for being hungry?" His slightly raised tone of voice betrayed a hint of grievance. "Why didn't you eat?" "You disappeared, and I was too busy looking for you to think about eating." Su Hua couldn't help but feel a little sad. He could easily give her the illusion that he cared about her. But the last time she thought that, he broke up with her in the name of Chu Suasuo. "Let's go back and eat. Sister Lu should have finished cooking. After we eat, you can go back," Su Gu said softly. Gu Beixian paused slightly and nodded. The two walked side by side towards the village. When they got home, Shenhui was setting up a table in the yard, and Sister Lu came out of the kitchen with a bowl in her hand. When she saw Shenhui, Gu Beixian reached out and took Su Gu's hand. Su Gu tried to pull away, but didn't move. Shenhui's eyes fell on the two clasped hands, and his eyes darkened slightly. When she saw Gu Beixian, Sister Lu said with a little fear, "Mr. Gu, my phone ran out of battery yesterday, so I didn't receive your call." Gu Beixian didn't care, and said, "It's fine, let's eat." The few people sat down. Gu Beixian picked up an egg and peeled it, then put it in front of Su Yu and said, "Eat it." Su Gu handed it to him again. "You're hungry, you eat first." Shenhui smiled faintly, "You two cousins are very close." Gu Beixian's eyes were slightly cold, and his tone was very light. "I'm her cousin. He's my distant cousin." Su Gu interrupted Gu Beixian's words and said angrily, "I'm his poor country relative. I worked as a nanny in his family for 3 years, taking care of his food, clothing, and daily life." Shenhui was quite disappointed. "You obviously have such good skills, but you went to work as a nanny. It's a pity." Su Gu glanced at Gu Beixian and said with a hint of meaning, "Fortunately, the salary he offered was relatively high." As soon as she finished speaking, she felt a hand suddenly on her thigh. Then, that hand pinched her leg under the table, which was a bit itchy and a bit erotic. It made her heart beat faster. Su Hua's ears turned red, and she glanced at Gu Beixian in a sideways glance, signaling him to take his hand away. But his expression was serious, and he was eating the porridge slowly with a spoon, eating very politely. He didn't show any private movements at all. Su Hua reached out and grabbed the restless hand, trying to move it away from her leg, but she couldn't move it, and it was instead held by him. He held her hand, with his fingers interlocked. He also rubbed her palm with his thumb. She was sweating from the rubbing. Su Hua had an injured hand and Gu Beixian was holding her other hand, so she couldn't eat. She could only sit there, motionless. Gu Beixian looked at her sideways, smiling, and deliberately asked, "Su Hua, why aren't you eating?" Usually, the person who called her Su Hua deliberately called her Su Hua. Su Hua pretended to glare at him in anger. Gu Beixian laughed, "You're not eating. Do you want your cousin to feed you?" He used his own spoon to scoop up a spoonful of porridge, tested the temperature with his mouth, and then handed it to Su Hua. "Open your mouth, I'll feed you." His voice was 3/4 flirtatious, 3/4 provocative, and more than a little teasing. Su Hua's face suddenly turned red. She pursed her lips and refused to open her mouth. Gu Beixian's smile deepened. "Not satisfied with feeding her with a spoon? Then let your cousin feed you with his mouth?" Su Hua didn't expect him to escalate. She gave him a disdainful look and said, "You've used that spoon, so give me a new one." Gu Beixian took advantage of the moment when she opened her mouth and shoved the spoon directly into her mouth. "We used to share a spoon all the time, and you didn't mind. Today, there are outsiders here, and you are disgusted? This is a bad habit." Su Gu was forced to eat a spoonful of porridge, glared at Gu Beixian, and chewed with gritted teeth. Shen Huai shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, "Su Gu, your cousin really loves you." Gu Beixian squeezed Su Gu's hand under the table and said with a smile, "Of course, a cousin is meant to be loved." Mrs. Lu's face was almost buried in the bowl of porridge. She thought to herself, rich people know how to have fun. They're obviously a married couple, but they have to pretend to be cousins to find excitement. After a hard meal, Mrs. Lu stood up to clean up the dishes. Su Gu said to Gu Beixian politely and distantly, "You're very busy at work. Go back after you finish eating." Gu Beixian looked at her with tender eyes and said, "You should come back with me. It's so remote here, and there's nothing convenient. My cousin misses you so much that he can't stand it for a day." Su Hua was so flattered that her ears were numb. She never expected to have a stone thrown at her own feet. She paused. She looked at her injured left hand and said, "I can't work for 3 months. It's fine to stay here and rest." "It's fine. Then my cousin will come find you at night." He deliberately emphasized the word night when he said he would come to see her. It was as if he was going to do something important at night. Su Gu hurriedly said, "No need. It's quite far from the city, and it takes a few hours to drive, which will affect your rest." Gu Beixian raised his hand and lovingly pinched her nose. How are you getting more and more stubborn?" Su Gu turned her head away and said in a warning tone, "Please don't touch me, okay? I'm your cousin, isn't it normal for cousins to do this kind of thing?" He lifted his hand and stroked her cheek, lightly caressing her rosy lips with his fingertips, smiling dangerously. His normally reserved and abstinent face was now wicked, and it felt too provocative. Su Gu had been respectful to him for 3 years. He was either depressed and irritable, or reserved and abstinent, or gentle and gentle. Even when they were doing it in bed, he was always so prim and proper. She had never seen him like this before. He was a real playboy, a real dandy. She was flustered and her face was flushed. She quickly turned her body to avoid his touch. Shen Huai's face was already very ugly at this point, and he couldn't stay any longer. He got up and left. Su Gu couldn't sit still either. She stood up and walked towards the house. Gu Beixian followed her. They entered the bedroom. Gu Beixian hugged her from behind and turned her around. He moved his hand away from her injured hand and pinched her chin with the other hand, leaning down to kiss her. Chapter 19, Becoming Husband and Wife. Su Hua hid back. Gu Beixian's kiss landed on her chin. Su Hua could clearly feel that his pressure had dropped several degrees. Gu Beixian's hand that was pinching her chin slid down her back and embraced her waist. He asked in a questioning tone, "Why did you tell Shen Huai that I was your cousin?" Su Gu lowered her eyes and said softly, "Anyway, we're getting divorced soon, so there's no need to make a big fuss and go around saying that you and I are married. Besides, your family is very prominent, and if my colleagues find out about our divorce in the future, they will look at me with tinted eyes. I don't want to be labeled as a rich man's abandoned wife, so it's more convenient to say that we're distant cousins." Gu Beixian looked at her meaningfully. "You're quite thoughtful." Su Gu smiled wryly. There was nothing she could do. It was the survival instinct of a small person. "You are not a small person. There are not many people in the whole city of Kyoto who can make me run around." He smiled sardonically at the corner of his mouth and looked at her thoughtfully. "Don't make fun of me. How dare I make you do anything?" Su Gu was a little embarrassed and turned her back to ignore him. As soon as she finished speaking, Gu Beixian's phone rang. He took it out of his trouser pocket and glanced at it, his eyes changing slightly. Su Hua turned her head curiously to look, and caught a glimpse of the word "suasua" in the corner of her eye. Her stomach cramped, and she said, "You should answer it." Gu Beixian raised his eyebrows at her, "Aren't you angry?" Su Hua thought to herself, "If I were angry, would you not answer it?" He would still answer it. "Answer it quickly, don't let them wait too long." She pretended to be unconcerned and urged him. Gu Beixian looked at her with deep eyes and pressed the answer button. The phone came with the weak and pitiful voice of Chu Suasua. "Brother Beixian, where have you been? You didn't come to the hospital to see me yesterday, can you come today? I can't eat without you, I'm so sad." A wave of disgust came over her, and Su Gue was so disgusted that she died. She leaned over to the phone and said in Chu Suasua's tone, "Honey, I've already taken off my clothes. What are you waiting for?" There was dead silence on the phone. Gu Beixian looked down at her, smiling and not smiling at the same time. Su Gue looked at him without expression. The two of them stared at each other, neither of them speaking. After a long time, the phone came back with Chu Suasua's weak voice, "You go ahead, brother Beixian." She hung up. Su Gu was unable to distinguish between anger and joy, and said indifferently, "You should go to the hospital to see her. She has severe depression and her hand is seriously injured. If she takes sleeping pills and tries to kill herself again, it will be my fault." Gu Beixian rubbed her hair with his hand and said, "I'm going out to make a phone call." He took the phone and walked outside, dialing Chu Machen's number. After the call was connected, he said, "Can you have someone keep an eye on Suasua? She just called me, and she's a bit upset. I'm afraid she'll do something bad if she doesn't think clearly." "Okay." Chu Machen paused for a moment and said, "Suasua has been spoiled by us since she was little, and she's a bit spoiled. She always feels like she's not broken up with you, and she doesn't have a sense of boundaries in her work, which has caused you trouble." Gu Beixian was silent for a few seconds. "It's fine. She's sick and depressed, and it's also my fault. Your wife won't be angry, will she?" Gu Beixian gave a faint smile. "Fortunately, she has a good temper and is very reasonable. She doesn't care about me that much." Of course, he didn't say the second half of the sentence. Adults don't easily reveal their innermost thoughts to others. Chu Machen paused and said, "Please invite you and your wife to dinner to apologize. We'll talk about it later." "Okay." After hanging up the phone, Gu Beixian returned to the house. He saw Su Emo leaning against the bed, reading an old book in her hands. Her face was calm, and he couldn't tell what she was feeling. He walked over to the bed and sat down. He touched her face and rubbed his nose against her hair, saying, "I'm leaving." "Okay. I'll come back for you tonight." "It's too far. You still have to work. Don't bother going back and forth. Then you should come back with me early. You are a young girl living in the wild mountains and fields. How can I rest easy? Your hand is still injured and you have trouble eating." He picked up her injured hand and looked down to check it. Sugu felt a little sad. He was really making it hard for her to give up on him completely. He always came to her rescue when she was about to leave. And he always stabbed her in the heart when she was about to give in. The lingering feelings were the most torturous. Sugu withdrew her hand and said coldly, "Go away. I grew up here. I lived well without you." "That's true." Gu Beixian pinched her other hand. "You're such a little girl, you have a pitiful appearance, but you're actually strong inside, and your heart is harder than mine." Sugu slightly pursed her lips. She thought to herself, "It's obviously your heart that's hard, but you're trying to turn the tables on me." Gu Beixian stood up. "I'm really leaving. Aren't you going to see me off?" Sugu turned her head away and didn't look at him. She felt mixed emotions in her heart. She wanted him to leave, but didn't want him to leave. Gu Beixian looked at her for a moment, then walked out. When he saw Shenhui outside, his eyes became cold, and he asked in a detached tone, "When are you leaving?" Shenhui smiled faintly and said, "I'm off duty these few days, and I'll go back the day after tomorrow. Sugu still needed to change her hand, and I'm a doctor, so it's more convenient for me to take care of her." Gu Beixian's face darkened, and he looked up at the distance. Two bodyguards were sitting on stools, eating instant noodles with big bites. He ordered, "You two stay and protect Sugu well." The bodyguards hurriedly put down the instant noodle box, stood up, and replied, "Yes, Mr. Gu." Gu Beixian looked at Lu's wife, who was washing dishes by the sink. Mrs. Lu quickly wiped her hands on her clothes and followed him to the car. She sat in the passenger seat, nervously twisting her fingers, and said, "Mr. Gu, yesterday the young mistress asked me to turn off my phone, and I didn't dare not to listen to her." Gu Beixian crossed his legs, rested his arm on the car window, and gently pinched his forehead with his fingers. "Sugu, what is your attitude towards that Shen?" Mrs. Lu thought for a moment and said, "The young mistress is very polite to Dr. Shin and keeps her distance from him, so she probably doesn't have any interest in him. However, it seems that Dr. Shin likes the young mistress very much and takes good care of her. He is the one who asked someone to delete the surveillance footage from the hospital, and he is the one who drove us here. Mr. Gu, should I tell Dr. Shin that the young mistress is your wife?" No, if she wants to play, just let her. Okay, Mr. Gu. Gu Beixian took a cashier's check from his bag and handed it to her. Take good care of her and don't let her be alone with Dr. Shin. Lu's wife smiled and took the check. Don't worry, I promise I won't let them be alone. Get out of the car. Lu's wife opened the car door and got out. The driver started the car. Gu Beixian lowered the window and looked out. He didn't see Su's figure and felt a little empty. That ungrateful girl. He had traveled all night to find her, and she didn't even bother to see him off. The car drove forward, kicking up a cloud of dust. As it turned the corner, Gu Beixian couldn't help but glance back. He saw a slender figure at the intersection, wrapped in a white sweater. It was Su Wu, with her small, delicate face. He raised the corner of his lips slightly and smiled. She still had a little conscience. The car turned the corner and Su Hua's figure disappeared completely. Gu Beixian slowly closed the window. He remembered the first time he saw her 3 years ago. She was only 20 years old at the time, fresh out of college and still a little girl. She had a small face, looked white and delicate, big eyes with furry eyelashes, and was prettier than he had expected. At that time, she didn't talk much. When he asked her a question, she would answer him, but if he didn't ask, she wouldn't say anything. She always had a smile on her face, but it was a distant smile, like the kind you see on ID photos. Underneath her beautiful appearance, she had a stubbornness about her. He remembered the day was very cold, and she gave him a box of gifts. He couldn't remember what was in the box, but he could remember that her fingers were so cold that they were red and flaky. Looking at those hands, he felt inexplicably distressed. It was also on that day that they got married. Chapter 20, Used as a Gun. Until she couldn't see Gu Beixian's car anymore, Sugu still stood in the same place, staring straight at the direction where the car disappeared. She didn't know what she was feeling, a little empty, a little lost. The wind picked up the leaves, twirling and hovering at her feet. After standing there for a while, Sugu turned around and returned to her grandfather's house. She took the key and entered the east wing, which was her grandfather's ancient painting restoration room and the place where she spent the most time when she was a child. The room was still in its original state, with 2 half-meter-tall red wooden tables in the middle, on which restoration tools such as brushes, sheep's hoof knives, and sheep's stomach towels were placed. It had not been cleaned for some time, and a thin layer of dust had settled on the table. Thinking of her grandfather, who had died of stomach cancer, Su Hua's nose grew moist and her eyes filled with tears. Is this where you learned your craft as a child? Xin Huai's voice came from behind. Su Hua nodded, yes. Xin Huai walked up to her and touched the table with his hand. He admired you. When I was a child, my grandfather wanted to pass on his craft to me, but I gave up after less than a month. It was boring and I couldn't sit still. Restoring cultural relics is a craft that wears on the nerves. His grandfather was also a restorer of ancient paintings and calligraphy, and was very famous in the industry. Su Hua smiled. When my grandfather wanted to pass it on to my mother, she was also unable to concentrate. But it has to be passed on, otherwise it will be lost. Yes, the threshold for this profession is actually quite high. You need to be calm, have a spiritual nature, be good at understanding, be patient, be strong, and be able to work hard. Yes, especially you can't be impatient. When unrolling a painting, you have to do it slowly, sometimes for half a month. If you get impatient, the painting will be ruined. Xin Huai looked at Su Hua with tender eyes. Your childhood must have been very difficult, right? Su Hua smiled faintly. I don't have a childhood. While other children were playing outside, I was copying ancient paintings. That's terrible. Su Hua smiled. It was a bit. As they talked, Mrs. Lu came in quietly with a rag, wiping here and there, glaring at Xin Huai's back with hostility. Xin Huai leaned closer to Su Hua, slowly moving his hand towards hers, wanting to hold her hand. Before he could say anything, Mrs. Lu grabbed the broom behind the door, rushed behind Xin Huai, and slammed it on the ground beside his feet, shouting, Dr. Xin, make way. There was a mouse running by just now. Xin Huai hurriedly moved aside. Su Gu looked at Sister Lu with a puzzled look. This house was specially made by Grandpa back then, with excellent airtightness, so cockroaches couldn't get in, so how could there be a mouse? Soon, she understood that it must be something that Gu Beixian had told her before he left. She had never noticed that he was so possessive before, and he wouldn't even allow her to talk to Xin Huai for a few words. In the evening, the group had dinner. After washing up, Su Hua lay in bed reading a book. Sister Lu came in with her cell phone in her hand, saying, "Madam, Mr. Gu is calling, he says it's urgent." Su Hua took the phone and asked, "What's the matter?" The deep, magnetic voice of Gu Beixian came from the phone. "Grandma is sick and in the hospital, she keeps asking to see you. I've already notified the bodyguards, you should come back soon." Upon hearing this, Su Hua hurriedly picked up her clothes and put them on. The last time she saw her grandmother, she looked very weak. This person is getting old, and catching a cold or having a fever can be very dangerous. Su Hua got dressed, packed a few things, and walked out. Xin Huai was standing in the courtyard smoking. Su Hua said to him, "I have to go back. Grandma Gu is in the hospital." Xin Huai stubbed out his cigarette. "Okay, I'll go with you." After more than 3 hours, the group arrived in the city. After parting with Xin Huai, Su Hua took Lu's wife and bodyguard to the hospital. Grandma lived in a VIP room on the top floor. As soon as they got out of the elevator and turned a corner, Su Hua saw Gu Beixian standing at the window smoking. He was tall, handsome, and had an outstanding temperament. He was surrounded by a sense of wealth and stood out from the crowd, very eye-catching. Su Hua was about to call out to him when she heard a clear voice calling out to him. Then a figure ran out of the fire escape and ran up to him, hugging him tightly and kissing his back. The woman was very pretty, with a pale face and a delicate look. It was Chu Suasua. Su Gu's heart thumped against her ribs, and she felt a sharp pain. Her feet were nailed to the ground, and her legs felt like they were filled with lead, unable to take another step. Mrs. Lu hurriedly shouted, "Mr. Gu, the young mistress is back." Gu Beixian took Chu Suasua's hand, moved away from his waist, and walked toward Su Gu, saying in a calm voice, "Why didn't you call when you got here? I would have come down to meet you." Su Gu was speechless, and looked at him coldly, then walked with heavy legs towards her grandmother's ward. "Come in." The old lady was sitting on the bed drinking bird's nest soup. When she saw Su Gu, her cloudy eyes brightened. "Su Gu, I haven't seen you for a while. I heard Beixian say you were on a business trip?" This should be the excuse Gu Beixian made for her. Su Hua answered, restraining her emotions, and smiled as she put her injured hand behind her back. The old lady sighed, "I'm getting old. My body is like paper, and I catch a cold easily. Come sit down, let me take a good look at you." Su Hua bent down and sat down at the edge of her bed. The old lady saw that her hand was always behind her back, and she was curious to pull it out. How come her hand was always hidden behind her back? "It's nothing." Su Gu subconsciously hit her back, but she still pulled it out. She saw that Su Gu had 2 fingers on her left hand in a splint, and all 4 nails were purple-black. The old lady gasped in horror, feeling great pain. "Tell me quickly, how did you hurt your hand?" Su Gu said quietly, "I offended a grave robber the other day, and he was arrested and sent to prison. His sister came to seek revenge." The old lady was so angry that she was shaking. "What kind of grave robber would be so bold as to even dare to touch a member of our family? Don't you want to die? Tell me in detail what happened." Su Gu told her the whole story. After listening to her, the old lady's eyes moved slightly and she fell into deep thought. After a long time, she said, "On the day of the incident, Beixian was also there. They didn't know you, but they could definitely find out about Beixian. A small tomb robber, where did his sister get the guts to seek revenge on you?" She suddenly looked up and glanced at the door, saying with an ambiguous meaning, 9 out of 10 people were encouraged and used as a gun. Su Gu's heart skipped a beat, and she looked in the old lady's direction. Chapter 21, Made to Measure. Seeing that both of them suspected her, Chu Suasua quickly held out her injured hand and said, "Grandma, less than 2 days ago, someone smashed my hand with a hammer, causing a shattered fracture. I was so upset that I didn't want to live anymore." The old lady raised her eyelids and said, "What a coincidence." Chu Suasua said with red eyes, "My injury is the same as Su's, both of us lost 4 fingers on our left hands." The police concluded that someone was maliciously retaliating. The spearhead pointed directly at Su Gu. The old lady's lips curled in a sneer. "Why didn't they retaliate against someone else, but against you?" Chu Suasua's tears were in her eyes, and she said in a dejected tone, "Maybe I got too close to Beixian, and that made Su Gu unhappy. That means it couldn't be more obvious that Su Gu had someone retaliate." Su Hua's expression remained unchanged, but a hint of derision flashed in her eyes. This evil person is getting better and better at making false accusations. The old lady snorted and ignored Chu Suasua, turning her head to look at Gu Beixian. You send someone to find the tomb robber's sister and ask her nicely if someone encouraged her or promised her something? I always feel that things are not that simple. Okay. Gu Beixian thought for a moment, then took his phone and went out to call his assistant. The old lady looked at Chu Suasua coldly and said, "Do you still have something to do?" Chu Suasua said obediently, "No, I just wanted to see you." The old lady frowned and said, "If you're done, then leave." Chu Suasua's face turned pale. "Grandma, I grew up under your watch, can you not always be so mean to me? In the past, you loved me very much." The old lady pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Chu Suasua choked and said, 3 years ago, when Beixian was injured, I wanted to stay by his side and be with him, but my mother sent someone to force me to go abroad and have someone watch me 24 hours a day. I think Beixian must have been so depressed that he wanted to die. I loved him so much, but I was forcibly separated from him. I heard that he got married, and I cried for 3 whole days. I was so desperate that I didn't want to live anymore." She stood there with teary eyes, her eyebrows drooping, looking exactly like a wounded puppy. Anyone who saw her would feel sorry for her. The old lady's expression softened a little. 3 years ago, the doctor announced that Beixian's leg would never stand up again. I can understand if you leave. After all, the gap is too big, and most people can't accept it. Whether you leave of your own accord or are forced to leave, you have already broken up, and Beixian is married. It's not right for you to come and ruin their marriage, do you understand? Chu Suasua wiped her eyes. I didn't ruin Beixian's marriage. I just couldn't help but want to see him. Grandma, I didn't mean any harm, really. Su Gu was a little restrained, her tone casual and cold. You're all cuddling and hugging, and you still say you haven't ruined it. Then may I ask Miss Chu, what would you call ruining it? Chu Suasua bit her lip. I've been with Beixian since we were kids, and we've been in love for more than 10 years. It's hard to change habits all of a sudden, so I'll try my best to be more careful in the future. In love for more than 10 years sounded so light and airy, but it was extremely damaging. Sugu felt an indescribable sense of discomfort in her heart, like a large stone had been stuffed in her chest, causing her chest to ache. Compared to their decade-long relationship, her 3-year marriage of convenience was too insignificant. With a click, the door opened. Gu Beixian walked in after finishing his phone call. Sugu paused, stood up, and walked over to take his arm, smiling and saying, "Honey, let's not get divorced, okay?" Gu Beixian's expression froze for a moment, and he looked down at her with an ambiguous expression in his eyes. Sugu reached out to hold his waist, stood on her tiptoes, and whispered in his ear, "Promise me first." The words were addressed to him, but her eyes were looking in the direction of Chu Suasua. Her usually indifferent and uncompetitive personality had been forced to fight. It didn't matter whether she loved him or not, she just wanted to win Chu Suasua. She wanted to tell her, what does it matter if you were childhood sweethearts? What does it matter if you have been in love for more than 10 years? It's all in the past. She is his wife. Gu Beixian glanced at Chu Suasua, whose eyes were teary and blurred, and nodded very lightly. Su Gu's heart, which had been holding its breath, fell to the ground. She reached out and held his hand. She was really afraid that he would refuse. After holding it for a moment, Gu Beixian wanted to pull back, but Su Gu held on tightly and wouldn't let him. Chu Suasua stared at the two tightly clasped hands, and tears flowed out of her eyes. She covered her mouth and ran out of the room. Gu Beixian said to Su Wu, "I'll take her back to her room. She's severely depressed, and it's easy for her to get into trouble if she runs out like this. I'll go with you." Gu Beixian frowned slightly. "Su Wu, what's wrong with you today? You're my husband." "I didn't say no." Seeing that the two were about to quarrel, the old lady hurriedly said, "You two go together." The two walked out one after the other. They saw Chu Suasua standing at the elevator waiting for the elevator, covering her mouth with her hand, crying silently, and her shoulders twitching. People nearby looked at her curiously. Gu Beixian walked over and took a handkerchief out of his pocket and handed it to her, saying gently, "Wipe your tears." Sugu stood there, thin and crisp, looking at her husband from afar, who was caring for his ex-girlfriend with meticulous attention, and felt as if she had been pricked by a needle. Chu Suasua took the handkerchief, glanced at Sugu, and said in a sobbing voice, "Brother Beixian, you should go back with Sister Sugu, or else she will be angry again." She looked down at her hand and whispered, "I'm afraid she'll misunderstand and take it out on me again. I already lost my left hand, I don't want to lose my right hand too." Although they weren't close, there weren't many people in the VIP ward corridor, so Su Hua could hear clearly. It was the first time she had encountered someone who could put the blame on someone else with just a few words. No wonder Gu Nanin said she had a lot of ulterior motives since she was a child. Really, there are too many ulterior motives. I have learned my lesson. Sugu looked at Gu Baixian quietly and wanted to hear what he had to say. After a moment of silence, Gu Baixian said, "It wasn't Sugu who had someone do it. I know her. She's a very good person." Sugu turned and walked away. This sentence made her feel a little better. She was afraid that if she stayed any longer, it would hurt her heart again. Back in the ward, Sugu sat quietly by the bed. She was sitting here, but her heart was on Gu Baixian, wondering what they were doing at that moment. The old lady saw that she was distraught and took her hand in her own, saying, "Sir, you should have a child soon. A child is the bond of marriage, and it can bring you two together." Sugu felt a mixture of emotions. 2 years before their marriage, Gu Baixian had been in poor health and unable to have sex. After his leg healed, they were able to have sex, but he always used protection, so she could not get pregnant. Besides, could a child really stabilize a marriage that was already on the verge of collapse? If they ended up divorcing, it would be too traumatic for the child. She had grown up in a single-parent family and could understand the pain. But looking at her grandmother's hopeful eyes, Sugu couldn't bear to disappoint her, so she smiled and said, "Okay, I'll try my best." The old lady laughed happily, patted her head affectionately, and said, "You're such a pretty and smart girl. With such good genes, you'll definitely have a cute baby boy." Sugu was a little embarrassed by her praise, and said, "Grandma, you can just praise me. I'm telling the truth. 3 years ago, when I was looking for a daughter-in-law for Baixian, I went to the university to look for one. I wanted her to be good-looking, smart, and obedient. After looking at many girls, I wasn't satisfied with any of them. Finally, the principal gave me your information. When I saw your photo, I knew I had to have you. You were made for Baixian." Su Hua knew that the rest was secondary. The most important thing was that she looked like Chu Sua Sua. Chapter 22, Are You a Slut? 10 minutes later, Gu Baixian came back. He sat down next to Sugu and touched her head with his hand, saying gently, "Sua Sua is sick and can't stand stimulation. This is to make her endure." Sugu slightly pursed her lips and didn't say a word. She is actually a very patient person, and she has already tolerated Chu Sua Sua several times. Now, if she resists even a little, it will be considered a grudge in Gu Baixian's eyes. The word endure is broken down to mean to stab a knife into one's heart. Only those who have endured can truly understand the feeling. During those 2 years, Gu Baixian was not in good health, and he would lose his temper and throw things around. She was able to endure it all, first out of gratitude, and later because she fell in love with him. But what was she, Chu Sua Sua, to him? Why should she endure her? The more Sugu thought about it, the angrier she became. Her lips tightened, and her face turned ashen. The old lady sensed something was wrong and patted her on the shoulder, glaring at Gu Baixian and warning, "Xian is also a young girl, only 1 year older than Chu Sua Sua. Why should Xian put up with her? If you don't handle your relationship with her well in the future and let my Xian be bullied, I'll beat you up." Gu Baixian turned Su Xian's shoulder and looked at her face, teasing, "Who is this little girl? Her face is as red as a steamed bun." Su Hua gave him a cold look. Gu Baixian smiled and took her into his arms, his voice soft and soothing, "It's okay, don't be angry anymore." He held her injured wrist and gently rubbed it, saying that anger would affect the healing of the wound. Seeing this, the old lady also coaxed, "Su Hua, don't be angry. If he bullies you again, just tell me and I'll help you get even with him. It's getting late, you should go home and rest." They both coaxed her, so Sugu couldn't hold back any longer. She gently pushed Gu Baixian away, looked around the room, and seeing that there was a servant by the bed, she said, "Grandma, you take good care of yourself. I'll come see you tomorrow." Grandma smiled kindly and said, "Okay, don't forget what you promised me." Sugu's ears turned slightly red, and she said, "Okay." She stood up, took her bag, and walked out of the room with Gu Baixian. When they got out of the door, Gu Baixian stared at her red ears and asked, "What did you promise Grandma? Why are your ears still red?" Su Hua said softly, "Grandma wants me to give you a child." Gu Baixian smiled faintly. Grandma is crazy about having a great-grandchild. Last year, as soon as I could stand up, she started pushing me to have a baby. She pushed me several times in private, and now she's pushing you. The other day, she even made us go to the old house and tried every way to force us to have a baby." Su Hua was a little distracted and didn't respond. They took the elevator down. When they got into the car, the driver started the car. Gu Baixian looked at Su Hua sideways, with a smile on his lips, but a look of inquiry in his eyes. Do you want to have a child? Su Hua thought about it seriously. Having a child at this juncture is actually quite risky. What do you think? Gu Beixian's eyes darkened, and he said with an ambiguous tone, do you not want to have a child, or do you not want to have my child? Su Wu always felt that his words were a bit strange, and after thinking about it, she said, let's talk about it when we're more stable. Don't you want a divorce? If we have a child and then get divorced, it wouldn't be fair to the child. Gu Beixian smiled wryly, looked away, and looked forward, saying nonchalantly, that's right. The two of them were each thinking about their own things, and they didn't say anything on the way. When they turned the corner, Gu Beixian asked, come home with me. It's convenient to take care of you. Su Gu was silent for a few seconds and said, okay. Back to Ryu Bei. Get off the bus. Gu Beixian took her hand and walked towards the door. Su Gu looked down at the hand he was holding and realized that they rarely held hands outside. Recently, he has suddenly become more intimate with her. But when she thought about this hand, which had also held Chu Suwasawa's hand, Su Gu felt a little uncomfortable. When they entered the house, Su Wu put down her bag and opened the door to the shoe cabinet. She was about to get Gu Beixian a pair of slippers. He held her shoulders to prevent her from bending over and said, your hands are injured. I'll do it. He took out the slippers from the shoe cabinet, helped her take off her shoes, gently put her feet into the slippers, and carefully pulled up her cotton socks. She used to serve him in this way, but now he was serving her, and she was a little uncomfortable. Gu Beixian seemed to sense her unease and smiled, saying, husbands and wives should take care of each other. You used to take care of me, but now I'm taking care of you. Su Gu whispered, thank you. What are you thanking me for? It's only natural. Gu Beixian changed into slippers and carefully helped Su Gu take off her jacket. He said, you haven't bathed in many days. In the hospital, you could only wipe yourself down, but it wasn't clean. I'll help you bathe later. Su Gu's face suddenly turned red. Before, in the hospital, he helped her bathe every day, which was embarrassing enough. Now, to ask him to help bathe her, she was too embarrassed. Gu Beixian stared at her rosy cheeks and smiled, you're not a little girl anymore, why do you blush so easily? You've been married for 3 years, but you still act like a little girl. Su Hua thought of what Xiao Yi had said, telling her to be more carefree and wild at home, otherwise she wouldn't be able to compete with Chu Suwasawa. She asked in a very soft voice, do you men not like women who are too reserved, and do you prefer women who are more carefree and wild? Gu Beixian couldn't help but laugh. Who told you that? Xiao Yi. Gu Beixian looked at her with interest, his lips curled up, and asked slowly, so are you a slut? Su Gu's face turned even redder. She was used to being reserved, and she really couldn't be a slut, but she really wanted to win against Chu Suwasawa. She had learned to restore ancient paintings and calligraphy from her grandfather since she was a child, and had long since polished off the edges and angles in her body. She was a person of pure heart and simple desires, and had no desire to compete with the world. Somehow, she was suddenly aroused by Chu Suwasawa's strong desire to win. She thought about it, raised her foot, hooked Gu Beixian's calf, and her fingers slid into the gap in his shirt to stroke his abs. She looked at him with big, watery eyes and asked seriously, is that so? Gu Beixian burst out laughing and held her hand, which was reaching inside, to stop her from moving around. I saw it in a Mary Sue novel. Gu Beixian lowered his eyes and looked carefully at her eyes. Your eyes are wrong. They are too serious. He pinched her waist. Her body movements were too stiff. This posture didn't look like flirting, but more like a martial arts match. You need to relax, your waist needs to be softer, your eyes need to be more languid, and you need to be more seductive. Suddenly realizing something, Su Gu raised her eyebrows and glared at him. How do you know so much? Gu Beixian laughed. Haven't you ever seen a pig run? You men really like to be promiscuous. Su Gu said in a sullen tone, and then turned and walked towards the sofa. Seeing her inexplicably sulking, Gu Beixian laughed. I'll go put the bath water on. Okay. The bath water was ready, and Su Wu walked into the bathroom. With Gu Beixian's help, she took off her clothes and sat in the bathtub. She held her injured left hand high to prevent it from getting wet, and said to him, you can go out. I can wash myself. Gu Beixian rolled up his sleeves, picked up the pink washcloth hanging on the wall, and said, let me help you scrub your back. You haven't taken a proper bath in half a month, so you must be very dirty. Su Hua was about to say no. She felt an itch on her back, and Gu Beixian had already started scrubbing. He scolded her while scrubbing, "There's so much dirt, you little mud monkey." Su Hua was so embarrassed that she retorted, "I'm not dirty." Gu Baixian's smile deepened. "Okay, you're not dirty. Our Hua Hua is clean." Su Hua's ears tingled slightly. This man is getting better and better at flirting. As she rubbed, she heard the man behind her breathing, and gradually something was wrong. She was about to turn her head to look, but his hand moved from her back to her waist, and he held it. He hugged her from behind, and kissed her all the way down her earlobe. Su Hua moved her shoulders to resist. He held her shoulders, turned her around, and lowered his head to kiss her lips. Chapter 23, Unable to Stop. Su Gu hurriedly turned her head away, staring at him with wide eyes and a look of caution. "What are you doing? What do you think?" Gu Baixian pinched her small chin and said nonchalantly, "It's not to study high school math with you anyway." Su Gu pressed her finger against his chin to keep him from getting closer to her mouth and said seriously, "You said you wanted a divorce. Today in the hospital, you also said you wouldn't leave. I was just trying to annoy you." He looked at her with his deep, dark eyes. Su Gu lowered her eyelashes. "I don't want to do this with you right now." Gu Baixian raised his eyebrows slightly. "Who was it that just now seduced me?" "I didn't. I was just..." Su Gu suddenly didn't know how to express herself. In a hurry, her face turned red again. Not only her face, but also her neck and wrists were covered in a light layer of red frost from the hot water, like bright red flowers blooming on the snow. Her beauty was mixed with charm, pure and seductive, making it impossible to stop. Gu Baixian pressed her lips and wouldn't let her speak again. He rubbed her soft lips with his thumb and said, "You're very seductive right now." "Tempting?" Su Hua was momentarily lost in thought, not expecting to be able to match such a seductive word. She stepped back, her big, watery eyes looking at him. "Would you please leave first?" Gu Baixian's fingers brushed her hair down and behind her ears, and he said softly, "Let's go out together." Without waiting for Su Hua to answer, he bent down and scooped her out of the water, dripping wet. He turned on the shower to rinse off the foam on her body, wrapped her in a large bath towel, and carried her into the bedroom like a baby. He put her on the bed and carefully moved her injured hand to the top of her head. He covered her and gently bit her chin, kissing her along her collarbone, kissing her very carefully. Su Hua's body couldn't stand his provocation, but her heart resisted. She pushed him away with her uninjured hand. But he was too strong, and her strength was not enough to resist him, but instead added to his pleasure. Afterwards, Su Hua panted in small breaths, saying, "Don't you like to be promiscuous? Why touch someone like me?" Gu Baixian didn't know what she was so upset about, so he pinched her waist and said casually, "You were quite wild just now, and I liked it." The tone of his voice rose at the end, making him sound a little lustful. Su Gu didn't believe the flirtatious things men said in bed. She looked up at him, looking at his beautiful jawline, and thought to herself, men are truly a magical creature. They love one person, but it doesn't stop them from sleeping with another. Women can't do that. If you don't love someone, your body won't accept them. Gu Baixian's hand slid down her back, wrapped around her waist, and his chin rubbed against her hair. "You haven't been going to work lately. Come over to play at night. It'll be fun. You're too quiet." The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener did. Su Gu's heart stirred, and she asked, "Is being too quiet boring?" Gu Baixian thought for a moment. "No, you are quite interesting. The scene just now, when you seduced me, will be a laughingstock for a year. I'll beat you up." Su Gu lightly patted him on the chest. Gu Baixian smiled and held her hand. "What I mean is that you are so young, you should be full of vitality. It's not good for your body and mind to be too repressed. Okay, I'll go buy a birthday present for my mom tomorrow. What should I get her?" "It doesn't matter. Just get her a bag. She likes bags." "Okay." The two of them lay quietly for more than 10 minutes. Gu Baixian took her injured hand and looked at it carefully, asking, "Did you touch your hand just now?" "No." "How about your leg? Is it sore?" Su Gu moved her leg and said, "Yes, it is sore. I'll rub it for you." He lifted the quilt and picked up one of her legs, rubbing it gently. After rubbing her calf, he rubbed her thigh, his fingers quite skilled. Su Hua was extremely sensitive to his touch. After a few strokes, she blushed, her heart pounded, her breathing quickened, and her body gradually warmed up. She and he had gotten married on their first meeting. 2 years ago, he couldn't stand on his legs and had a very bad temper. No matter how handsome he was, it was hard to love him when he was gloomy all day long. At that time, she was mostly thinking of repaying him for his kindness. It was only in the past year that she truly fell in love with him. For her, it was still in the stage of being in love, but unfortunately, he said that they should separate, cutting it off hard. She felt a little sad, and her eyes were suddenly misty. Gu Baixian did not know what she was thinking, looked at her wet eyes, and remembered how she had just seriously flirted with him. Sugu always felt that his reasoning was very twisted. But he did not give her time to think carefully, and pressed down again. The phone suddenly rang. But a man in this kind of situation is not in the mood to answer the phone. He held Sugu's soft waist in one hand, and with the other hand he reached over to the bedside table and casually swiped his finger over the phone, and the ringing stopped abruptly. He thought he had hung up, but in fact he had accidentally pressed the call button. Chu Suasua on the other end of the phone cocked her head and listened, hearing a series of faint, sweet cries coming from the phone. The voice was so seductive that it made her scalp tingle. The pain in her heart was like someone had shoved a cactus into her, and it stung. She listened for a while, then hung up in a huff, threw the phone on the sofa, and said angrily to Huakiro, "Mom, I want to kill Sugu." Huakiro stared at her left hand with a splint, then touched her nose, and said angrily, "I want to kill her too." "Have you heard from Huang Ke?" "I found out. She was sold to a poor mountain valley in the northwest. The place is poor and the people are fierce. There is no cell phone signal and no electricity. She will be forced to have many children. If she runs away, her legs will be broken and she will be tortured until she goes crazy. She will never be able to leave that place in her life." Shu Suasui nodded, and a hint of evil flashed in her eyes. "I want to sell Su Wu to that place. Can you contact the trafficker?" Huakiro suddenly became agitated. "Don't! You mustn't do anything rash." Shu Suasua gritted her teeth, "But I was upset when I saw her and Bei Shanga making out. That little Su girl, as soon as her hand was injured, 2 days later someone smashed it to pieces. The man who smashed your hand was blatantly warning you not to mess with Sugu, or you'll end up worse than her. Before you find that man, don't touch Sugu. Do you understand?" Shu Suasua frowned in annoyance. "Who is that man? It's been so many days. Why haven't they caught him yet? That man is very cunning. The police sent a detachment to look for him for more than 10 days, but they couldn't find him. There's only a blurry photo of his back, and they can't even issue an arrest warrant. Your father and brother also sent people to look for him, but they didn't find anything." Shu Suasua rubbed his temples and said impatiently, "Have you checked Su's phone records?" "Yes, but there aren't many people in her phone records, so we can't find any suspicious targets. Judging from the way Su is acting, I guess she doesn't know who it is either." Shu Suasua snorted and said, "From what you're saying, the man is playing silent guardian behind her back?" "I guess so, but I don't know what he's up to." Huakiro sneered contemptuously. Shu Suasua sneered, "A country bumpkin, and yet he has such a loyal dog. Is the man blind? What does he see in Su? Apart from having a passable face and being able to restore ancient paintings, what else does she have? She's as wooden as a log." The wooden log that she referred to, Su, was tossed around by Gu Baixian tonight. She was so tired that she lay in his arms like she had no bones, and soon fell asleep. Gu Baixian got up and took a shower. He came back and lay down next to her, resting his chin in his palm and staring at her quiet and gentle little face for a long time. He lowered his head and kissed her forehead lightly, whispering, "If you call your brother a Yao in your dream again tonight, I'll really be angry." Chapter 24, You Are the Substitute. After a bad night at her grandfather's house, Sugu was tossed and turned by Gu Baixian again tonight, and she slept very deeply. She slept until dawn, so tired that she didn't even have time to have a nightmare. If she hadn't had that nightmare 13 years ago, she wouldn't have talked in her sleep, and she wouldn't have called Ayaogu in her dreams. The next morning, she opened her eyes and looked over to see that Gu Baixian had already gotten up. She carefully avoided her injured hand, put on her clothes, and got out of bed. She walked into the bathroom and saw that Gu Baixian had even squeezed the toothpaste for her. She smiled and picked up her toothbrush and slowly brushed her teeth. After washing up, Suwu helped herself down the stairs. Gu Baixian was carrying the breakfast he had prepared and was setting it on the table. Seeing her, he smiled with a pleasant look on his face, and said with a spring in his step, "Come and eat. It's all your favorite foods. You look in a good mood." He is handsome, with perfect sculpted features, with a pair of sword eyebrows and starry eyes. When his lips smile slightly, he looks both affectionate and carefree, and it makes people's hearts flutter. Sugu couldn't help but smile, too. Why didn't you call me? I'll do it. Your hand is still injured, and I'm not bad at cooking. It's a piece of cake. Sugu walked to the dining table and sat down. Gu Baixian handed her a spoon. The breakfast was very rich, a combination of Chinese and Western food. There were fried eggs, fried steak, fried salmon, tiramisu, toast, and even congee. There was even a fruit plate. Sugu drank the congee in small sips. The congee was well cooked and soft and delicious. She heard Gu Baixian say, "Su Hua, let's have a child. If we get pregnant, we won't divorce." Su Hua froze for a moment, holding the spoon in her hand. She was very surprised. He had been the one who had been using birth control, the one who had been talking about divorce, and now he was the one who suddenly wanted a child and didn't want a divorce. Su Hua was silent for a moment, then slowly looked up at him and asked seriously, "Can you stay away from Chu Suasua in the future?" Gu Baixian's eyes flickered slightly, and after a moment, he said, "She is severely depressed, and it has something to do with me. I asked the doctor, and that disease is very emotional, and if she can't think straight for a moment, she will commit suicide. Furthermore, the Gu and Chu families have business dealings, and they are in the same city, so they see each other all the time." After saying so much, the answer is only 2 words, no. Sugu smiled self-deprecatingly, lowered her eyes, stared at the porridge in the bowl, and said softly, "I can tolerate anything, except sharing my husband with another woman. I'm not as generous as you think, sorry." Gu Baixian paused. "In my opinion, her status is similar to Nan Yin's. Nanin doesn't call you in the middle of the night every day, and she doesn't hug you." Gu Baixian picked up his cup and sipped some water. His tone was very light. There is no perfect relationship between husband and wife. Most couples tolerate each other. Sugu always felt that there was something in his words. She thought about it for a while before she figured out what he meant. She took a deep breath and said, "Io passed away a long time ago. You don't need to tolerate me, and I don't want to tolerate Chu Suasua." Gu Baixian's lips curled into a sneer, and his eyes stared at her for a long time, with an ambiguous meaning. Sugu didn't respond, lowered her head, and continued to drink the porridge. If she kept looking down, they would start arguing, and she didn't want to argue with him. Arguing is too hurtful, and an already precarious marriage will break up even faster if they keep arguing. Until now, she still loves him very much. She has never loved anyone so much in her whole life. She is a bit slow to warm up, and it is difficult for her to fall in love with someone, but once she does, it is difficult for her to back out. After finishing the meal, Sugu stood up and wanted to clean up the dishes. Gu Baixian held her hand and said, "Let Mrs. Liu and the part-time maid clean up later. If you want to read at home, you can read. If you want to go shopping, you can go shopping." He took out a card from his wallet and handed it to her. "Use my card." Sugu refused. "I have money." Gu Baixian slipped the card into her pocket. "The password is your birthday, 618618. When you go out, call the driver to take you. Be careful on the road." "Okay." After Gu Baixian left, Su Hua also left the house to go and choose a birthday gift for her mother-in-law, Qin Shu. Qin Shu is a famous wedding dress designer with her own brand, Shu Qin. She used to focus on her career in Paris, but this year she has moved her focus to China. Su Hua has not had much contact with her, but she knows that she has an elegant temperament, a cold personality, and rarely speaks. She came to the Hermes store. Su Hua walked in and picked out a bag for Qin Shu. She picked out a 30-inch amber-colored platinum bag, which cost over 100,000 yuan, and wanted to match it with other items of the same price range, such as some silk scarves and pillows. While she was choosing, a sweet voice came from behind her, "Sister Su Hua, you're here to choose a bag too?" Su Hua's scalp twitched slightly, and she turned around to look behind her. It was Chu Suasua. She was wearing designer clothes, wearing jewelry, holding an expensive crocodile skin platinum bag, and walking with a swaggering gait. Sugu nodded very lightly. Chu Suasua came over like a piece of caramel and asked the saleswoman next to her which one Sugu liked. The saleswoman picked up the amber-colored platinum bag she liked and said, "This one, Miss Chu." Chu Suasua's eyes flashed with a hint of ridicule, staring at the bag on Su's shoulder, which was not a brand name, and said mockingly, "Su's sister, who came from a small mountain village, may not know much about luxury goods. To buy a bag here, you must spend more than 100,000 yuan to be eligible to buy it. Do you have it?" Sugu's eyes were slightly cold. Of course she had. She was not obsessed with luxury goods. The bag in her hand was one she picked up when she went out. She couldn't remember what brand it was, she just thought it was convenient for carrying things. But she usually gave Gu Nanine and the old lady gifts during the holidays, and she would choose something they liked. Gu Nanine especially liked Hermes bags, and she had given her several. Chusuasua let out a sigh and said in a strange tone, Sister Sugu really doesn't hold back when it comes to spending Beishien's money. Sugu smiled. He is my husband. I can spend as much as I want. Why do you have to say something like that? Chusuasua snorted, I've known Beisien for more than 10 years. We grew up together. We have many traces of our lives together. If we really have to talk about it, you are the outsider. You probably don't know that my first Hermes bag was a gift from Beisien. Sugu was too lazy to argue with her, so she picked out a few silk scarves, accessories, ashtrays, blankets, etc., and bought over 100,000 yuan's worth of goods. She took out a card from her wallet and handed it to the cashier, saying, Please swipe the card. Okay, please wait. The cashier took the card and swiped it at the cash register. Sugu needed to sign for the purchase, so she lifted her heel and walked over. Chusuasu also came up and said with a sneer, This is Beishien's card, right? You won't leave him no matter what, because you like his money, right? Suasua looked indifferent and said to the cashier, Could you please tell Miss Chu who the account holder of this card is? The cashier smiled and said to Chusuasua, Miss Chu, the name on this card is Sugu, Miss Su. Sugu smiled lightly and asked, How much is left on the card? Please check it for me. The cashier stared at the computer and said respectfully, Miss Su, the balance on your card is 156 million. Chusuasua's face suddenly turned red and then white, and she didn't say a word for a long time. Su Xian stared at her face and slightly raised her lips. She had never been a person who liked to compare herself to others, but dealing with Chusuasua, a snob, in this way was really super cool. The 100 million in the card was the breakup fee that Gu Beisien had given her not long ago, and the 56 million was the money he had given her in the past 3 years in bits and pieces. Every time he lost his temper, he would compensate her with money, and he was very generous. In the past, Su Hua always thought that he was paying her off with money, but today, she thought that this way of throwing money at her whenever she said something was simply awesome. It only cost a few dollars to send Chusuasua flowers and a bag. Every time he gave her a card or a check, the minimum amount was 1 million. After swiping the card, Su Hua took the pen from the cashier and signed it elegantly. The cashier returned the card to her. Sugu held the bank card in her hand and waved it in front of Chusuasua's eyes, saying with a hint of sarcasm, Miss Chu, I'm afraid you don't even have 50 million in your account. Don't use your ignorance to show off in front of me anymore. As for taking a 20 million check and letting me leave Gu Beisien, don't do it again. Chusuasua's face was about to turn green with anger, and she said with a sour tone, What arrogance! If I hadn't been forcibly taken abroad by my mother 3 years ago, how would you have been able to do anything? Stand in, stand in. Sugu's face turned white, and she pinched her fingers hard. This is a thorn in her heart, and it hurts when she pokes it. Suddenly, she heard a cold voice behind her. Miss Chu may not know, but you are the stand-in. Chapter 25, Moved to Tears. It was your sister who was betrothed to Beisien by our family. She died tragically, and you were given the opportunity to get close to Beisien. In the future, don't say things like Sugu is a stand-in. You are just a stand-in too. The woman's words were ruthless, and she didn't give Chusuasua any face. Sugu turned around. She saw a woman standing 10 meters away, elegant and graceful, tall and thin, wearing a long black trench coat, with a pair of beautiful legs underneath, her back straight. It was Gu Beishien's mother, Qin Shu. Su Hua was slightly surprised, and then she smiled and called out, Mom. Qin Shu gracefully curled her lips and nodded at her. Chusuasua froze for a moment, about to explode, but when she saw it was Qin Shu, she quickly changed to a smiling face and exclaimed in surprise, Auntie Qin, you're back in China? She almost ran over, hugged Qin Shu's waist, and said affectionately, I've missed you so much. I told my mother a few days ago that your birthday was coming up. I came here today to pick out a gift for you, but I never thought it would be so coincidental to run into Sister Suasua. Sugu was a little impressed by Chusuasua's cheekiness. Qin Shu had already given her such a hard time. Yet she could still casually stick to her like nothing had happened, chatting and laughing with her as if nothing had happened, trying to get close to her. Qin Shu's face showed no expression, and she held her arm, moved it away from her waist, and took a step back to distance herself from her. Chusuasua was not embarrassed either, and still smiled and said, Auntie, what are you here to buy today? I'll help you make a reference. Shin Shu glanced at the bag on Su Wu's shoulder and said indifferently, I'm here to buy a bag for my daughter-in-law. The little girl is too frugal. Her husband is so rich, but he has to carry a bag with a few hundred yuan of a brand name. If some superficial people see it, they will laugh. Shu Suasua's smile froze on her face. She was the shallow person they were talking about. After a long pause, she said, oh, that's right. Sister Su is so thrifty. She's so beautiful, but she doesn't like to dress up. Auntie, you're in the fashion industry, but she's so. Su Gu heard that Shu Suasua was saying that she was simple. She usually wears simple shirts and trousers, windbreakers, or knitwear. None of them are from luxury brands, and she just buys them at the mall. She rarely wears jewelry. Compared to Shu Suasua's outfit, which is full of the latest high-end designs, jewelry, and flowers, she is indeed a bit simple. But she doesn't think anything of it. As long as the clothes are comfortable and decent, that's fine. Shu Suasua thought she was too plain, but she thought Shu Suasua was too flashy. She always dressed like a star walking the red carpet, with all the jewelry clanking around her. Looking tired. Shin Shu looked at Shu Suasua with a cool gaze and said in a light tone, my daughter-in-law is a beautiful woman with a gentle heart, who values inner beauty. Even if she were to go out wearing just a sheet, she would still be so beautiful that people would be unable to take their eyes off her. A confident person doesn't need all these complicated external embellishments. Shu Suasua really couldn't respond, biting her lip and not speaking. Su Gu was quite moved. She admired her mother-in-law even more, who spoke out of turn, protecting her in every sentence and slapping Shu Suasua in the face with every word. At this time, the saleswoman came over to Shin Shu with a milky white platinum bag, saying respectfully, Mrs. Gu, your ordered bag has arrived. Shin Shu took it and handed it to Su Gu. This is a gift from your mother. Don't just buy bags for your mother and Nanine, but carry a bag worth a few hundred yuan yourself. This circle is so flashy. You can tell a lot about people by their bags. If others have it, you should have it too. Su Gu took it and thanked her mother with a smile. I'm glad you like it. Shin Shu handed the card to the cashier to pay. Su Gu handed the amber yellow platinum bag she bought to Shin Shu and said, Mom, this is the birthday gift I picked out for you. Shin Shu immediately asked the cashier to unpack it and put everything in her bag into the bag Su Gu bought, saying, I'll only use this bag from now on. The bag my daughter-in-law bought me is very meaningful. Shin Shu kept calling her daughter-in-law, like a needle, stabbing Shu Suasua's heart. She stood there motionless, her face uncertain. The driver came over and put the goods that Su Wu had matched into the trunk. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law each carried a new bag and walked out laughing and chatting. Shu Suasua was left standing alone, messy and alone. The saleswoman in the store was well informed and had already seen some clues. When she looked at Shu Suasua again, her eyes became very subtle. She walked out of the store. Shin Shu suddenly asked, ex-girlfriends are a pretty annoying creature, aren't they? Su Hua smiled, yes, they are. Don't be too obsessed with whether Bei Xian will forget about her. Su Hua was silent. Unfortunately, Gu Beixian's heart was not in love with her at all, but with Shu Suasua. Now he suddenly didn't want to divorce her because his grandmother had repeatedly stopped him. He was also good to her because she had taken care of him wholeheartedly when he was at his most difficult and desperate time. Shin Shu looked at her watch and suggested, it's still early. Su Gu got into Shin Shu's car and went to a coffee shop she often visited. After sitting down, the two ordered a cup of coffee each. Shin Shu lightly rested her left hand on her chin and looked at Su Gu. In the past 2 years, Beixian's temper has been particularly bad. You must have had a hard time, right? As the saying goes, there is no filial son in front of a sickbed for a long time. Even my own mother didn't want to serve him. I originally thought you wouldn't be able to stay for more than a few days, but I didn't expect you to be able to hold out until now. Su Wu said, it's okay. 156 million. How many times did Bei Xian lose his temper and how badly did he treat you before he worked so hard to make amends? I couldn't stand it, no matter how much I loved him. Su Wu paused. She knew she had overheard her conversation with Shu Suasua. She smiled and said, I learned to restore ancient calligraphy and paintings from my grandfather when I was young, and I have developed a lot of resilience and patience. He was depressed for 2 years, and his temper came out. It will get better. If you keep it bottled up, you will get a heart disease. You are very considerate of him. Shin Shu glanced at her injured hand. It must have been very sad to have such an important hand broken. Sugu looked down at her hand with the splint and smiled wryly. It will heal. Shin Shu comforted her. She called the waiter, gave him the car keys, and asked him to go to the trunk of her car and get a gift box. The gift box was retrieved. Shin Shu opened it and pushed it in front of Sugu and said, "This was designed by Mom for you. It was made a long time ago. When it's my birthday at the end of the month, you can wear this." She glanced at the white shirt on Sugu's body. Simplicity is a virtue, but some superficial people always like to judge people by their clothes. We don't lack the means to wear what we want. Sugu lowered her eyes to look. It was a night blue starry dress. The soft tulle fabric was embellished with countless sparkling artificial diamonds, like the stars wrapped in the Milky Way, shining with starlight. Even without wearing it, she could imagine how stunning it would look on her. Suddenly, Sugu thought of something and said softly, "Mom, it's your birthday. Am I wearing too much to steal the show?" Shin Shu took a sip of her coffee and smiled. "No, you're my daughter-in-law. The more beautiful you are, the more glorious you are, and the more glorious I am as your mother-in-law." Su Hua was almost moved to tears. She had always thought that Shin Shu was cold and distant, rarely spoke, and didn't like to get involved in other people's business. Su Hua had just closed the box when her phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the caller ID and saw that it was Gu Beixian. After connecting, Su Hua asked softly, "Is there something wrong?" "Beixian. Where are you?" "I'm having coffee with my mother." "With my mother? Which cafe are you in?" "I'll be done here soon, I'll come to you." Gu Beixian's deep voice suddenly became a bit anxious. Sugu paused and said, "You go ahead, don't come over. Give her your phone." Sugu handed the phone to Shin Shu. Shin Shu took it and said hello into the phone. Gu Beixian warned, "Don't make things difficult for Sugu. If you have anything to say, come to me directly." "Trouble?" Shin Shu lifted her hand and scratched her ear. Chapter 26, Overwhelmed. "Why would I make things difficult for Suyu?" Shin Shu asked with a frown. Gu Beixian said emotionlessly, "You know your own character." Shin Shu didn't say anything, just hung up the phone, opened WeChat, and sent him a location. She gave the phone back to Su Hua, smiled self-deprecatingly, and said angrily, "You little brat, you actually thought that I was looking for you to make things difficult for you." Su Hua thought back to the scene in the Hermes store where Shin Shu glared at Chu Suasua. It was quite powerful, but because it was Chu Suasua, Su Hua only felt happy and moved. She smiled. "No, you are the most beautiful mother-in-law." Shin Shu turned from anger to joy. "You can still talk. You little brat, my wife almost ran away because of him, and I helped him coax her back. But he just bit the hand that feeds him." Su Hua now understood everything. It must have been her grandmother or Gu Nanin who said something to Shin Shu. That's why she, who is usually cold and aloof, has sent her a bag and a dress when she returned to China. Su Gu was very flattered. A family like the Gu family has always valued matching social status. In the past, Gu Beixian was a cripple who could not stand up and had to sit in a wheelchair, so he was a good match for her. Now that Gu Beixian's legs have recovered and he has returned to the company, he is the CEO of the Gu Group, a listed group, with everything he wants, and he is high above everyone else, attracting everyone's attention. But she, even though she has the ability to restore ancient paintings, she does not have the blessing of a family background, and her power is still weak. She herself feels this way, let alone others. So Chu Suasua, who has the identity of a wealthy family's daughter, would so brazenly provoke her again and again. It didn't take long before Gu Beixian arrived. He pushed open the door, stood in the doorway, and looked around the cafe. When he saw Su Hua, he took a few long strides, grabbed her hand, pulled her up from her chair, and said in a deep voice, "Let's go." Su Hua pulled her hand back and smiled at him. "What are you going?" "I had a great time talking with my mom." She pointed to the bag and gift box on the table. "These are all gifts from my mom." Gu Beixian's expression softened a little, and he asked, "Did she say anything that made you uncomfortable?" "No, Mom was very nice to me." Gu Beixian raised his eyebrows slightly. "Are you sure?" Su Wu was confused. "Why would I lie to you?" "It's fine if you're not lying to me." "We're out of coffee. Let's go. It's not often that I get to see my mother, and we haven't finished talking yet." Su Wu didn't want to leave. Shin Shu held her coffee and said with a smile, "You should go with him soon. If you don't, he might be cursing me in his heart." Su Yu smiled and said, "He wouldn't dare." Xin Shu gave Gu Beixian a look. You don't understand. Men forget their mothers after they marry their wives. He only has eyes for you now. Where is my mother? It was a complaint, but it made Su Yu laugh. As she laughed, she felt a little sad. If what she said was true, how wonderful that would be. The last day of the month. Xin Shu's birthday had arrived. In the evening, Su Hua changed into the blue starry sky dress she had bought for herself, carefully put on a light makeup, and was driven to the Gu family by a chauffeur. The villa was brightly lit. The spacious and bright living room, with a ceiling height of 9 meters, was beautifully decorated. The long, luxurious table was filled with all kinds of high-end buffet dishes, including all kinds of delicacies from the mountains and the sea. The male guests were all wearing suits and ties, while the female guests were all wearing evening dresses, all dressed up in jewelry and precious stones. Everyone raised their glasses and drank together, making merry and having a good time. Xin Shu looked cold and aloof, but she was very good at socializing. She mingled with the crowd from time to time, chatting and laughing, and was very charming. This was the first time that Su Hua had thrown such a lively birthday party since she had married into the Gu family. Before that, Gu Beixian had been in a car accident and couldn't stand up, and the entire Gu family was in a shadow. Even when the old lady had a birthday, they didn't make a big deal about it. Only the closest few people came to the old house for a meal and a simple celebration, and then they were sent away. As soon as Su Hua entered the room, everyone looked at her. Both men and women looked at her in amazement. Su Hua was already beautiful without makeup, but with a little makeup, she was stunning. With her snow-white face, 2 black eyebrows, and big eyes, she looked radiant. Her slender figure was adorned with a long, floor-length night blue dress studded with countless tiny diamonds, like a starry sky. The light from the lamps and the stars on her dress reflected off each other, making her look like a fairy. Xin Shu also saw Su Hua and immediately warmly came over to greet her, took her arm and introduced her to everyone. Let me introduce you to my daughter-in-law, Su Hua. Everyone was surprised. When did your son get married? Why didn't you tell us? Xin Shu smiled. It's been 3 years since the wedding. The wedding will be held in a while. A middle-aged woman in a purple evening dress, who was close by, looked up and down at Su Wu, and praised her, saying, she's so beautiful and has such a good temperament. She must be a lady from a wealthy family. Su Wu's eyes darkened slightly, and she was about to speak. Xin Shu shook her hand and said, Su Wu is the granddaughter of the ancient painting restorer Su Wenmai, a descendant of a scholarly family. The purple evening gown lady didn't play with antiques, so she naturally didn't know the fame of Su Wenmai, and her expression suddenly changed subtly, saying, a scholarly family, that's also very good. The tone was obviously perfunctory. The smiles on the faces of the others also became ambiguous. Su Wu was sensitive and noticed it, but she didn't look uncomfortable. Xin Shu took her inside and whispered in her ear, don't worry about those people, they are all very vulgar, smelly and ignorant. Su Wu's heart was warm and she smiled at Xin Shu, thank you, Mom, I'm fine. Xin Shu patted her on the shoulder and said, it's good that you're fine. You sit here for a while, and if you want to eat something, help yourself. If you need anything, just call the maid. Bei Xian will be here soon. I'll go and greet them first. Su Hua slightly bowed her head and said, you go ahead. Don't worry about me. After Xin Shu had gone, Su Hua found a seat and sat down. She had been married to Gu Beixian for 3 years, but she had always kept a low profile. This was the first time she had been exposed to the public. She didn't know anyone there except Xin Shu, and she felt a little uncomfortable. Su Hua took a sip of juice and looked at her phone. Suddenly, a strange female voice came from behind her. Yo, Su Hua is here today too. You look like a phoenix in this little dress. I almost didn't recognize you. That's too harsh. Su Hua's scalp tingles slightly, and she turns her head to look. Not far away stands a tall, thin woman in a black evening dress. She looks well-maintained and can't be seen to have a real age. She has a long, thin face, slightly high cheekbones, and a bit of a mean look between her eyebrows. She is Gu Beixian's aunt, Gu Fengzhou. Su Hua stands up and smiles insincerely as she greets her, hello, auntie. Gu Fengzhou held a glass of red wine in her hand and came over in high heels, squinting her eyes and looking up and down at her. The little girl must have burned incense for 8 lifetimes to marry my nephew. She has everything she wants, money, family background, looks, and manners. Su Hua slightly raised her lips and said with a dignified tone, Beixian is very good, but I'm not bad either. You are not bad, but your family is too embarrassing, and it is not comparable to our Gu family. Gu Fengjiao sneered contemptuously and sipped her wine. Su Gu endured and said lightly, "It doesn't matter what my family is like, as long as Bei Xian is good to me. Not only Bei Xian is good to me, but my grandfather, grandmother, mother, and Nanin all respect me very much." Gu Fengjiao didn't expect Su Hua to be so soft on the outside, but not a pushover. She said one thing, and she immediately retorted, without giving in. Gu Fengjiao was furious. "It's because they have good manners. If you don't deserve it, you don't deserve it. Don't force yourself to flatter yourself." Suddenly, a cold male voice came over. "Su Hua doesn't need to flatter herself. She is gold herself, and she is more than enough for me." Su Gu turned around when she heard the voice. A tall and straight man, wearing a dark suit, came from afar with a deep silhouette, handsome facial features and long legs. When he got close, he stopped and looked down at Gu Fengjiao, saying in a low voice, "My woman, it's not up to an outsider like you to say anything." Gu Fengjiao's face turned pale and she couldn't say a word. "Husband, you're here." Su Gu bent her eyes and ran towards him with her skirt in her hand. Chapter 27 I Can't Do It. When she got to Gu Beixian, Su Hua looked up at him and smiled. He was very tall, standing there straight as a pine tree, his face beautiful and unreal in the light. Su Hua looked at him with a smile, her eyes shining like stars, and her little finger lightly touching his larger than hers. Gu Beixian felt it and smiled, holding her hand. He touched her head with his other hand and said softly, "There was traffic on the way, so I'm late." Su Hua smiled lightly, "It's fine, I just got here too." Gu Fengjiao was annoyed, and wanted to say something, but was afraid of annoying Gu Beixian and losing face. She held her wine glass and moved to another place. Gu Beixian took Su's hand and walked to the table, sitting down. He used silver chopsticks to pick up a piece of fish sashimi and handed it to Su's mouth. "This is the best tasting fish belly meat, you try it." Bluefin tuna is known as the king of sashimi and the Rolls-Royce of fish. It is the world's top-class fish delicacy. Su Hua opened her mouth and slowly chewed it. The sashimi was refreshing, the meat was full of elasticity, and the aftertaste was delicious. After swallowing, Su Hua smiled at him and said, "It's delicious." She picked up a piece of chopsticks and passed it to his lips. Gu Beixian pushed it back, saying, "You eat it yourself. Don't worry about me." Qin Shu glanced over at Gu Beixian and Su Gu from afar, and when she saw the scene, she slightly raised the corner of her lips. A rich woman in a green cheongsam next to her also saw it and said, "Your son is really good to your daughter-in-law." Qin Shu said modestly, "It's okay. My daughter-in-law is worth it. The young lady has a very good character." The green cheongsam wearing wife said, "That's good. But this scholarly family seems to be of little use to those of us in business, doesn't it?" Qin Shu smiled perfunctorily, bent down, picked up a piece of cake from the table, and handed it to her. "Mrs. Li, the dessert this time is not bad, you try it." "Thank you." The green cheongsam wearing wife took it, took a spoonful and started eating. Suddenly, a small commotion came from outside the door. Su Gu turned her head and looked towards the door. A man in his 60s wearing a black suit walked in, still tall and straight, broad shoulders, short gray hair neatly trimmed, and a fierce brow. It was Gu Beixian's father, Gu Outing. Su Gu was about to stand up and greet him. She saw a petite young woman following Gu Outing. It was Chu Suasua. Coincidentally, she was also wearing a night blue dress with a starry sky pattern and countless bright diamonds, sparkling and glittering. However, Su's was a long floor-length dress, while Chu's was a short one with a fluffy hemline, revealing two straight and white legs. Su's style was dignified and gentle. Chu Suasua is cute and lovely. Su Gu looked sideways at Gu Beixian and asked, "Did you invite her?" Gu Beixian shook his head slightly. "Neither my mother nor I invited her. It was probably my father who called her over. He and Suasua's father were classmates since childhood, and later entered the family company at the same time to take over the business. They have always had business dealings and have a good relationship." Su Gu kept her lips pursed and said nothing. She rarely dealt with Gu Outing. They only meet occasionally during the New Year and other holidays when they have dinner together at the old house, and they say hello to each other. After entering the house, Chu Suasua was busy greeting the male and female guests, calling out to them one by one, "Hello, Uncle Zhang, hello. Auntie Li, hello, Auntie Tang." Her injured hand was behind her back, and she smiled sweetly, looking gentle and obedient. Those people praised her one after another. Girls change a lot when they grow up. Suasua is really getting more and more beautiful. Chu Suasua smiled with her eyes narrowed into a slit, thanking Uncle Zhang, Auntie Li, and Auntie Tang. Gu Beixian saw Su Guo staring at Chusuasua and gently patted her hand, saying, "We're all in the same circle. These people have seen Suasua grow up and are very familiar with her. I don't know if I'm being paranoid or what, but at this moment, Su Guo felt like an outsider who had accidentally intruded into their circle and couldn't fit in no matter what." Soon, Chusuasua saw Gu Beixian, her eyes lit up, and she ran over in her high heels, happily shouting, "Beixian." Compared to her enthusiasm, Gu Beixian's attitude was obviously much more indifferent, only slightly raising the corners of his lips and nodding slightly in response. Chusuasua was not embarrassed, and ran over to stand next to him, looking at Su Gu and exclaiming, "Oh, Su Gu is so pretty today." She pressed down on the overly exaggerated hem of her dress and said shyly, "We're wearing the same dress today." What a coincidence. Su Gu imitated Gu Beixian's manner and nodded slightly to her, then reached out and picked up a slice of tiramisu, eating it with her head bowed. She didn't even bother to pretend to be polite to Chusuasua. Chusuasua said to Gu Beixian with a pout, "Sister Su seems to dislike me." Gu Beixian slightly raised his chin and pointed to the opposite seat, "Go over there and eat." Chusuasua looked at him, hesitated, and reluctantly said, "Okay." She walked over and sat down, but her eyes kept wandering back to Gu Beixian. After Gu Outing and the others finished their socializing, they walked over to Gu Beixian and Su Gu. When they were almost there, Su Gu stood up and called out to him with a smile, "Dad." Gu Outing gave her a cold glance and said very lightly, "You come with me to the study upstairs." Gu Beixian nodded lightly and said to Su Yu in a gentle voice, "You can eat slowly. Eat whatever you want. You're at home, so don't be constrained. Call me if you need anything." Su Yu smiled and said, "Okay, you go ahead." As soon as Gu Beixian left, Chusuasua came over with a wine glass in her hand, looking quite pleased. "How can all the Gu family members like you? Uncle Gu likes me, and I am the best daughter-in-law in his heart." Su Gu thought of the cold attitude that Gu Outing had just shown her, and she must have Chusuasua to thank for it. After all, she had added oil and vinegar, and the villain had complained first, not once or twice. Su Gu felt very uncomfortable, and the feeling was like swallowing countless flies, which was unbearable. She clutched the cup in her hand and said coldly, "Are you finished? If you're done, please get out of my sight. It's my mother-in-law's birthday today, and I don't want to upset anyone." Chusuasua looked at the cup in her hand and remembered the last time she smashed the thermos directly into her mother-in-law's face. She instinctively felt a pain in her nose and subconsciously touched her nose, then turned and walked away. It was almost 9 o'clock. Xin Shu came over and asked Su Wu, "Where's Beixian?" Su Gu stood up and said, "Dad called him upstairs to the study." Xin Shu looked at her watch and said, "It's time to cut the cake." Su Gu smiled and said, "Okay, Mom." She held her skirt and came to the second floor. The second floor was very quiet, so Su Gu was afraid of disturbing them as they talked, so she walked very quietly. She walked to the door of the study. She raised her hand and was about to knock on the door when she heard the voice of Gu Outing coming from inside. Lock suits you better. I have worked with her father for so many years, and many businesses have become inseparable. If you two get married, it will be a great help to our family business. On the way here, I asked Lock in a roundabout way, and from what she said, she still likes you very much. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat, as if someone had poured a bucket of cold water over her head, from head to toe. She didn't know how long it had been. She heard Gu Beixian say, "During my most difficult and desperate time, it was Su Gu who was always by my side." Gu Outing snorted coldly. "It would have been fine if you had just paid the money. 3 years ago, if you had no money, she wouldn't have married you. Over the years, you have given her so much money, bought a house for her family, found a kidney for her grandmother, paid for all the medical expenses, and supported 3 generations of her family." Gu Beixian was silent for a moment, and said, "The biggest difference between humans and animals is that humans have feelings." Gu Outing frowned. "You are a man, and a man cannot be obsessed with love. The ups and downs of the business world are great, and it is safer to travel with 2 ships than to travel alone. After marrying into the Chu family, if something happens to the company, the Chu family can also lend a helping hand." Su Gu, what can she do? Su Gu stood quietly and thinly outside the door, like a withered tree that had been struck by lightning and lost all its leaves. She felt terrible inside, and a deep, helpless sense of sadness welled up in her heart. Yes, she was a restorer of ancient paintings. No matter how good she was, what could she do to help the Gu group? She couldn't help them in any way. But she didn't leave. She wanted to hear what Gu Beixian had to say. But she waited for a long time, but she didn't hear his voice. She smiled at herself. She thought that he had proposed a divorce because he couldn't forget his old feelings for Chu Suasua, but now it seems that it wasn't just the old feelings that he couldn't forget, but also this reason. Sugu turned around and walked away. When she lifted her leg, she realized that her legs were very weak. When she finally managed to move downstairs while holding onto the wall, she heard Gu Beixian's voice in the study. "I'm sorry, I can't do it." Unfortunately, Su Wu could no longer hear it. Chapter 28, she couldn't hold him back. After going downstairs, Su Wu turned a corner and entered the bathroom. She closed the door, sat on the toilet seat, covered her face with her hands, and calmed down for a while before remembering her business. She took out her phone and sent a text message to Gu Beixian. "Mom wants you to come down, it's time to cut the cake." Gu Beixian replied, "Okay." Su Hua sat for a few more minutes, then stood up, pushed open the door, walked to the sink, and turned on the faucet to wash her hands. She looked up and saw herself in the mirror. She was pale. She smiled to make herself look normal. The sound of high heels approaching. The door opened and a pretty figure walked in. She was wearing a night blue dress with a starry sky pattern. She looked at Sugu and smiled. "Hello again, Sugu." Sugu nodded lightly and wiped her hands with a towel. Chu Suasua walked past her and went to the mirror. She took out lipstick from her exquisite handbag, leaned over, and fixed her makeup in the mirror, glancing at Sugu from the mirror while fixing her makeup. She said in a strange voice, "Sugu, this dress is well imitated. Did you buy it on Taobao?" Sugu paused in her movements and smiled. "My mother-in-law designed the dress herself." "If you have poor eyesight, Miss Chu, I suggest you go to the hospital to see an ophthalmologist." "Really?" Chu Suasua pretended to be surprised and turned her head, taking another look at her. "Auntie Qin designed the dress, but you've made it look like a knockoff." She pouted and made a meaningful sound. The implication was that even if you wear a genuine product, you still won't look like a genuine product if you look like a knockoff. Sugu didn't say a word, quietly staring at herself and Chu Suasua in the mirror. Chu Suasua was obviously a rich and well-bred daughter of a wealthy family, but somehow, she looked more like a traditional lady than she did. Perhaps it was because she had practiced painting since she was a child, and she had cultivated a kind of elegant temperament, with bright and clear eyes that were not fawning or evasive. But Chu Suasua, although dressed up in jewelry and precious stones, had a wandering, flirtatious look in her eyes, like the kind of look a concubine would have in the old days. In Gu Nanin's words, it was a bitch's look. Sugu raised her chin, pointed at the mirror, and said, "Open your eyes and take a good look. I'm taller, prettier, better, and more refined than you. It's clear who's the real deal and who's a copycat. You." Chu Suasua's face turned red with anger, and she broke the lipstick in her hand with a strong effort. Sugu walked away. When she reached the door, Chu Suasua's arrogant voice came from behind her. "You're prettier than me, and you're better than me, so what? My father is better than yours. In this circle, having a good father is more important than anything else. I will definitely get Beixian back, just you wait and see." Thinking of the words Gu Outing said, Sugu felt like there were hundreds of ants crawling in her heart. It was so uncomfortable. She pinched the hem of her skirt hard and looked back at Chu Suasua, saying lightly, "Miss Chu is probably the only one who can be so superior when being a mistress. I hope your father can live to be 200 years old and always protect you." Chu Suasua was so angry that her breathing was rapid and uneven. Thinking of Chu Machin, Sugu smiled faintly. "Your brother has a very positive outlook on life. He may not support you in doing this. You should try to buy more medicine for your father to prolong his life." Bang! Chu Suasua slammed the bathroom door angrily. The smile on Sugu's face gradually froze. What if she won the verbal battle? But she had lost in the end. Reality is so cruel. No matter how hard you try, you can't compare to having a good father. Having a good father even adds points to your marriage. After Gu Outing and Gu Beixian came downstairs, Su Hua had already calmed down. She acted as if nothing had happened, and sang a birthday song with them for Qin Shu, blew out the candles, and cut the cake. After eating the cake, Gu Beixian said to her, "Let the driver take you home first. I will be late getting home." Su Gu nodded with a smile. After bidding farewell to Qin Shu, Su Gu left the Gu family and got into the car. On the way, she stopped the driver at a 24-hour pharmacy and bought an emergency contraceptive pill. She had been with Gu Beixian last night and she was ovulating. This is not the right time to have a child. Gu Beixian is still undecided, and he might divorce her one day. She has never experienced the love of a father since she was born, and she knows too well what it is like to lack love. When she got home, Su Hua took one pill according to the instructions and took it with warm water. The other pill should be taken 12 hours later, so Su Hua put the pill box on the cabinet next to the water dispenser. She went upstairs and took a quick shower. After washing up, she lay down on the bed, but she couldn't sleep. It was almost 12 o'clock when Gu Beixian came back. He had been drinking with his guests. He took off his slippers, unbuttoned his suit with one hand, took it off, and hung it on the hanger. He picked up the cup and went to the water dispenser to pour some water to drink. His eyes suddenly hardened and he glanced at the birth control pills on the chest of drawers. He picked them up and looked at them. Yes, it was indeed a contraceptive pill. There was one left, and the other had already been taken by Su Gu. She didn't want to have his child. Gu Beixian's eyes gradually grew cold, and he picked up his phone and dialed Xiao Yi's number. Not long after, a lazy male voice came from the phone. "Brother, it's the middle of the night, what do you want?" Gu Beixian asked without much emotion, "What does it mean when a woman refuses to give her husband a child?" Xiao Yi was half asleep and slow to respond, so he said casually, "What else could it mean?" "The woman doesn't love her husband." Gu Beixian's heart suddenly stopped, and then he said indifferently, "I know." He hung up the phone, his face strangely calm, but his hand was clenched tighter and tighter, almost squeezing the phone into a deformed shape. After a long time, a few sneers came from the corner of his lips, and he laughed at himself. He had actually thought of using the child to tie her down, to tie down a woman who didn't love him. He threw the phone on the table, picked up the wine glass, opened the wine cabinet, took out a bottle of red wine, and poured a full glass. He walked over to the sofa, sat down, and took a big drink. Thinking of Xiao Yi's words, he gripped the glass in his hand, and the veins on the back of his hand bulged. Suddenly, he heard a loud bang, and the wine glass was crushed in his hand. The sharp pieces of glass cut into his palm, but he didn't feel any pain. Su Gu, who had not slept, suddenly heard a clear sound of breaking downstairs, and a chill made her jump out of bed. She walked to the railing and looked down. She saw Gu Beixian's right hand covered in dark red liquid, which she couldn't tell was wine or blood, and there were broken pieces of glass on the ground. She hurried back into the room, opened the cabinet, found the first aid kit, and headed downstairs. When she hurried down the stairs, Gu Beixian had already gone to the window to make a phone call. The tall and slender figure stood in front of the French windows, indifferent, heroic, and straight, like a pine tree in the snow. Some men can confuse a woman with just a back view. Su Gu stopped and waited quietly for him to finish his call. She heard him ask the other person, "Have you found the man who smashed Chu Suasua's hand?" She didn't know what the other person said, but Gu Beixian suddenly lost his temper. "A bunch of losers. It's so hard to find one person. Go find him again. If you can't find him, all of you can leave." Su Hua froze there, her heart cold. He really cares about Chu Suasua. In the middle of the night, he was still helping her find the murderer. She even went so far as to bring a medical kit and come down to help him bandage his wound. What a loser! Su Hua bent down, gently placed the medical kit on the ground, and turned to leave. After walking a few steps, she heard Gu Beixian's voice behind her again. "Have you caught the woman named Huang Ke?" Chapter 29. Do you love me? This sentence successfully piqued Su Hua's curiosity. She remembered that last time her grandmother said that Huang Ke might have been encouraged by someone, and at that time she suddenly looked at Chu Suasua, her eyes quite intriguing. Su Hua looked down at her left hand with a splint. She was too curious to know if her injury had anything to do with Chu Suasua. After waiting quietly for a while, she heard Gu Beixian's low hum. Su Wu turned back, picked up the medical kit, and walked towards him, asking, "Did you catch the magpie?" Gu Beixian turned off his phone and turned to look at her, saying, "She's missing." Su Wu frowned slightly. "Missing?" "Yes, the people I sent over have searched her home and her relatives' homes, but they haven't found her. Her family has already reported it to the police, so wait for news." Su Hua's eyes became subtle. The timing of her disappearance was quite coincidental. You just sent someone to look for her, and she disappeared right away. Gu Beixian walked over to the sofa and sat down, crossing his long legs and saying in a neutral tone, "Her brother was arrested for tomb raiding, and after going in, he couldn't stand it and would definitely confess to some people. Naturally, people who seek revenge will come looking for them, and her disappearance is not surprising." Su Hua didn't say a word. It was the middle of the night, and she didn't want to argue with him. Without evidence, meaningless arguments are just quarrels. Quarrels don't solve anything, they just waste feelings. Emotions. After a few seconds of silence, she said, "It's late. Go wash up and go to bed." "Okay." Gu Beixian let her go and stood up. The two of them went upstairs and came to the bathroom. Su Wu helped him take off his watch and shirt buttons, opened his belt, and asked, "Do you want me to wash you?" "No, I can still use my left hand. A quick rinse will do." "Okay." Su Wu walked over to the shower area, turned on the shower, and adjusted the water temperature for him. She stepped back and let Gu Beixian get in the shower. When her eyes glanced at him, her face flushed slightly. She went to the sink and helped him apply toothpaste. She walked out of the bathroom and, instead of going back to her room, stood quietly at the door. This was what she had done the previous 2 years. When the sound of water in the bathroom stopped, she pushed open the door and took a towel to help Gu Beixian wipe the water off his body. He wiped his front himself. She helped him wipe the parts of his back that she couldn't reach. Looking at his strong body, his beautiful muscular lines, and his heroic back, she felt a sourness in her nose. In the past, she had watched him sit in his wheelchair, depressed and unhappy, and hoped every day that he would stand up. But now that he had, his aunt and father thought she was not good enough for him. They were people who claimed to be in the upper class, but they really valued money over love, and put their interests above everything else. After she finished, Gu Beixian put on his pajamas. When he tied the pajama belt, Su Hua used her right hand, and he used his left. The two of them each took one end of the pajama belt, and they tied it together seamlessly. Gu Beixian smiled faintly. "What do you call this?" Su Gu thought for a moment, looked at him sideways, and raised her eyes. Gu Beixian thought of something and replied slowly, "Yes, we are like each other." He lowered his eyes and stared at her curved eyebrows and asked, "If I had no money 3 years ago, would you have married me?" Su Gu's heart skipped a beat. This was what Gu Outing had said to him tonight, and he was asking her again. An ominous premonition slowly crept up her heart. She asked back in a deliberately relaxed tone, "Why ask such a meaningless question?" "It is quite meaningless." "Then change it. If I don't have money now, will you leave me?" Su Gu thought about it seriously and said, "I have money. I will support you." Gu Beixian raised his eyebrows imperceptibly. "How much money do you have?" 156 million. Gu Beixian smiled and acted surprised with her. "How did you get so much money? Didn't you spend the money I gave you all these years?" "I hardly spend any money. You regularly send someone to pay my grandmother's medical bills. As for living expenses, she gets a monthly pension, and so does my mother. Every time I give my mother money, she refuses to take it, telling me to save it. You take care of my usual food and drink expenses. For clothes and cosmetics, just use the shopping card you gave me." Gu Beixian patted her head. Our Su Su is really a little money-saving expert. Su Hua smiled even more sweetly. "I can not only save money, but also make money. When my hand is better, I will go to work. You may not know that I make a lot of money restoring ancient paintings. By the way, in our line of work, we can also make money by picking up the pieces. The works I copied were previously hung under my grandfather's name. At the Hong Kong City auction, the most expensive one sold for 500,000. If you run out of money, I will paint more in the future." Gu Beixian smiled deeply and praised, "Our daughter is so great." Su Hua couldn't help but praise, and said, "I also know a little about making money. I just deposited 150 million in a 3-year fixed deposit the other day, and negotiated an 8% interest rate for a large denomination certificate of deposit with the bank." She held his face and said sweetly, "Honey, even if you run out of money, I can still take care of you very well." Gu Beixian's dark eyes lit up, as if they were stained with starlight. He lifted her into his arms, kissed her hair gently, and whispered, "Why are you so good to me?" "Because you are good to our whole family." Gu Beixian's eyes darkened slightly. "Is that all?" Su Hua felt that he was being a bit pretentious tonight, and laughed, "So what do you want me to say?" Gu Beixian looked at her shadow on the ground, his eyes growing deeper and deeper. After a long while, he finally asked, "Do you love me?" Su Gu suddenly woke up, her smile frozen on her face. Of course she loved him, but at this time, what was the point of saying it? A marriage that was on the verge of collapse, no matter how much you love each other, it would still be no match for reality. She didn't believe that a light, frivolous love could change anything. In the end, he would still listen to his father's words. After a long time, Su Gu smiled and slowly withdrew from his embrace. She stood on her tiptoes, kissed his chin lightly, and said tenderly, "I'll help you dry your hair." Go to sleep. She turned around, picked up the hairdryer from the storage cabinet, made him sit down, and skillfully dried his hair. Listening to the humming sound of the hairdryer and smelling the faint fragrance on her body, Gu Baixian raised the corner of his lips, smiling and not smiling. She was only willing to be nice to him, but she didn't love him. No matter what he did, he could not replace her brother A Yao. After drying her hair, the two went to bed. This time, Su Gu fell asleep quickly. In the middle of the night, a loud spring thunder roared in from the half-closed window, and Su Gu was suddenly awakened. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked around, but there was no one there. Gu Baixian was gone. Suddenly, Su Gu realized something and jumped up, grabbed her clothes and jumped out of bed to look for him. Chapter 30, Goodbye, Uncle. 2 years ago, Gu Baixian couldn't stand on his legs, was depressed, and had suicidal tendencies. Su Gu developed a habit. No matter day or night, as soon as he disappeared, she worried that he might not be able to think straight, so she kept looking for him until she found him and felt relieved. Even after his legs got better, she never changed this habit. Su Gu pushed open the door to the guest room next door, but there was no one in the bed. She went to the study, but it was also empty. She searched the bathroom, the balcony, downstairs, and even the kitchen, but she couldn't find Gu Baixian anywhere. Her heart was beating wildly, pounding and thumping. It was as if someone was beating a drum on her heart. She knew that he wouldn't commit suicide again, but she was still instinctively afraid. She pushed open the door and walked quickly towards the courtyard. A huge bolt of lightning suddenly flashed overhead, lighting up the dark night as brightly as day, followed by a loud boom. Su Gua raised her hand to cover her ears, but the footsteps kept coming. In the flickering light, she saw a tall figure approaching her, tall and cold. His snow-white shirt tucked into his black trousers, his waist was straight and his posture was tall and straight. His pale face was clear and handsome, with three-dimensional facial features. There was a hint of fatigue in his eyes, but his elegance and dignity did not diminish in the slightest. It was Gu Baixian. Su Hua let out a sigh of relief, stood against a tree, covered her chest, and panted in short breaths. Her eyes, however, were glued to the man. When he saw Su Hua, Gu Baixian quickened his pace and walked towards her. When he got close, he took her hand, his cool palm completely enveloping her fingers, and asked, "Why are you out?" Su Hua looked him over, and when she saw that he was safe and sound, her heart sank back into her chest. She said in a slightly frightened voice, "Where did you go in the middle of the night?" Her voice trembled a little because she was panting. Gu Baixian looked at her, and there was a subtle change in his expression, and he said in a faint voice, "I went out for a cigarette. It was thundering, so I was afraid you would be scared, so I came back." After he said that, he took her hand and walked towards the house. As soon as the two of them reached the door, it started to rain heavily, splashing mud and stench all over the ground. The rain was falling so heavily, it didn't feel like spring rain, but more like summer rain. They entered the house. Su Gu smelled the strong smell of smoke on his body and said angrily, "Didn't you quit smoking a long time ago? How could you sneak out and smoke again? You're not a good boy." Her tone was like a scolding, like she was scolding a child. This made Gu Baixian laugh. "I won't smoke next time." He always promises to stop, but then he goes back to smoking. Su Gu was a little angry. "I'm upset tonight, so I'll try to smoke less in the future." He seemed to be promising. Thinking about what Gu Outing had said, Su Gu guessed what was bothering him. His grandmother wouldn't let him divorce, but his father was forcing him to divorce. He was caught in the middle, probably torn between the two. Su Gu asked tentatively, "Am I the one who is annoying you?" Gu Baixian's eyes flickered slightly, and then he rubbed her head and whispered, "Yes, little idiot, you are so annoying." This was a little flirtatious. Su Gu was a little sad, but he made her laugh out loud with his little idiot, and she gave him a little look, saying, "You are the little idiot." Gu Baixian's eyes flickered with a smile. "Don't look for me next time. I'll be fine." Su Gu said softly, "I'm used to it." Gu Baixian paused, holding her hand tighter, and didn't let go for a long time. The two changed their slippers and walked upstairs side by side. Su Gu said, "You smoked. Go brush your teeth." "I brushed them this evening." Su Gu gently pushed him with her shoulder, her voice soft, "Go brush them." Gu Baixian smiled and held her shoulders. "You're a little different from before." "How?" "You're more coquettish and talk more than before." Su Hua smiled. "Don't you men like to be coquettish?" Gu Baixian smiled. He let go of her and stepped into the bathroom. Su Hua followed him in. He had an injury on his right hand, so it was inconvenient for him to squeeze the toothpaste. Gu Beixian took the toothbrush in his left hand and brushed his teeth in the mirror. Maybe people are particularly sentimental at night. Sugu thought that there wouldn't be too many days left with him, and she felt a little sad. She couldn't help but hug him from behind, with her head buried in his back. She didn't say anything, but her heart was full of reluctance. In all fairness, apart from the fact that he was a bit annoying with his lock, he was a good catch. After brushing his teeth and rinsing his mouth, Gu Beixian took her hand and said, "Sugu, you've been a bit clingy lately." Sugu raised her eyebrows. "Do you think I'm annoying?" "I wouldn't dare." He smiled and took her hand, walking towards the bedroom. The wind was blowing, and the curtains were rustling. Gu Beixian walked to the window and closed it. The two of them lay on the bed. There was another loud thunderclap, louder than the first two, deafening. Su Hua instinctively shivered. Gu Beixian held her in his arms, covering her ears with his hands, kissed her forehead, and whispered, "Don't be afraid, I'm here, go to sleep." Su Hua nodded, curled up in his arms like a kitten. She found a comfortable position and fell asleep quickly. A week later. After breakfast with Gu Beixian, Su Wu took the driver's car to the hospital to visit her grandmother. When she arrived at the hospital and got out of the car, she received a strange call from a young man. The caller introduced himself as Gu Outing's assistant and said politely, "Miss Su, our chairman wants to see you." She remembered what Gu Outing had said to Gu Beixian on Qin Shu's birthday. Su Gu felt heavy in her heart, as if she was about to be tortured to death. But Gu Outing was an elder. There was no reason for her not to meet him. They had arranged to meet at a cafe near the hospital at 10 o'clock. Su Gu arrived 10 minutes early. 10 minutes later, Gu Outing arrived on time. He looked dignified, his expression solemn, and his aura extremely powerful. Even if he didn't say a word, people felt inexplicably oppressed. Su Hua was slightly nervous and stood up obediently, calling out "Dad" in a sweet voice. Gu Outing nodded, gesturing for her to sit down. After she sat down, he ordered a cup of black coffee, looked at his watch, and said, "I'm very busy and don't have much time to beat around the bush, so I'll get straight to the point." Su Hua's heart was pounding, but she kept a polite smile on her face. Gu Outing took a sip of his coffee and said, "As you know, I have two sons, Gulin and Beixian. Although Beixian is the second son, he is more talented and I value him more. 3 years ago, when he first joined the company, it didn't take long for him to stand out and excel. Unfortunately, he was in a car accident later. If he hadn't had the accident, with your qualifications, it would have been impossible for you to marry him and cross social classes. You are from completely different worlds. This kind of talk is too hurtful. I just want to point at her nose and scold her for being inferior and for marrying up." Su Gu's smile froze on her face. She squeezed the handle of the cup with her fingers. Gu Outing looked at her with a meaningful gaze. The Gu and Shu families have been doing business with each other for many years, and Beixian and Suasua have been childhood sweethearts. We chose you to be Beixian's wife because Suasua had gone abroad and you looked like her. Beixian needs someone to keep him company, and that person could be you or anyone who looks like Suasua. Suasua always thought she had a good psychological constitution. But at this moment, she really couldn't hold on any longer. She tightly pursed her lips and said nothing. She held the cup tightly in both hands and lowered her head. Tears were welling up in her eyes, and it seemed like they would burst out the next second. Then came the cold voice of Gu Outing in her ear again. "You have spent 3 years of your youth helping Beixian a lot, but he has also helped you a lot. Let's not talk about anything else, just the money. The money you have received from Beixian is more than many people can earn in a lifetime. You should know what to do when you have achieved your goal." After a long time, Su Gu nodded in agreement. Seeing that she had agreed, Gu Outing smiled. "Don't tell Beixian about our meeting. You are a sensible child, and you don't want to see a rift between him and me because of such a trivial matter, do you?" "Trivial matter?" Su Gu smiled wryly. To her, it was a major event in her life. To him, it was a trivial matter. She forced back the tears, slowly looked up at him and said lightly, "I know." Gu Outing's smile deepened. "You're a good kid, and I actually like you a lot, too. The only thing is your family. I'm a businessman, and the most important thing is the company. It's the hard work of several generations of the Gu family. Don't blame me for being realistic. This is just how the world is." The title uncle made Su Hua laugh. He probably never thought of her as family. I understand. Goodbye, uncle. After saying that, Su Hua grabbed family. Su Gu was about to speak when her phone suddenly rang. She took out her phone from her pocket and looked at it. It was Gu Beixian calling. She wiped her eyes, pressed the call button and said hello. Gu Beixian said, "Your hand will be removed tomorrow. I have made an appointment for you with Dr. Bai. Tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. don't forget." Su Gu said politely and distantly, "Thank you." Gu Beixian heard that her tone was not quite right, paused for a moment, and asked, "What happened?" Su Gu pursed her lips and said, "I want to spend more time with my grandmother recently, so I won't go back at night. I'll go to my mother's house. Her house is close to the hospital. Please go back and help pack up my things and send someone to bring them to me." Gu Beixian was silent for a moment, and said, "Okay, I'll send them over when I have time." "Thank you." That night, Gu Beixian brought Su Hua's hospital card and some daily necessities over, and he also had a bowl of pork rib soup in his hand. He handed the soup to Su Hua, saying that it was made by Auntie Lu, and that she should drink more soup to help the bones heal. Su Wu took it, said thank you, and put the soup on the table, saying awkwardly, "You should go back, the company is important." Gu Beixian's eyebrows furrowed imperceptibly. "I'm off work. You should go home and rest well, so you can work well tomorrow." Gu Beixian's dark, deep eyes locked onto her quietly, and he didn't say anything for a long time. After he left, Su Gu opened the thermos and divided the pork rib soup into 3 portions, sharing it with her grandmother and mother. The soup was very flavorful, with the addition of cordyceps and wolfberries. Su Gu drank it in small sips. Su Peilan didn't drink any of it, staring at the bowl of soup and sighing heavily. The next morning at 10 o'clock. Su Gu was waiting outside the radiology department for her x-ray when Gu Beixian came again. He was in a hurry, wearing a suit and tie, and holding a document in his hand. He was on the phone one after another, obviously taking time out from his busy work schedule. Su Gu waited until he finished his phone calls and said, "You're so busy, you don't have to come. It's just a splint, I can do it myself." Gu Beixian put his phone and documents in his briefcase and said lightly, "You have to start and finish a task." The word finish made Su Gu's heart inexplicably tug. After the splint was removed, the doctor gave many instructions, including how to do rehabilitation. Gu Beixian took out his phone and recorded it, and then sent it to Su Hua's phone. The two returned to Su Hua's grandmother's ward. Xin Huai was examining her grandmother's body. Su Peilan stood next to him and chatted with him. When she saw Gu Beixian coming over, she deliberately raised her voice and asked, "Dr. Shen, do you have a girlfriend?" Xin Huai glanced at Su Hua and said, "No." Su Peilan was interested. "What do you think of our little Xin? The child has been a good student since she was little, skipping several grades and graduating from university at the age of 19. She is obedient, has a good temper, can work hard, and you know her skills in restoring ancient paintings." Xin Huai curved his lips. "Su Xian is indeed very good." Su Peilan glanced at Gu Beixian and said to Xin Huai, "If you are interested in our little Xian, go ahead and pursue her. Don't look at her quiet appearance, she is actually very easy to talk to." Xin Huai straightened his back, took off his mask, and looked at Su Yu with a smile on his face. Gu Beixian stood aside, his eyes changed, it was a kind of unspeakable coldness, his lips were raised, with a hint of ridicule, looking at Xin Huai and Su Peilan singing in unison. Su Peilan looked at him with a provocative gaze and said to Su Hua, "Xiao Hua, I think Dr. Shen is really quite good. He is handsome, has a good temper, and is also the youngest owner of your store. You two should have a lot in common." Su Hua frowned and stopped her. "Mom, please don't say too much. Why don't you let me talk? The mountain doesn't turn, the water turns, 3-legged toads are hard to find, and men with 2 legs are everywhere." Gu Beixian said nothing, put the medical record book and the medical card on the table with a click, and turned and walked away. Su Xian followed him out. Gu Beixian walked very fast at first. Su Xian had to run to keep up. When they got to the elevator, he slowed down a bit, waiting for Su Gu to catch up, intentionally or not. Once they were inside, neither of them said a word. The elevator was crowded, with people pushing and shoving. Gu Beixian grabbed the fabric on Su Gu's shoulder and pulled her behind him, protecting her. When they got to the first floor, the two of them silently got out of the elevator. It was a cold spring day, and the wind was quite chilly. Su Gu couldn't help but shiver. Gu Beixian unbuttoned his suit with one hand and threw it over her shoulder. Su Hua lifted her hand to take it off. Gu Beixian held her shoulder to prevent her from taking it off and leaned over to button it for her. He buttoned it a bit too hard, and his handsome face was so gloomy that it could wring out water. He finished and left. Su Hua took a few steps to catch up. He didn't stop until they reached the parking lot, looking down at her coldly and saying, "You don't want to go home, so you can have an easy time developing a relationship with Shen Huai?" Su Hua looked at him with a reproachful look. It was a very hurt look. Gu Beixian paused for a moment and apologized, "I was a bit impulsive just now." Su Hua pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Gu Beixian looked down at her, suppressing his emotions and said, "I think you and I have a lot in common. The surname Shen, he's just a so-so, not as good as me. As for temper, I'm not as good as him, but this year, I've been very restrained in front of you." Su Gu felt sour in her heart, unable to describe her feelings. She slowly walked up to him, leaning her body against him, her face pressed against his chest, without reaching out to hug him. She just leaned against him, looking very helpless. Gu Beixian was slightly stunned, and after a few seconds, he lifted his hand and held her in his arms. Su Gua held back her tears and whispered, "Divorce agreement, you go back and have someone prepare it. You did a notarized property declaration before marriage, and you gave me the breakup fee long ago, so the divorce agreement should be easy to prepare." Gu Beixian's eyes hardened, and he suddenly squeezed her hand so hard that she could hardly breathe. After a long time, he asked, "Did my dad come to see you?" Chapter 32, The Veteran Rides Out. Su Gu's heart skipped a beat. She didn't expect Gu Beixian to guess so quickly. She remembered Gu Outing's words that if he found out, it would affect their relationship. She said lightly, "You mentioned divorce a long time ago." "I said I couldn't stand Chusuasua." Gu Beixian's fingers clasped her back and rubbed her gently. "Lying, I've been very careful to keep my distance from her recently." Su Gu's lips were curled up, but there was no smile in her eyes. She said lightly, "You two were childhood sweethearts, and your families were well matched. I was just a nanny you paid to hire, and now that your legs are better, I should be dismissed as a nanny." Hearing her belittle herself like this, Gu Beixian's heart sank suddenly, and he held her even tighter. He was extremely tall, straight as a pine tree. His facial features were handsome, with sharp angles. Such a cold man, whispering softly above her head, "I never thought of you as a nanny, really. You are my rightful wife, and I have always respected you." Su Gu felt a sharp pain in her heart, but she smiled and said, "You were the one who mentioned divorce before, and now you are the one who was dragging it out. I really don't understand the minds of you men. What do you think of me? You order me around and say you respect me. Is this respect?" She was used to being gentle, and rarely so mean. Gu Beixian was silent for a moment, "And I filed for divorce because of you. Let's get a divorce." Su Gu hurriedly interrupted him, afraid that she would be soft-hearted. It would be better to get a divorce early and get it over with. This kind of indecision was like a blunt knife cutting meat, too torturous. Gu Beixian slowly loosened her, lowering his eyes. He looked at her pale little face without saying a word. His voice was low, and he said, "Grandma won't agree." Su Gua turned her head away, not daring to look him in the eyes. "As for Grandma, I'll go with you at the end of the week and talk her round." Gu Beixian lowered his head and kissed her forehead, then held her for a while before saying, "Okay." The word "okay" was like a stone dropped into the middle of a lake, causing ripples in Su Gua's heart. She felt no relief at all, but rather a mix of emotions. She broke free from his embrace and reached for the buttons to return the suit to him. Gu Beixian held her hand. "You can keep it on. There's air conditioning in the car." Su Hua stopped buttoning her blouse. Gu Beixian brushed her hair back behind her ears, his eyes deep, staring at her. "Take care of yourself." Su Hua's nose tingles. "You too, don't get your right hand wet, be careful of infection. Smoke less, drink less, eat on time." Gu Beixian grunts, "Go back, it's windy." Su Hua smiles, "Okay." Gu Beixian opens the car door and leans in. It wasn't until the car disappeared that Su Hua turned around and walked back. She rubbed his buttons with her fingers, smiling on her face, but her heart was aching. That deep sense of powerlessness struck her again. From a very young age, her grandfather had told her that as long as she worked hard, she would succeed. But the huge gap in their family backgrounds was something she could not change no matter how hard she tried. When she returned to the ward, Su Peilan had gone out for something. Shen Huai was still there. Su Gu looked at him curiously and asked politely, "My grandmother's doctor is an old doctor named Chiu, why did you replace him?" Shen Huai put his pen in his white coat pocket and smiled. "Dr. Chiu hasn't been feeling well these days, so I'm covering for him for a few days." Su Gu nodded and said, my mother was just joking, don't take it seriously. Shen Hui raised his lips and wanted to say something, but in the end he just said good. Saturday evening. Su Gu and Gu Beixian came to the Gu family mansion together. As soon as they entered the house, Grandma smiled and greeted them warmly, saying, Su Gu, you're here. Su Gu obediently said, hello, Grandma. Good, good, good. Sit down, sit down. The old lady took her hand warmly and sat down in front of the sofa. She glanced at her flat stomach and asked mysteriously, girl, are you pregnant? Su Hua shook her head, smiled apologetically and said, Grandma, I'm going to divorce Beixian. I'm sorry. Grandma was stunned, her smile frozen on her face, and disappointment creeping into her eyes. Didn't she promise me last time that she would give me a big, fat, heavy grandson? How could she change her mind so quickly? Su Hua lowered her eyes and remained silent. She had originally thought that not having children was the right thing to do. But when she saw her grandmother's disappointed eyes, she felt extremely guilty. Grandma is a reasonable person. Seeing Su Hua in this state, she guessed a little. She touched Su Hua's head, raised her eyelids, and glared at Gu Beixian. Is it that you have been messing around with that girl Chu Suasua recently, making Su Hua angry? Gu Beixian slightly raised his lips, his expression indifferent, and said, my relationship with Su Hua has been very good recently, and my mother also likes Su Hua very much, not to mention Nanin. The implication is, you can guess who it is. Grandma frowned and thought for a while, and said, could it be your father who was up to no good? Gu Beixian nodded. The old lady was furious. She picked up her phone and called Gu Outing. You little brat, I have something to tell you. You have half an hour to come back and see me. Gu Outing was entertaining clients at a dinner table. He was stunned by the old lady's loud voice. He stood up, walked to the door, and held the phone far away from his ear, impatiently saying, Mom, are you out of your mind? I'm with a client right now, I can't leave. I'm very busy every day, unlike you who is so idle. Don't you have a lot of subordinates? Tell them to do it, and you come over right now. The old lady hung up the phone. Half an hour later, Gu Outing came back exactly on time. When he saw Su Hua, his face instantly darkened and his expression was hideous. The deep disgust and aversion in his eyes were not hidden at all. Su Hua's self-esteem was crushed into a pulp, and she was so humiliated that she was about to cry. She had always been a person with a strong sense of self-esteem, and her face was as thin as paper. Because she was obedient and sensible from a young age, she excelled in both character and studies at school, and she had the ability to restore ancient calligraphy in paintings. Gu Beixian sensed it. He cupped her hand in his palm, and his long, slender fingers held hers. With his other hand, he cupped her face and drew her into his arms, avoiding the piercing gaze of Gu Outing. Su Hua nestled in his arms, and her fingers subconsciously grasped his shirt. The scent of his clean, masculine scent filled her nostrils, exuding a warmth that she could rely on. The discomfort in her heart seemed to have eased a lot. She leaned her face into his arms, and leaned in again and again. The old lady patted Su Hua's back gently, and glared at Gu Outing with fierce eyes, changing from her previous kindness, and scolding, who are you showing your sour face to? It wasn't Hua who told me, I guessed it myself. I knew you old man wouldn't be content, what are you messing with my good granddaughter for? When Beixian was in a wheelchair, you didn't force him to divorce. Now that Beixian is standing up, you're driving the young girl away. You heartless, ungrateful thing, are you still a human being? Gu Outing has been in a high position for many years. Has anyone ever scolded him like this? Or in front of the younger generation, especially Su Gu, he was scolded without mercy. His old face immediately couldn't hold it. Chapter 33, I hate to part with it. Gu Outing said with a dark face, mercy does not rule the military, and righteousness does not do business. I am a businessman, and a businessman puts profit first. A businessman who does not put profit first is not a qualified businessman. As for why I did this, I already analyzed it carefully with Su Gu a few days ago, and she promised me at the time. Thinking about the humiliation she suffered in the coffee shop that day, Su Gu's scalp went numb. She really didn't want to repeat it. She gently pushed Gu Beixian's hand away, stood up, and said to Gu Outing, Dad, no, Uncle, I want to talk to you alone. Gu Outing looked at her coldly and said, come with me to the study. Gu Beixian stood up and wanted to go in with Su Wu. Su Wu shook her head and said, no need. Gu Beixian squeezed her hand and said softly, if you're unhappy, come out. There's no need to endure it. Su Wu nodded. Gu Outing followed her into the study. The old man was also there, holding a brush and writing large characters. He was writing the characters still in a vigorous and flowing style. When he saw Su Hua enter, he looked up and smiled at her, saying kindly, "Su Hua, you're here." Su Hua called out to him gently, "Grandpa." Gu Outing pulled a chair over and sat down, gesturing for her to do the same. Su Hua did not sit down, standing straight and politely but distantly saying to him, "Uncle, you've misunderstood. I didn't come here today to complain to Grandma. I came to persuade her to agree to our divorce. Grandma has always loved me dearly. I came to say goodbye to her before I leave." Gu Outing looked at her for a few seconds with a complex look in his eyes and said, "The property under Bei Xian's name was notarized before the marriage, and the property after the marriage has nothing to do with you. As for the compensation, a few months ago, you suddenly had 100 million yuan in your account." Su Gu nodded. Gu Outing opened his briefcase and took out a stack of documents and handed them to her. "This is the divorce agreement that I had drafted. If you have no objections, please sign it." Su Gu took it and read it quickly. It was more or less what she had expected. She turned to the signature section, picked up a pen from the desk and signed it in triplicate. After signing, she handed it to Gu Outing. Gu Outing took it and looked at it carefully. After confirming that it was correct, his gloomy face turned from anger to laughter. "Uncle likes children like you who don't get entangled and don't make unreasonable demands. Since you took care of Bei Xian for 2 years, if you have any difficulties in the future, just call and uncle will help you." Su Gu said with a dignified tone, "No need. I am in the cultural relics restoration industry, and you are in business. They are completely different industries, and you can't help me." Gu Outing's face turned cold, and his eyes became arrogant and condescending. That look clearly said, "You don't know how to be grateful." Su Gu smiled faintly, meeting his gaze calmly. The old man could not write the last stroke of the character quiet. He put down his brush, sighed, and said to Su, "Even if you divorce Bei Xian, you will still be your grandparents' child. Come back and visit often. This will always be your home." Su's heart, which had been tense, instantly relaxed. Her eyes were a bit watery, and tears almost fell. Her throat tightened and she said, "Thank you, Grandpa. I will definitely visit you and Grandma often in the future." The old man raised his hand to cover his eyes, sat back in his armchair, waved to her, and said in a hoarse voice, "You can go first. I want to be alone." "Okay, Grandpa." Su Hua looked at him deeply and then pushed open the door and walked out. When she heard the door open, Gu Beixian stood up from the sofa. He walked over to her with long strides, put his left hand on her shoulder, and looked down at her face. He asked in a low voice, "Are you all right?" Su Gu shook her head, smiled at him with a forced smile, and her eyes were wet. The old lady also got up from the sofa and looked at Su Gu from afar. She wanted to smile, but she couldn't. Su Gu walked over and silently hugged her. After a while, she finally spoke, "Grandma, your legs hurt, so remember to take your calcium tablets every day, and get plenty of sun in the winter. In the summer, don't stay in the air conditioning and don't eat too much. Watermelon, your stomach is not good, you can't take the cold." The old lady heard this and suddenly understood everything. 2 lines of tears flowed uncontrollably down her face. She hugged Suyu tightly, child, stay, okay?" Su Gu felt a lump in her throat and choked, "Grandma, I've made up my mind." The old lady could not hold back her tears and hugged her even tighter. Su Gu felt a stab of pain in her heart and thanked her grandma for taking care of her for the past 3 years. "No, Grandma should be grateful to you. Without you, I don't know if Bei Xian could have survived those 2 years." Gu Outing stood on the side, watching with cold eyes, and couldn't help but interrupt. Bei Xian sent someone to save her grandmother, bought them a house, and also gave Su Gu a lot of money to compensate. "We don't owe her." The old lady raised her eyelids and glared at him. Money. You only know about money. You'll follow money in the future." Gu Outing's face was as gloomy as a dark cloud. "I have things to do, you guys talk." He said this resentfully and left with his expensive briefcase. The chef had prepared dinner. The maid served the food on the table. Although the food was very delicious, the people at the table ate it in a bland and tasteless manner. Everyone was unusually dull. After they had finished eating, Gu Beixian and Su Gu said goodbye to their grandparents. After getting into the car, Gu Beixian fastened Su Hua's seatbelt, then started the car in silence. The two of them didn't say a word the whole way. They arrived at the apartment complex where Su Hua lived. Gu Beixian parked the car and turned off the engine. Su Hua unbuckled her seatbelt and said, "Drive slowly when you go back." Gu Beixian didn't respond. His handsome and dignified face was expressionless, his thin lips slightly pursed, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. "I'm going home," Su Hua said softly, reaching for the car door. Suddenly, Gu Beixian grabbed her wrist. He didn't look at her, staring blankly at the front of the car, and asked emotionlessly, "Are you sure?" "Yes, I've already signed the divorce agreement that Uncle Gu prepared. On Monday morning, bring your household registration and ID card, and we'll go through the formalities." Su Hua's tone was strangely calm. It was so calm that it didn't seem like something she should be doing at her age. Gu Beixian turned his head and looked at her, saying in an ambiguous tone, "Finally free?" His voice was very soft, his lips curved in a nice smile, but his smile was a bit cold, more like self-deprecating. "Yes." Su Gu sighed lightly, "Finally free. I don't have to be bothered by Chu Suai anymore. I don't have to look at Gu Outing's face anymore." It was really uncomfortable to feel rejected and despised, like a thorn in the back. She had clearly done nothing wrong, but it was as if she had done a lot of things wrong. Gu Beixian smiled silently, and placed her injured left hand in the palm of his hand, gently rubbing her middle and ring fingers with his fingers. Su Gu didn't move, allowing him to rub her hands. After rubbing for a long time, he finally said, "I originally wanted to help you with your rehabilitation. You used to help me massage my legs for 2 whole years." Su Gu's heart ached, and she felt a sharp pain in her face, but she smiled and said, "You gave me so much money, more than many people earn in a lifetime, so you don't need to feel indebted to me, really." Gu Beixian looked down at her. The smile on her face gradually disappeared. He raised his hand and brought her head over to him, his forehead touching hers. After a long while, he whispered, "I'm so reluctant to let you go." Chapter 34. He is so sweet. Su Gu's heart ached sharply, as if something was pinching her, making her feel miserable. She really wanted to tell him, "We're not leaving." But then she thought of what Gu Outing had said. He had chosen her to be Gu Beixian's wife because Chu Suasua had gone abroad, and she happened to look like her. This person could be her, or anyone who looked like Chu Suasua. Su Gu felt instantly that she was not that important. If any other woman had spent 3 years with Gu Beixian, he would not have been willing to let her go. It would be like raising a kitten or a puppy, and then suddenly losing it. When you think of it occasionally, you just sigh. Su Gu restrained herself from crying, gently touched his chin, and said with a smile, "It's getting late, you should go home." Gu Beixian took her hand and said, "I'll walk you downstairs." Su Hua didn't refuse. The two got out of the car and walked into the community. The night breeze was slightly intoxicated, the shadows of the trees swayed, and the crescent moon hung in the sky like a wound. The two walked very slowly for a short distance. The shadows on the ground were stretched long and thin by the pale white streetlights. Neither of them said a word. At times like this, it feels redundant to say anything. When they reached the bottom of the stairs, Gu Beixian waited until Su Gu had disappeared completely before turning and leaving. He got back into the car. He picked up his phone, dialed his assistant's number, and said, "The person who smashed Chu Sua's left hand doesn't need to be paid." His assistant was very confused and asked, "Mr. Gu, what happened?" "Nothing." Gu Beixian hung up the phone. The person who smashed Chu Sua's hand was undoubtedly a Yao. Once they divorced, it wouldn't take long before a Yao would return to Su Gu's side. If he sent someone to hurt her beloved brother a Yao, she would definitely hate him. Gu Beixian didn't want her to hate him. After finishing his cigarette in silence, he started the car. The next day at noon, the hospital. Su Gu carried the food her mother had made and went to visit her grandmother. She has a refined temperament, a graceful posture, and glowing white skin. Even when she is simply dressed in a simple shirt and long skirt, she is a beautiful sight on the road. Passers-by are attracted to look at her. When she passes through a quiet tree-lined road, she suddenly hears a female voice behind her. "Sister Su, what a coincidence." The familiar voice makes Su's scalp tingle slightly. She turned her head to look over. Chu Suasua was dressed up in a flashy outfit and was walking quickly towards her. She waved her left hand and said in a strange voice, "Thanks to you, I'm here today to remove the splint." Su Gu looked at her hand indifferently and said coldly, "Your hand injury has nothing to do with me." "As for whether my hand injury has anything to do with you, I don't know." Chu Suasua paused, then sneered, and produced evidence. You can't slander people without evidence. Sugu smiled faintly, and the same thing goes for you. Chu Suwasuwa raised her eyebrows and turned around half a circle. I heard that you signed the divorce agreement? Sugu tightened her grip on the thermos. It seems that Gu Outing couldn't wait to tell her. Chu Suwasuwa said smugly, I told you last time that I would definitely steal Baisien away from you. So what if Grandpa, Grandma, Auntie Chin, and Nanine all like you? You were still swept out of the house. Suwu sometimes thinks that Chu Suwasuwa is very clever. Sometimes she thinks that she is too impatient. For example, she was determined to divorce Gu Baisien. But Chu Suwasuwa provoked her like this. She felt an urge to win Gu Baisien back. Sugu said calmly, I have only signed the divorce agreement, I haven't yet gone to the Civil Affairs Bureau to complete the formalities. Even if I go, there is still a 1-month cooling off period, and you can only get a divorce certificate after the cooling off period. There are many things to worry about in the long run, so I advise Miss Chu not to be too confident and careful not to get slapped in the face. Chu Suwasuwa laughed. What difference does it make if it happens one day earlier or later? Sugu smiled. Is that so? But what you're doing now is clearly showing that you're nervous. It's true that you should be nervous about a man you only got because of your rich father. Once the Gu family meets a better marriage partner, you might be eliminated right away. Miss Chu is quite admirable for being so smug about being a stepping stone. The smile on Chu Suwa's face disappeared in an instant. She suddenly raised her hand and slapped Sugu in the face. Sugu was unprepared and was hit in the face, causing her to feel dizzy and see stars. She took a moment to put the thermos on the ground and slowly straightened her disheveled hair. Then she suddenly raised her hand and slapped Chu Suwasuwa hard in the face. She had spent 2 years taking care of Gu Baisien and doing a lot of manual labor, and over time she had developed a lot of strength. It was something that a delicate young lady like Chu Suwasuwa could not compare to. Chu Suwasuwa was slapped so hard that her face immediately swelled up, and she took a few steps back, holding onto the tree next to her to steady herself. She covered half her face in pain and cried. As she cried, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she cried out in a pained voice behind Sugu, Brother Baisien, Sister Sugu hit me. Sugu turned around. She saw a tall, handsome man with long legs striding towards them. He was carrying a large, special takeout box from the hotel in his left hand. It was Gu Baisien. Sugu was feeling very nervous. When Chu Suwasuwa hit her, Gu Baisien might not have seen it. But when she hit Chu Suwasuwa, Gu Baisien definitely saw it. She was a little afraid that Gu Baisien would lose his temper with her, and even more afraid that he would defend Chu Suwasuwa. If that happened, she would be humiliated and very sad. But she didn't say anything, just standing there quietly, looking at Gu Baisien with no expression. Gu Baisien's handsome face was expressionless, and it was hard to tell whether he was happy or angry. He walked up to her, nodded slightly to Chu Suwasuwa, put the takeout box he was holding on the nearby table, took Su's right hand, looked at it, and saw that the palm of her hand was red. Su was stunned and thought she was hearing things. It was obvious that Chu Suwasuwa was his childhood sweetheart and the object of his future marriage. But he chose to care about himself. Su Wu was a little confused and hurriedly shook her head. After shaking, she felt something was wrong and changed her words to say, "It hurts." Gu Baisien rubbed her hand in his palm and said angrily, "It hurts and you use your hand? Are you stupid? The implication is, can't you use your feet?" Chu Suwasuwa was petrified. She looked at the two of them blankly, and it took her a long time to react. She raised her voice and said, "Brother Baisien, my face is swollen from being hit by Sister Sugu, it hurts so much." Sugu was not to be outdone, "It was she who hit me first, I only hit back." Gu Baisien pursed his lips and did not say anything. He rubbed her hand for a while before letting go. He slightly raised his chin and pointed to the takeout box next to him, saying, "I was having dinner with a client and the Buddha jumps over the wall at that hotel was really good. I packed it takeout for you, it's for 3 people, so go back and eat it while it's still hot." If Chu Suwasuwa wasn't there, Suwu would politely say to him, "We're getting divorced on Monday, so don't do this anymore, it's just going to make things more complicated." But right now Chu Suwasuwa was staring at him. Sugwa smiled sweetly at him, her eyes curled up. "You are so good to me, thinking of me all the time." Gu Baisien sensed her little thoughts and said in agreement, "I only just realized how good I am to you, you ungrateful little thing." His voice was deep and magnetic, like a bass cello, and his gaze was tender and indulgent, looking at her lovingly, as if his eyebrows and eyes were glowing. Sugwa thought he looked handsome and warm, so sweet. The anger she had just felt from Chu Suwasuwa had all gone. She really wanted to kiss him and hug him. But she only thought about it in her heart. Gu Beisan lowered his eyes and looked at her face, gently touching it. Her face was a little red, so she remembered to apply ice to it when she got back. Okay. Suwu smiled even sweeter, her big eyes curving up like a crescent moon, slightly raised. Chu Suwa, who had been ignored throughout the whole process, could no longer stand it. She covered her face and ran away crying. After she ran away, Suwu returned to normal and politely said, "Don't send me food next time." Gu Beisan nodded and said, "Let the hotel do it. I just remembered that we are getting divorced on Monday. I will try to pay more attention in the future." Suhua felt a little sour in her heart. "Thank you." Gu Beisan looked indifferent. "She hit you first." "I saw it." Suhua paused for a moment, but still thanked you. "You should go back to work." Her voice was dry, but her heart was wet. "Okay, I'll take you back first." Gu Beixian picked up the takeout box and her thermos. He took her to the door of her grandmother's room. Gu Beixian turned and left. The next morning, as soon as Suwu opened her eyes, she received a WeChat message from Gu Nanin, which was a photo. She clicked on it out of curiosity, and when she looked at it up close, she was shocked. The photo was of a young woman's face, with her cheeks beaten red and swollen, like a pig's head with its hair shaved off. Her forehead was also swollen, giving her the appearance of a birthday star. It took careful identification to recognize that the face that had been beaten beyond recognition was Chu Suwasuwa. Chapter 35, Self-Indulgent. Sugu slapped Chu Suwasuwa yesterday, but only on one side of her face, and it wasn't as swollen as this. Someone obviously added to the damage. Sugu found Gu Nanin's number and dialed it. "Nanin, what happened to Chu Suwasuwa's face?" Gu Nanin burst into laughter, laughing for a long time before stopping and saying, "Last night she went to a bar to drink, and she was stopped on her way home in the middle of the night, pulled out of the car, knocked unconscious, and beaten her face into a pig's head. She had a bodyguard with her, and he was also knocked unconscious. I can't help it, let me laugh for a while, ha ha ha." Sugu waited for her to finish laughing and asked, "Did you call the police?" "Yes, the police checked the surveillance cameras, but they were broken, so they couldn't solve the case." Sugu was secretly relieved. No matter who beat Chu Suwasuwa, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. She thought for a moment and asked, "Have you gone to see her?" She actually wanted to ask if Gu Beixian had gone to see her. Some things are almost subconscious and completely uncontrollable. Gu Nanin seemed to have guessed her thoughts and said, "Don't worry, sister-in-law. My brother didn't go. He had something urgent to do yesterday afternoon and took a plane. My dad and I went to see her." Chu Suwasuwa cried so miserably. She deserved it. After chatting with Gu Nanin for a while, Sugu hung up the phone. After washing up, she came to the living room. Breakfast was on the table. Su Peilon had gone to the hospital. The household registration book was placed next to the breakfast, and a note was placed on it. Sugu took it up and read it. "Daughter, I found the household registration book for you. Happy divorce. Get out of the misery as soon as possible. In a few days, Mom will arrange a blind date for you. One day, 2 dates, one early, one late. I'm so angry with Gu Beixian. I'm so angry with that old bastard Gu Outing." Sugu burst out laughing, and as she laughed, she became sad again. She felt that after the divorce, she might not be able to accept other men for a long time. After breakfast, Sugu put the household registration book and ID card in her bag and made an appointment to divorce Gu Beixian that day. Her phone suddenly rang. It was Gu Beixian calling. His voice sounded a little distant. He said, "Something happened at the overseas branch yesterday afternoon. I came over to deal with it. I'll talk about the divorce when I get back." Sugu was slightly relieved, but soon asked again, "How long will you be back?" "A week at the shortest, half a month at the longest." Sugu paused, and then said, "I'll wait for you to come back." "Okay." Just as she was about to hang up, she suddenly remembered something and said, "Chu Suwasuwa's face was beaten up last night. I didn't ask anyone to do it." Gu Beixian said calmly, "I know." Sugu was slightly surprised. "You know?" "Well, it was probably the same person who smashed her left hand last time." "Who?" "Ah Yao." Those 2 words pierced Sugu's heart. Her emotions suddenly became intense, and she almost instinctively shouted, "It wasn't him." Her usually gentle voice was sharp and shrill, and even she felt strange. After a moment of silence, she said in a soft voice, "No, he died long ago in a fire. I took you to see his grave at my grandfather's house last time. Do you remember? Gu Beixian said nothing, just giving a faint nod. Su Gu felt that he still didn't believe her, and gave a perfunctory nod just to make her shut up. However, she didn't want to argue anymore, so she calmed down and said, "Call me when you get back to China." Okay. A week later. A young girl named Xin Yuan came to the door and shouted, "Hello, senior, my name is Xin Yuan, and Xin Huai is my brother." Su Gu had received a call from Xin Huai in advance and let her in. She invited her to sit down and served her a cup of tea. Xin Yuan introduced herself. "I am also from the Department of Archaeology at Kyoto University, but I only studied there for half a year before going abroad as an exchange student to study international archaeology. I just graduated this year and now work at the City Museum. I have heard a lot about you. You were a big deal at our school." Su Hua smiled and said, "You don't have to call me sister, just call me by my name. I started school early and skipped a grade in elementary school, so although I graduated early, I may be younger than you." The two compared their ages and found that they were born on the same day of the same month of the same year. Su Hua was a few hours younger than Shen Yuan. Xin Yuan came on behalf of the museum to invite Su Hua to participate in the restoration of an ancient painting. When Su Hua followed her to the City Museum, she learned that the painting to be restored was a hermitage by Wang Meng of the Yuan dynasty. This hermitage was exactly the one that the tall, thin man with a shaved head kidnapped her to restore 2 or 3 months ago. At that time, the painting was only uncovered, and it was not repaired in time before the case was solved. Su Gu was puzzled. How could it have taken so long to restore the painting? Xin Yuan sighed. The stolen goods had to go through the procedure, and after being handed over to the state treasury, they were then distributed to the museum. Once they entered the museum, they had to be appraised and studied by experts, and then the restoration experts would produce a restoration plan. This process would take 2 or 3 months. This time, you are invited to participate in the restoration with other restoration experts because you uncovered the painting. Of course, this is also my brother's idea. Su Gu understood that Xin Huai was doing this for her own good. Folk art, no matter how good it is, always has a bit of a wild flavor. Official art is more formal. Having her participate in the restoration would add a layer of gold, although she didn't really need it. She arrived at the Cultural Relics Protection Department. As soon as Su Gu entered the restoration room, she saw a dark crowd of experts sitting in the room. The youngest of them was in his 40s or 50s, mostly with white hair. They were all elites invited from all over the country. Su was the youngest. But because she was Su Wenmai's granddaughter and had a reputation in the industry, no one dared to look down on her. She discussed the restoration plan with the experts for the morning. When it was time to eat at noon, Su didn't want to eat with a room full of old men, so she left. When she came out, Xin Yuan was already waiting for her at the door, smiling and saying, "Our curator asked me to entertain you alone." The two of them were both archaeology majors, so they had a common language and were about the same age, so they became acquainted very quickly. Of course, the main reason was that Xin Yuan was lively and easy to get along with. As they walked, Su Wu received a WeChat message from Xin Huai, asking what was going on today. Su Wu replied to him as she walked. Suddenly, Xin Yuan's eyes lit up and she exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, what a handsome guy. Our curator is accompanied by a super handsome guy and is walking this way. My goodness, he is so handsome." She hurriedly touched her face, straightened her hair, and adjusted her clothes. She touched Su Yu with her elbow and asked, "Quickly help me check, is my makeup on my face okay? Is my hair and clothes okay?" Su Hua was looking down at her phone, but when she heard this, she looked up and glanced at her. Xin Yuan blushed. That handsome guy looked at me and smiled. Do you think he likes me? Su Hua looked in the direction she was looking. The man was handsome. Young, handsome, tall and straight, pale skin, a noble and three-dimensional bone structure, and facial features as delicate as a sculpture. He was dressed in a dark suit, and he had a charming and distinguished air. But this handsome guy was her soon-to-be divorced husband, Gu Beixian. His gaze was clearly directed at her, not at Xin Yuan. Maybe women like to be self-absorbed, Su Hua thought. When their eyes met, Gu Beixian smiled and nodded slightly at her, then spoke to the curator for a few moments before striding over to them. Xin Yuan stopped abruptly and rubbed her hands on her clothes. Su Yu also stopped and looked at her with a slight puzzled expression. Why aren't you moving? Xin Yuan's eyes were fixed on Gu Beixian, and she was so excited that she couldn't even reply to Su Yu. When Gu Beixian came to them, Xin Yuan reached out her hand first and said enthusiastically, "Handsome man, hello, my name is Xin Yuan, and Yuan means eagle. I'm very happy to meet you, what should I call you?" Gu Beixian didn't reach out to shake hands, but only looked at her indifferently and said, "I'm looking for Suyu." Xin Yuan quickly took Su Hua's arm and said with a smile, "She is my good friend. We were born on the same day of the same month of the same year. It's the same whether you are looking for her or me." Su Hua couldn't help laughing and crying. She didn't expect Xin Yuan to be so funny. Gu Beixian obviously had no patience to play with her. He directly raised his hand and put it on Su Hua's shoulder, then pulled her into his arms and said, "Let's have lunch together at noon." "Okay." Su Yu replied. Xin Yuan was dumbfounded. "Su Yu, do you know this handsome guy? What is he to you? Why is he holding you?" Su Yu smiled and said, "Yes, we're a bit close. Husband and wife are like this. When they're close, they're very close, and when they're not, they're like strangers." Hearing that the relationship was a bit close, Xin Yuan thought that the two were relatives, and his eyes began to shine again. He was about to speak. Gu Beixian's patience had disappeared, and he directly hugged Su Yu and left. Xin Yuan was confused. Chapter 36, Warning and Threat. The two of them arrived at the parking lot and got into the car. Sugu fastened her seatbelt and asked curiously, "Why are you here at the museum?" Gu Beixian started the car and said casually, "I went abroad to handle some business and took some cultural relics on the side." Su Gu was deeply impressed. "I thank you on behalf of the country and the people." Gu Beixian gave her a nonchalant glance. After only a few days apart, she was already talking to me so formally? Don't think of me as so great. Donating cultural relics can increase corporate visibility and also avoid taxes in a reasonable way. Su Hua paused, looking at his handsome and deep profile, and smiled, "You are becoming more and more like a qualified businessman." Gu Beixian curled his lips, laughing at me for being so money-grubbing. Su Hua smiled, "I wouldn't dare." "Where to eat?" "Anywhere." Gu Beixian drove her to a small independent building by the river. The antique plaque was engraved with two large characters, Tang Palace. It looked like a small palace from the outside, magnificent and luxurious. The cars parked at the entrance were all luxury cars, and the license plate numbers were covered. After getting out of the car, Gu Beixian handed the car keys to the parking attendant at the door. Su Wei followed him inside. The club was a members-only establishment, so it was very private. Gu Beixian was obviously a regular customer. As soon as they entered the lobby, the manager warmly welcomed them and, after exchanging greetings, politely led them inside. There was faint music coming from the corridor, a bit like the sound of singing in the back garden across the river. From time to time, maids in Tang costumes slowly shuttled back and forth, like a dream back to the Tang dynasty. They arrived at the private room at the end of the corridor. After entering the room, they sat down, and the manager said a few words of courtesy and then left. Gu Beixian handed the menu to Su Gu, and she could order whatever she wanted. Su Gu took the menu and ordered only one dish that she liked, and all the others were Gu Beixian's favorites. After 3 years of marriage, she knew everything about him and could not forget him. After she had finished ordering, Gu Beixian moved the menu to his side and asked the waiter to remove the dishes he liked and replace them with the ones she liked. The waiter who took the order had a lot of questions in his head and could not understand such a subtle love. After the dishes were served, Gu Beixian took the serving chopsticks and offered Su Gu some more food. Su Hua also picked a dish for him, looking at his slightly thin face and asked, "Are you busy going abroad for a week? You seem to have lost some weight." Gu Beixian picked up another piece of fish and put it on her plate. "Fortunately, the food abroad is not as delicious as yours." Su Hua smiled and knew that he was teasing her. Wherever he goes, he stays in the best hotels, so of course he eats the best food. How could the food of a world-famous chef possibly compare to her home-cooked dishes? When they had almost finished eating, Gu Beixian went out to take a business call. Su Gu got up and went to the bathroom. The decoration here is very unique, even the bathroom is decorated in an antique style, very elegant. After coming out of the bathroom, Su Gu walked back along the corridor. Just as she was about to turn the corner, a force suddenly came from behind, grabbed her clothes, and pushed her into the small garden next to her. Su Hua hurriedly turned her head to look. The person who grabbed her was Chu Suasua. Being harassed one after another, even if she was a good-tempered person, Su Hua was a little impatient and asked with a frown, "What do you want?" Chu Suasua didn't say a word, and dragged her directly behind a tall and dense ficus microcarpa, staring at her aggressively and angrily saying, "I only slapped you once, and you had someone beat my face up, you vicious woman." Sugu slowly straightened out her disheveled clothes, and looked at her with a cool gaze. "Maybe Miss Chu is spoiled and arrogant, and she has offended too many people." "Nonsense. I just returned to China not long ago, and besides you, I don't have any other enemies." Sugu looked indifferent, and said, "Whatever you think, but as I said, please provide evidence." Chu Suasua couldn't provide any evidence, and she couldn't swallow her anger. Her face turned blue, and she choked, "What are you doing here?" Sugu's tone was flat. Of course she came to the restaurant to eat. What else could she do? Chu Suasua bit her lip. "Is it with Bei Xian?" "Yes." Chu Suasua's eyes changed. She looked very sullen and said sarcastically, "The divorce agreement has been signed. We are getting divorced soon, but you still follow Bei Xian around to eat and drink. How shameless." "That's too harsh. The two of them haven't divorced yet, and as long as they're not separated, they're still legally married. She's going to say something about it even if they're just having a meal together." Sugu stood straight and said coldly, "Miss Chu, it's not that I look down on you. If you and I were on equal terms and we were competing fairly, you really wouldn't be able to compete with me because you're too impatient." Chu Suasua snorted, "So what if you are calm? Without a good father, everything is useless. I can reincarnate better than you, and being able to reincarnate is a skill. I have won you since I was born." Sugu was so angry that she laughed. "I used to admire you, but now I realize that you are really pathetic. Except for having a good father, you are useless." Such words were a great insult to Chu Suasua, who considered herself the pride of heaven. She was already angry, and now she was furious. She lifted her foot and kicked Sugu's leg. Sugu quickly ducked back, and suddenly heard a series of quick footsteps. In the blink of an eye, she saw a tall figure pull her into his arms. Chu Suasua kicked an empty space, staring in disbelief at the man who appeared out of thin air. Suwu smelled the familiar scent of a man, clear and warm, with a faint tobacco flavor. Looking up, she saw Gu Beixian. She let out a sigh of relief, covering her pounding chest, and smiled at him. "Why are you here?" Gu Beixian's face remained unchanged, but his eyes were cold, looking at Chu Suasua coldly and saying to Suwu, "After I finished making the call, I didn't see you when I went back, so I asked the waiter and came looking for you. Are you hurt?" Sugu shook her head. Chu Suasua reacted very quickly, immediately suppressing her previous arrogance and domineering behavior, standing there obediently and demurely, lowering her eyes and saying, "Brother Beixian, I wasn't going to kick Sugu just now. I was just uncomfortable in my shoes and wanted to lift my foot to look at them." Gu Beixian's lips curled into a sneer. "I'm not blind." Chu Suasua was momentarily stunned, her mouth turned downwards as she wanted to cry. Suasua, where have you been?" A slightly aged male voice suddenly came from not far away. Chu Suasua's eyes lit up, and she tilted her head to respond, "Dad, I'm in this small garden." The sound of footsteps grew closer. Soon, a man in his 60s came over. He had graying temples, thick eyebrows, and big eyes, a strong build, and was wearing a dark gray suit of good quality. He had an expensive watch on his wrist and a deep and elegant temperament. He was Chu Suorua's father, Chu Yenru. Chu Yenru glanced at Su Gu and smiled, greeting Gu Beixian. "Beixian, you're here too." Gu Beixian nodded lightly, his lips curled up, but there was no hint of a smile in his eyes. He said in a detached manner, "Uncle Chu, please restrain your daughter's behavior in the future. If you continue like this, you will spoil her. The term your daughter is too detached." Chu Suasua's tears flowed out in an instant. She touched her face and said tearfully, "Brother Beixian, you are biased. It was clearly Su Wu who bullied me first. She had someone beat my face into a pig's head. It took a whole week for the swelling to go down, and it hurt like hell." Gu Beixian placed his finger lightly on Su's shoulder and said in a calm voice, "Su didn't know about that incident. Don't bother her again, and you'll be fine." Chu Suasua wanted to say something else. Gu Beixian lost his patience, looked down at Su, and said gently, "Let's take you back to the museum first." Su Hua nodded. Gu Beixian lifted his foot and walked away. Su Hua didn't move, because Chu Yenru was staring at her with a very strange look. The look was eerie and very complicated, as if it contained contempt, disdain, disgust, anger, and hatred. It made her feel uncomfortable all over, as if she were being roasted on a fire or fried in a frying pan. It was hard to imagine that such an uncomfortable look could appear on the face of such an elegant old man. It is said that the eyes can kill, and Su Wu truly experienced this today. She wanted to escape from this place immediately, but her legs were like they were rusted, and she couldn't move an inch. Gu Beixian walked a few steps, and when he saw Su Wu still standing there motionless, her face was pale and extremely pale. "Why didn't you leave?" He returned, and in the corner of his eye, he saw Chu Yanru's gaze that he had not had time to retract. Gu Beixian's expression suddenly stopped, and then he took Su Yu's hand in his palm. He didn't look at Chu Yanru, but looked at the front indifferently, and said in a casual tone, "This woman has suffered with me. Whoever moves her is going against me." His tone of speech was not heavy at all, and there was no expression on his face, but it gave people an invisible sense of oppression. It was like a warning, but also like a threat. Chu Yanru's face immediately turned dark. Chu Suasuo cried out and ran away. Chapter 37, Trying on a Wedding Dress. "Suasuo!" Chu Yanru shouted, and then glanced at Su Gu coldly, and then chased after her. The small garden was quiet again. Su Gu reached out her arm and silently hugged Gu Beixian. Her heart was surging with emotions, and something was choking in her throat. She buried her face in his chest, and the tears could no longer be stopped. At this moment, her heart was full of reluctance, reluctant to leave him, reluctant to divorce him. She hugged him tightly, very tightly, but she felt powerless. She felt moisture on her shirt, and Gu Beixian pinched her small chin. Su Gu didn't say a word, her eyes red, and she pressed her face against his shirt again. "Don't cry, or your eyes will swell." His voice was soft, and he coaxed her patiently. Su Gu's throat tightened. "Why is he so good to me?" Gu Beixian raised his eyebrows slightly, with a teasing smile on the corner of his lips. "How easily satisfied is our Su Su? Why are you so good to me?" Su Hua ignored his teasing and asked again stubbornly. Gu Beixian's eyes narrowed slightly, and he touched her head. "People are treacherous. You don't have a good father to protect you, only a paper tiger mother and a sick grandmother. I'm not protecting you, who will?" Su Hua's heart suddenly ached. The more he was good to her, the more uncomfortable she felt. She asked softly, "Is it worth it?" What she wanted to ask was, is it worth it to offend the Gu family's business partners, your future father-in-law, and your childhood sweetheart's marriage partner for my sake? Gu Beixian sensed what she wanted to say, pressed her into his arms, and said that from a business perspective, it was indeed not worth it, but if I didn't do it, my conscience would hurt. Su Gu didn't say anything, but she hugged him even tighter, as if she wanted to become one with him. The feeling of powerlessness welled up from the depths of her heart once again, trapping her. Chu Suasuo was right in one respect, she would be reborn, and would win from the very beginning. Back at the museum. As soon as Xin Yuan touched Su Gu, she started asking questions. "My brother said that the handsome guy is Gu Beixian, the second son of the Gu family." For a moment, Su wanted to tell her that the man was her soon-to-be ex-husband. But she was not the type to tell everyone everything she knew, and even if she did, Xin Yuan would definitely press her for details. It wasn't a very honorable thing, and she didn't want it to become a public scandal. After a moment of silence, Su Gu nodded lightly and walked into the restoration room listlessly. She sat quietly in the corner, watching a group of experts from all over the country arguing about whether to use the Southern or Northern School of Restoration to repair the holes in the painting. Su Gu was so annoyed by the noise that she wanted to get her hands on it and finish the job. With the time it took to discuss it, she would have already repaired the holes in the painting. In the afternoon, the meeting was over and the experts went to the hotel to eat and drink. Su Gu laughed. As soon as she came out, she received a call from Gu Beixian. "My mother wants to see us. My car is parked in front of the museum. Come over." After getting into the car, Su Gu asked him, "Have you been at the museum all day?" Gu Beixian started the car. "No, I came an hour ago. The curator held a donation ceremony and just finished." The two came to Qin Shu's wedding dress shop. It is located in a commercial shopping center in the city. The entire 10-story building is hers, and it is very tastefully decorated. Qin Shu is a true businesswoman. She and Gu Beixian took the elevator to her office. As soon as she entered the room, Qin Shu warmly welcomed her, took Su Wu's hand, and led her to the computer, pointing to the design on the screen and saying, "Mom has designed 3 wedding dresses for you." Su Hua was slightly startled, her heart ached, and she glanced at Gu Beixian, smiling and saying to Qin Shu, "Mom, no, Auntie, I don't need it anymore. I'm getting divorced with Beixian soon." Qin Shu paused, her eyes a little sad. "Mom knows, Mom just wants to give you a wedding dress. No matter who you marry in the future, Mom will give it to you." Sugu was moved and uncomfortable, her heart was like a cat scratching. She pulled up the corner of her lips and smiled a little reluctantly. Thank you, Aunt, really don't need it. She is a slow to warm up personality. It is difficult to fall in love with someone. Once in love, it is difficult to come out. As for remarriage, it is a very distant thing. Shin Shu was a little upset. Don't call me aunt. Even if you and Baisian divorce, I'm still your mother. If you can't be my daughter-in-law, then be my daughter. I've already drawn up the design. I've been working on it for several nights. If you don't want it, you're looking down on me. Sugu's tears were in her eyes, and she was so moved that she was about to cry. She couldn't resist her, so she sat down next to her and carefully selected it. She likes simple and elegant styles, so she chose a white, slim-fitting style with a long train, made of light, white fabric that looks like clouds. Shin Shu picked up the mouse and asked, "Are you sure you want this one?" "Yes, thank you, Mom." "Then wait a moment, I'll have someone come over to take your measurements. After that, I'll arrange for someone to make the pattern tomorrow. Wedding dresses take a lot of time to make." Shin Shu called the intercom and called in her assistant. Sugu looked up and took in the office. The office was also Shin Shu's design studio, spacious and bright, with many beautiful wedding dresses on display models against the wall. Women's love for wedding dresses is innate, and Sugu couldn't help but walk over. The impact of the real thing is far greater than the design drawings. Sugu felt that these wedding dresses were all very beautiful, and couldn't help but reach out and touch them. The fabric was silky to the touch. She imagined herself in the wedding dress in her mind, her lips curled up, and she felt a little sad. When she married Gu Baisian 3 years ago, he couldn't stand up, and the two of them didn't have a wedding, which was always a regret. Shin Shu looked up and saw Su Hua staring at the wedding dress in a daze, and she smiled and said, "If you like it, try it on. Try it on casually. If you want any of them, I'll give it to you." Su Hua's gloomy mood suddenly brightened up, and her big eyes sparkled. "So I really tried it?" "Yes, you did." Shin Shu smiled gently, looking at her with full of love and tolerance, like looking at her own daughter. Just then, the assistant knocked on the door and came in, taking the wedding dress off the display model and accompanying Su Hua to the fitting room to try it on. Wearing a wedding dress is a bit of a hassle, so the assistant helped Su Hua put it on. After more than 10 minutes, Suyu came out of the fitting room gracefully. The white, slim-fitting wedding dress made her waist look slender and her figure graceful. Her small, oval face was fair and well-proportioned, her eyes were watery and her lips were cherry red. The backless style showed off her beautiful back and butterfly bone just right. When she looked in the mirror, Suyu thought she looked beautiful. Indeed, the wedding dress is the most beautiful dress. Gu Baisian sat on the sofa with his long legs crossed, looking at her from afar with a very indifferent expression, but a hint of surprise in his eyes. Shin Shu walked over and helped Suyu fix her skirt, praising, "My daughter-in-law has a thin waist, long legs, a swan neck, fair skin, and a good temperament. She is even more beautiful in this wedding dress than a celebrity." Gu Baisian raised his lips. "Suwu makes a lot of money restoring ancient paintings. How much would she make modeling for you? She's too good for such a small job." Suwu remembered that not long ago, she had told him that she made a lot of money restoring ancient paintings, and she had even threatened to support him. Shin Shu gave Gu Baisian a disgusted look. "Yes, my daughter-in-law is talented, beautiful, kind, and someone with bad eyesight insisted on getting a divorce." Su Hua said softly, "Don't blame him." Shin Shu said angrily, "Don't speak for him. His father is responsible, but he is the most responsible." Su Hua was very moved. What kind of fairy mother-in-law is this? Other mothers-in-law are on their son's side, but she is on her daughter-in-law's side. After trying on the wedding dress, the assistant helped Sugu carry the skirt and went into the fitting room to change. Shin Shu took a glass of water, walked over to Gu Baisian, sat down next to him, looked at him silently for a while, and said in a somewhat sad tone, "You obviously like her, why don't you try to keep her?" Gu Baisian was slightly distracted, picked up his coffee, took a sip, and said absent-mindedly, "My father doesn't agree, and she would be bullied if she stayed." "Your father doesn't agree, but with your ability, you can live well without depending on him. When you live, you still have to rely on a relationship. Material things are all for the 7 emotions and 6 desires. At my age, you will understand that money, power, fame, and profit are all secondary, and relationships are the most important. Some people will regret it for a lifetime once they miss it." Thinking of the past, Shin Shu looked into the distance and sighed lightly. Gu Baisian's eyes darkened, and he looked up and stared in the direction of the fitting room. After a long time, he said, that was her decision, and I respect her. In fact, he knew the real reason very well. Sugu had a lover. She didn't love him. He didn't want to keep her around, and she was so upset that she had nightmares all night, calling out her brother Io in her dreams. There is a kind of love called letting go. Chapter 38, Taking Wedding Photos. Sugu changed into her own clothes and came out of the fitting room. The assistant helped her take measurements, down to the last detail. After the measurements, Sugu sat down on the sofa and looked down at her phone. In the fitting room, she had taken a few photos of herself in a wedding dress in front of the mirror, wanting to keep the most beautiful one as a memento, but after much deliberation, she felt that all of them were good-looking and she couldn't bear to delete any of them. Gu Beixian glanced at her and smiled, saying, "If you like it so much, why not take a wedding photo shoot?" Sugu looked up from her phone and looked at him in surprise. What did he mean? They were getting divorced, so why take a wedding photo shoot? Gu Beixian rubbed her head and said, "If you want to take a photo shoot, just do it. Don't worry so much. Tomorrow is the weekend, and I'm free in the afternoon. I'll pick you up after work. It's settled." Xin Shu handed Sugu a glass of milk and said, "The studio is next door. The owner is a friend of mine, so you can go there to take your photos. I'll give them a call in advance and arrange for a slot." Sugu took the glass and looked at her gratefully. Of course she wanted to take photos. Apart from the photo on their marriage certificate, she and Gu Beixian had never taken any photos together. It would be nice to take a set of photos to remember. When I'm old, I can look at the photos and remember that I once deeply loved a man. She looked away and quietly looked at Gu Beixian. The light cast a faint shadow on his jawline and high nose. The man she loved was breathtakingly handsome. The next afternoon, Gu Beixian came to the hospital on time to pick up Sugu. When they arrived at the studio, Sugu went to get her makeup done, and Gu Beixian waited outside. The ladies' dressing room was huge, and there were several people in it getting ready. Sugu sat quietly in front of the dressing table with her eyes closed. The makeup artist used a foundation brush to apply foundation to her face, asking, "Miss Su, what brand of skincare products do you usually use? Your skin is so good, just a little foundation will do." Sugu didn't know what brand of skincare products she used. They were a gift from Gu Beixian, imported from France, with a long French name, and were said to be high-end custom-made. She doesn't understand French, and after using it for 3 years, she still can't remember what brand it is. She smiled apologetically and said, "I'll ask my husband later and let you know, okay?" The makeup artist said enviously, "Your husband loves you so much that he even takes care of your skincare products for you." The word love made Su Wu pause. He is good to her, but is that love? Suddenly, she heard a sweet female voice in her ear, "Su Wu, you're here for a photo shoot too?" Sugu's scalp tingled, and she slowly opened her eyes. She saw Chu Suasua, who was already wearing makeup, wearing a yellow tulle dress, smiling at her from a meter away. There were many people in the dressing room, and Sugu didn't want to deal with her, so she nodded slightly. Chu Suasua, however, was not going to let her off the hook. She raised the corners of her mouth and smiled with ill intent. "Sister Suasua has lived in the mountains since she was a child." Her voice was not loud, but everyone in the dressing room heard it and all turned to look at Suasua. The look in their eyes was quite remarkable, clearly the look of a country bumpkin. Suasua was speechless. Grandpa and Grandma actually worked in the city when they were young. After they retired, Grandpa had asthma, so the doctor recommended that they move to a place with a good environment, so they moved back to their hometown at the foot of the mountain. She was from a single-parent family. Her mother had to work, so when she was little, she had no one to look after her, so she went back to her hometown with her grandparents. She didn't think there was anything bad about the mountain village. The environment was good and the people were simple and honest. Sugu looked at Chu Suasa with smug eyes and said lightly, "I'm not doing a photo shoot. I'm doing a wedding photo shoot." Chu Suasa's face, which had been carefully made up, immediately fell, looking ugly and strange. She said, "What's wrong with you? You and Beixian are getting divorced, so why take wedding photos? It's a waste of time and effort." Sugu looked indifferent. It was Gu Beixian who suggested taking the photos. Chu Suasua didn't believe it. "You must have begged him to take the photos. Beixian has never liked taking photos." Sugu didn't bother to respond to her, closed her eyes, and let the makeup artist continue to apply makeup to her. Chu Suasua stood in the same place, staring at her with a sinister look in her eyes, and didn't leave until after a long while. When Sugu came out after her makeup was done and went to the waiting area to find Gu Beixian, she saw Chu Suasuwa sitting next to him, close to him, smiling, whispering to him, and looking very intimate. What they were saying was too far away for Su Hua to hear clearly. She felt a little uncomfortable and quickened her pace. Chu Suasuwa glanced at her coming and deliberately raised her voice to ask Gu Beixian, "Brother Beixian, you and sister Su Hua are getting a divorce, why is she still pestering you to take wedding photos?" Gu Beixian said indifferently, "I want to take them." Chu Suasuwa choked for a moment. "You don't like taking pictures, do you?" In the past, she wanted to take a photo with him, but he always declined, saying he didn't like taking photos. Gu Beixian looked up and saw Su Gu, who was wearing a bright makeup and a white wedding dress, walking towards him. It was like a bucket of cold water being poured on her head. Chu Suasuwa was extremely frustrated. She suppressed her emotions and said with a smile, "Brother Beixian, Uncle Gu said that after you and sister Su Gu divorce, he will marry me. Don't you think it's an insult to me that you're taking wedding photos with her right now?" Gu Beixian glanced at her coldly with the corner of his eye. "My divorce with Su Gu and marrying you are two different things. But Uncle Gu said that we are from the same family and childhood sweethearts, and he thinks I am your family's prospective daughter-in-law." Because she was anxious to save face, Chu Suasuwa's tone was a bit aggressive. Gu Beixian's eyebrows furrowed imperceptibly, and he was already impatient. Everyone has a rebellious streak. He was already unhappy that he was forced to divorce by Gu outing, and he witnessed Chu Suasuwa provoking Su Gu one after another. His little bit of guilt towards her was almost completely exhausted. "Whoever promised you, you go to them." With these words, Gu Beixian stood up and walked towards Su Hua with long legs. He took her hand and looked at her with a smile on his face, his eyes like a gentle galaxy, and said softly, "You are really beautiful today." Su Hua looked at him cooperatively, with a sweet smile on her face, and said, "You are also very handsome today, the most handsome groom." She playfully gave him a thumbs up. The two of them smiled at each other, and walked hand in hand. When they reached the next corner, they both let go of each other's hands. Su said, "Thank you for giving me face." Gu Beixian casually said with one hand in his pocket, "It's only natural. It was all because of me." The two of them walked into the studio side by side. Chu Suasuwa watched the two of them leave hand in hand, and she was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. She picked up her phone and called Gu outing. "Uncle Gu, Beixian, and Su Sua are here to take wedding photos." "What are these two doing?" "They're getting divorced, but they're acting like newlyweds." "Are they getting divorced or not?" Gu outing was so angry that his forehead muscles jumped. But in order to calm Chu Suasuwa down, he said, "Maybe the two of them are getting divorced, so they're taking wedding photos as a memento." Su Gu and Beixian had both signed the divorce agreement, and all that was left was the final procedure. "Don't panic, you must stay calm." When she heard that Gu Beixian had also signed the divorce agreement, Chu Suasuwa's heart sank back into her stomach. She had grown up with him, and they had a foundation of more than 10 years of affection. She believed that as long as the two of them divorced, she would definitely be able to win him back. In the studio, Su Gu and Gu Beixian stood in front of the backdrop, posing for the photographer in various ways. They were shoulder tapping, waist hugging, and kissing, and their coordination was seamless. Anyone who didn't know would think that they were a sweet and loving newlywed couple. Even the photographer praised them, saying that they were the most handsome and beautiful couple he had ever photographed, and the most compatible. Su Gu smiled on her face, but her heart was a little sad. What's the use of having a good appearance? They're not a good match, and they're going to divorce soon. Gu Beixian caught the sadness in her eyes, hooked her waist, and whispered in her ear, "If you don't want to leave me, don't leave, and live with me. If you don't like me, I can change." Chapter 39, Love at First Sight. Su Gu looked up at him with her big, wet eyes. It was not easy for someone so high up to say such things. How could she not like him? She liked him so much that she was about to die. If there was anything she didn't like, it was his bad temper, but this year, he had always been restrained in front of her. She didn't like the fact that he had a girlfriend, but recently he had always stood by her side. Since she had said that she minded Chu Suasuwa, he had deliberately kept his distance from her. Su Gu was softened, and just about to say yes to him when someone knocked on the door. The door opened. A young girl in a receptionist's uniform came in and said, "Miss Su Gu, someone downstairs is calling for you." When Su Gu was changing her wedding dress, she locked her phone in the locker in the dressing room. Thinking that someone was urgently looking for her, she said sorry to the photographer and went downstairs to answer the phone. When she arrived on the first floor, she picked up the landline. Gu Outing's voice came from the phone. "Miss Su, you should be honest. I don't like people who go back on their words." Su Gu felt like she had been slapped in public, her face burning. After a moment, she said, "I didn't go back on my word. Bei Xian had just returned from abroad yesterday, and it was the weekend, so the Civil Affairs Bureau wasn't open for business." Gu Outing said coldly, "Next Monday, I'll have my assistant make an appointment for him, and I hope that Miss Su won't disappoint me again." Su Gu nodded. Gu Outing said meaningfully, "I value Bei Xian very much, but if he makes me unhappy, I don't have to keep him. My eldest son, Gu Lin, is a little less talented than him in business, but he is decisive and decisive, not indulging in romantic love, and he listens to me. Our family is not quite the same as yours. Our family is big, and the marketplace is a battlefield. There are only winners and losers, and there is no affection between father and son or brothers. If Bei Xian does not become a king, he will become a bandit. Can Miss Su understand what I am saying? The unspoken meaning is, if you don't divorce, you will be Gu Beixian's stumbling block on the road to success and a sinner. Old rivers and lakes are good at talking. Not a single dirty word was used, but the listener felt like a thorn in their back and couldn't lift their head. What else could Su Gu say? If she doesn't divorce, she will be a sinner. She said with a pale face and a slightly trembling voice, "I know." Gu Outing hung up the phone. Su Gu left the reception desk with heavy footsteps and found a corner where no one was to hide. She had to work very hard to calm herself down. She pretended to be unconcerned when she returned to the studio. However, she no longer had the mood to take pictures. After taking a few pictures, she told the photographer, "That's enough." After leaving the studio, she quietly went to the dressing room to change clothes, remove her makeup, and leave with Gu Beixian. After leaving the studio, Gu Beixian asked her, "Who just called you?" Su Gu shook her head and said, "No one." Gu Beixian looked at her intently and said, "Tell me the truth." Su Gu avoided his gaze, looked down at her watch, and said half-jokingly, "I'm afraid I won't be able to support you as promised, so I'll just buy you a meal." Gu Beixian was silent. The light hidden in the depths of his eyes faded away little by little. He rubbed her head without saying a word, and said teasingly, "You think a meal is enough to get rid of me? You're so stingy." Su Wei smiled reluctantly, "If one meal isn't enough, then we'll have another." Gu Beixian didn't say anything. The two of them found a nearby restaurant. After eating, they came out, and it was already dark. "Get in the car," Gu Beixian asked. "Where to?" Su Wei fastened her seatbelt and said, "Take me to the hospital." "What are you doing going to the hospital at this hour? Doesn't your grandmother have a caretaker? I don't know what's wrong with her lately. She's especially attached to me, especially at night. She doesn't want a caretaker, she doesn't want my mother, she just wants me to keep her company." Gu Beixian lifted her hair that was hanging down and carefully brushed it behind her ear. His dark eyes locked onto hers, as if to say, "I'm very attached to you, especially at night." But he felt that it was too sentimental for a man to say such things, so he didn't say it. It would have been meaningless anyway. When the car arrived at the hospital, it was raining. Gu Beixian parked the car and took an umbrella from the trunk to escort Su Huan to the hospital ward. The umbrella almost fell over to Su Hua's side, leaving Gu Beixian's half of his shoulder exposed. Su Hua noticed this and pushed the handle of the umbrella to his side. But after a few steps, the umbrella fell over to her side again. Su Hua raised her hand to push it again, but Gu Beixian held her hand and said gently, "I'm a big man, so a little rain won't hurt me, but you're a little girl, so you can't stand the cold." Su Wu's eyes welled up with tears, and she took his arm, never letting go. She didn't let go until they reached the door to the hospital room. That night, Su Wu helped her grandmother wash her face and feet. Looking at her face with its loose, wrinkled skin, Su Wu felt a pang of sadness. She had been raised by her grandparents since she was a child, and her feelings for her grandmother were stronger than those for her mother. It was late at night, and she lay next to her grandmother, holding her from behind. Her grandmother, who used to be tall and strong like a tree, was now thin and frail, like a withered blade of grass swaying in the wind. During a full body checkup a few days ago, it was discovered that all her organs had aged, especially the kidney she had replaced 3 years ago. At her age, the doctor no longer recommended surgery, as the risks were too high. Su Hua was worried and couldn't sleep. Neither could her grandmother. In the dark, she heard her grandmother's hoarse voice, slowly saying, "My child, it's your grandmother who has burdened you. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have married into that family, and you wouldn't have divorced. Sugu buried her head in her grandmother's bony back, and only after a while did she speak. I don't regret marrying him, really. Her grandmother didn't say anything, but only sighed heavily. The next day, Monday, Sugu and Gu Beixian met at the Civil Affairs Bureau. When she got out of the car, she looked up and saw a tastefully decorated cafe on the side of the road. She paused and stopped. 3 years ago, she and Gu Beixian met for the first time there. She remembered that day was cold and windy. He was wearing a black cashmere coat, and he was even more handsome than in his photos. He had a cold and aloof temperament, and he looked like a handsome man who was not happy in his high position. Although he was in a wheelchair, he could not hide his noble and refined aura. He had very beautiful eyes, dark and deep, with deep creases in his eyelids and long eyelashes that drooped slightly at the outer corners of his eyes. Those beautiful eyes were melancholy and cold, like a pearl covered in dust. Looking into his eyes, she felt inexplicably distressed. Those eyes were so much like a Yao's eyes. 13 years ago, when she saw him for the last time in the hospital, he was wearing an oxygen mask on his face and unable to speak. His eyes were so melancholy, so heartbreaking. Seeing Gu Beixian's similarly melancholy eyes, she wanted to hug him, kiss his eyes, and soothe the pain in his eyes. Why aren't you moving? Gu Beixian's deep, beautiful voice pulled Sugu from her memories back to reality. He took her cold fingertips in his hand. His fingertips were also cold. Sugu responded and kept up with his pace. When they reached the entrance to the Civil Affairs Bureau, she looked back and saw the name of the cafe, Love at First Sight. In Chinese, it means love at first sight. There were many divorcees in the Civil Affairs Bureau, and they had to take a number and wait in line. Most of them were young people about the same age as them, and they would get divorced at the slightest disagreement. The young couples in front of them all had cold faces and were very tense, like enemies. Only she and Gu Beixian were holding hands, their eyes full of love, as if they couldn't bear to part. Because they were so different, and both of them were so good-looking, everyone looked at them with surprise. Sugu was a little embarrassed by the stares, and turned around to face Gu Beixian. He took her in his arms, and his fingers naturally caressed her back to comfort her. This is not a divorce, it's clearly a show of affection. Finally, someone couldn't help but point to the marriage registration office and say, the marriage certificate is over there. Gu Beixian's eyes were cold and indifferent, we're getting divorced. Everyone present immediately whispered. Obviously, they didn't understand them. They obviously seemed to have such a good relationship, so why get divorced? When it was almost their turn, Sugu's phone suddenly rang. She took her phone out of her bag and walked to the window to answer the call. She had barely listened to a word before she was in tears. Gu Beixian sensed something was wrong and walked over to her. Seeing her face covered in tears and her pale complexion, he felt his heart tighten and asked urgently, "What's wrong?" "Grandma, Grandma. I don't have a grandma anymore." Sugu was sobbing uncontrollably and her knees gave way, causing her to fall to the ground. Gu Beixian quickly picked her up and held her in his arms, then lifted her up and walked out. Chapter 40, Io appears. Gu Beixian carried Su Hua to the car and opened the door with one hand, putting her in the passenger seat. Su Hua had already cried until she was a tearful mess, her pale little face dripping with tears, and she was completely distraught. Gu Beixian got into the car, helped her fasten her seatbelt, hugged her, and whispered in her ear, "Be strong, I'll take you to the hospital right away." Su Hua couldn't hear what he was saying, all she could think about was her grandmother, that she was gone. She had no grandmother anymore. Gu Beixian drove the car as fast as he could. Finally, they arrived at the hospital. He got out of the car and opened the door. Su Hua got out of the car and almost fell, her legs were so weak she couldn't walk. Gu Beixian simply picked her up in his arms and walked towards the hospital ward. When they got to the ward, Su Peilan was crying and covering her face. Grandma was lying on the bed, covered by a white sheet, and her face was also covered. It was as if something had collapsed, and Su Wu's heart suddenly tightened, as if someone had strangled her with a rope, and she couldn't breathe from the pain. She struggled to get out of Gu Beixian's arms and stumbled towards the bed. Gu Beixian hurriedly helped her. The doctor lifted the white sheet to let her take one last look. Grandma's eyes were tightly shut, her face was pale as gray, and her lips were already turning blue. With a thud, Sugu knelt to the ground, her tears blurring her vision. She wiped her eyes desperately. She wanted to take a good look at her grandma, but no matter how hard she wiped, the tears wouldn't stop. She leaned over the bed, holding her grandma's waist, crying hysterically, "Grandma, Grandma, but Grandma could no longer answer her. She went to pat her face, trying to wake her up, but Grandma never woke up again. She cried like a child, feeling so lonely, and deep down inside, she felt a bottomless sadness. Grandpa had gone, and so had Grandma. The two people closest to her had left her one after the other. She felt like an orphan, all alone. Gu Beixian was afraid that her knees would catch a chill on the cold floor, so he helped her up. Su Gua stubbornly refused to get up. Gu Beixian had no choice but to put a pillow under her knees, then went to the bathroom to get some warm water and a wet towel to wipe her tears. After crying for a long time, Su Gua had no more tears to shed and her throat was hoarse. She just stood there, staring at her grandmother's face, motionless. Su Peilan wanted to take her mother's body back to her hometown of Su village to be buried with her father. Gu Beixian went out to call his assistant and asked him to arrange a hearse and funeral arrangements. An hour later, his men arrived with a hearse and carried her grandmother's body into it. The group drove in several cars to Su village. The professional funeral team they had hired quickly set up the funeral tent, dressed her grandmother in a shroud, and placed her in the coffin. That night, Su Hua was dressed in mourning clothes and stood vigil at her grandmother's bedside, accompanied by Gu Beixian. It was late at night, and he persuaded her to go to bed for a while. Su Gu shook her head very lightly. Gu Beixian had someone bring in a futon and lay it on the floor, forcing her to lie down for a while. During the days of mourning, Su Gu spent most of her time kneeling in a daze, and only closed her eyes for a moment when she couldn't stand it anymore. If she didn't sleep, Gu Beixian wouldn't sleep either, keeping a close watch on her. He was afraid that she would faint from grief, that she would be lonely and scared, that she would not be able to come to terms with her loss, and that he would lose her. He didn't know how to comfort her, so he just held her hand tightly, gave her his shoulder to lean on, and silently accompanied her. Under the eternal light. Her pretty little face was as pale as the cold moon, her big, furry eyes were as sad as water, and her long eyelashes hung down, like the wings of a dying butterfly. She was so haggard that she looked like a ghost, stubbornly kneeling in front of her grandmother's coffin, motionless. Her thin, emaciated body was gaunt in the orange light. In these few days, he felt more distressed for her than ever before. So much so that many years later, Gu Beixian could not forget this image, and whenever he thought of it, his heart would ache. In the courtyard. A relative with a sharp tongue came up to Su Peilan and said, "Your son-in-law's legs and feet are not that bad. I heard that he was disabled and could only use a wheelchair." Su Peilan knew that they were all laughing at her behind her back, selling her daughter to a cripple for money. She lifted her swollen eyelids and gave the relative a sideways glance. "My son-in-law's injury is only temporary, and his legs were already healed a year ago." The relative pursed her lips and said, "Really? That's quite a quick recovery. Of course, my son-in-law is lucky and has a guardian angel." The relative smiled and said in a strange voice, "I heard that your in-laws are very rich. Will Xiaohuan be bullied in their family? Families like ours, with small households, can't compare to those big families." Su Perren gave a cold look and said, "That's not true. Their family respects my daughter." The relative smacked his lips. "So why didn't your in-laws come? They still look down on us from the heart. It's hard to climb the social ladder." They didn't come, but the gift money arrived. The in-laws' grandmother and mother each transferred 200,000 yuan to my card. My son-in-law is very good to my daughter. These days, he's been watching over her day and night, not even blinking. At this level, your son-in-law couldn't do it even if he had no money, right? Su Peilan was always quick to speak her mind and would never hold a grudge. The relative was her cousin, who had always envied her since childhood. She had wanted to take the opportunity to give her a good dressing down, but in the end, she had been left with nothing but a sour taste in her mouth. 3 days later. The body of the grandmother was taken to the crematorium. It was still dark when Gu Beixian brought a bowl of food to Su Xian. She wasn't in the mood to eat, but it was a custom in her hometown that the descendants could not go to the crematorium on an empty stomach. Su Gua took a few mouthfuls of food. The hearse arrived, and Gu Beixian's men and several relatives carried her grandmother onto the hearse. Su Peilan and several relatives wept loudly. Su Gua stood by the hearse, standing closest to her grandmother. She whispered to herself, "Grandma, don't be afraid, I'm here." It was customary for the family of the deceased to escort the hearse out of the house. The procession behind the hearse was quite spectacular, with relatives and neighbors, as well as grandma's students. The hearse slowly started to move. Su Peilan grabbed the handle of the hearse and wept, following the hearse out of the village. The hearse drove onto the road and began to accelerate, and her outstretched hand was getting farther and farther away from the cold door. It seemed as if the sky had collapsed. She was so sad that she didn't know what to say, but she desperately reached out her hand and ran after the hearse. Gu Beixian was afraid that she would be in danger, so he hurriedly stopped her. Sugu cried so hard that she became weak and fell. Gu Beixian picked her up and held her tightly in his arms like a baby. She couldn't walk, so she reached out to touch it, but her hand couldn't reach it. The hearse was getting farther and farther away from her. She looked at the funeral car that was disappearing, and cried until she could no longer make a sound. On the way home, she vomited and vomited on the side of the road. Gu Beixian wiped the dirt off her mouth and comforted her gently. She could hear his voice surround her, but she couldn't hear what he was saying clearly. She only knew that the person on the funeral car was her grandmother, and she was about to be burned in a fire. She was going to completely lose her grandmother. She would never have a grandmother again, never. After her cremation, her ashes were returned. On the day of the burial, the sky was overcast and drizzling. The cold wind blew through the muddy path, making it feel bone-chilling. Gu Beixian helped Sugu to walk with her mother and relatives to the willow forest behind the village to bury her grandmother next to her grandfather's grave. The willow forest was eerie, and even in broad daylight, it felt cold. But Grandpa was buried here, and Grandma was about to be buried here, so Su Hua didn't feel scared at all. Not far from Grandpa's grave, a Yao, who had once saved her life, was buried. The three people she loved most were all buried here. She felt very close to them. Sugu leaned quietly against Gu Beixian, watching as shovelfuls of yellow earth were thrown onto her grandmother's coffin, gradually filling in the hole and creating a new grave. Soon, a stone tablet was erected. The paper-made sedan chair and paper figures were burned, and the flames rose high, burning half of the cold willow forest red in the whimpering wind. The crows cawed and flew to the trees in the distance. Sugu stared at the photo of her grandmother on the stone tablet, tears falling like rain. Gu Beixian kept wiping her tears. As she cried, Sugu suddenly smiled and said to him with red eyes, "I shouldn't be sad, I should be happy for my grandmother." She went to find her grandfather, who was the person she wanted to be with the most. They were buried together, keeping each other company, and would never be lonely again. Gu Beixian nodded, staring at her red eyes in silence. He wanted to say, after 100 years, let's be buried together. He opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say it. It was inappropriate, and he was afraid that things would change, so he promised but couldn't keep it. He didn't say anything, but he held her hand even more tightly, and tilted the umbrella in his hand towards her. After the funeral, Gu Beixian helped Sugu back home. For several days, she lost her appetite and became extremely thin. Her thin body looked like a thin bamboo, with delicate bones that seemed to collapse at the slightest breeze. Gu Beixian saw this and felt pain in his heart. He held her tightly in his arms, wishing he could bear all her pain for her. As they walked, suddenly his pupils hardened and he caught a glimpse of a tall figure standing by the broken bridge at the edge of the village, looking over at them from afar. The man was tall and slender, wearing a black combat jacket, short black hair, a mask on his face, long legs, and exuding a kind of aura that ordinary people did not have. He stood there like a stone statue, motionless, his dark eyes staring deeply and quietly at Su Hua. Even from such a distance, one could feel the deep and sincere pain in his eyes. Gu Beixian's heart sank. He had a hunch that it was a Yao. The figure was almost identical to the one in the photo that Shu Machen had given him. A chill gradually spread through his eyes, and Gu Beixian tilted his umbrella forward to block Su's view, so that she could not see a Yao, and so that a Yao could not see her.